find the newsletter. Yeah, there we are. Sign up URL, so you can sign up if you want to stay informed about. Here we are. Guys, I'll be working on an app that I'm supposed to program for a client. As usual, I'll be doing the live stream here. You can see over there old replays of content of mine. The chat is open. Feel free to ask, talk. Chat during the breaks. I'll be doing deep dives and talk about it. And with that, let's get it on. Gotta start recording. So, on my channel already is the video of me reading an article about Elida Solis finding out that ChatGPT seems to be using Google SERPs or AI overview as a fallback. And now I wanted to read her paper directly. I was curious about the stuff. So let's go through it directly together, okay? This is the original article instead of going over an article that describes what the article was about. Confirmed, ChatGPT uses Google SERP snippets for its answers. A test with proof by Elida Solis. I will link her article below, of course. So, I've run a simple but straightforward. I've run a simple but straightforward to follow test that confirms the reliance of ChatGPT on Google SERP snippets for its answers. Let's go through it. 1. I published a new page in learningaisearch.com without submitting to any search engine. Okay. I published a new indexable llms.txt generators page, linked from the homepage and across the site navigation. However, I did not submit it to any search engine after publishing it. Okay, LLMS generator. For those of you who don't know what llms.txt is, it's like a new standard that is being tried out for SEO and websites, so that an AI can easily understand what the pages, what the content of your sites are without being distracted of ads or any other stuff. Yep. So, yeah, Damhi. Hey dude, love your content, really solid. Would be great to stay connected and get updated about the stream schedule. Cool, thank you, man. Yeah. Absolutely great. Sign up for the newsletter. It's the best way to stay up to date when I'll be streaming or not. Since I'm just doing the streaming by the side, I've got my main business to run. You see all the clips on my YouTube channel. I can't tell when I'm going to be on here. But thanks, man. Really appreciate that you enjoy it. Appreciate it a lot. So, again, for those who don't know what llms.txt is, it's a file in the root folder of your website to tell the AI and the LLMs and the bots that crawl it, like, hey, what is this site about? Don't get distracted by the menu. Don't get distracted by the ads or anything else. Here it is easy for you to crawl what this page has as content. Okay? Just as a very simple variant. I got a video on my channel about difference between robots.txt and llms.txt if you want to go take a look at it. So, my goal was to assess when and how the package was going to start showing up in ChatGPT answers. So right after publishing it and before submitting it anywhere, I checked. 2. ChatGPT couldn't locate the recently published page with web search activated. A bit after publishing the page, I went to ask ChatGPT about the page content with the web search feature activated. A bit after publishing the page, I went to ask ChatGPT about the page contents with the web search feature activated. We can see how it searched the web for the URL of the page, including a search with the site double point command. What is this called in English? In German, it's Doppelpunkt, double point. I'll be Googling that after the stream. Come on. But it answered that it couldn't locate the exact page on Learning AI Search, and that the URL I had shared appeared to not be publicly indexed or outdated. ChatGPT, search the site, Learning AI Search, we've got AI Search. Appears to not be publicly indexed. Okay. This seems pretty reasonable because I had just published it and I hadn't submitted it anywhere yet. Reasonable, right? Not for Gemini. It was able to find it. Gemini didn't have any issues fetching the content directly from the page to provide an accurate answer, even if this had not yet been indexed by Google. I asked for the same information about the page to Gemini that didn't have to wait for the page to be indexed by Google. Search to give an answer about the page information. It goes and fetches it directly, listing it as a source. Okay, that's interesting. So Gemini accesses it immediately, as we can see on the screenshots. Here's a list of free, reliable, blah, 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 blah sources, and we've got the source down here. But you might be thinking, maybe Google had indexed it very quickly without you being aware of it. No, don't worry. Right after this, I checked that. Or I confirmed that the page wasn't yet indexed by Google or Bing so far. So after this, I submitted it through the Google Search Console and Bing Webmaster Tools. After the initial search in both ChatGPT and Gemini from above, I checked both doing a few site double point plus URL searches and checked in the Google Search Console and Bing Webmaster Tools to verify that the page had not been yet indexed when I did the initial search test described in steps 2 and 3. I could confirm it wasn't indexed in both, and once I had the confirmation it wasn't indexed in Google and Bing, still at this point I submitted it for indexing. URL inspection, Google index, not on Google. Page is not indexed, we can see it. Request indexing, it's being done. After a little while, the page, point 5, step 5, after a little while, the page was now shown to be indexed in Google via the Search Console, but not yet in Bing. However, the page wasn't yet shown using the site double point command or adding the URL directory in Google search results yet. Google started to show the page as indexed through the Google Search Console very quickly, less than an hour after I submitted it. URL is on Google, okay, it's indexed, everything works. Bing didn't index it after crawling it, an issue that still persists even today. The page is not good enough for Bing, it seems. Okay, interesting. Discovered but not crawled. Crawled, the inspected URL is known to Bing but has some issues which are preventing indexations. We recommend you follow blah 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 blah. Okay. However, at this point, even if the page was shown to be indexed in the Google Search Console, it wasn't yet shown in the Google search results when searching for it with the site double point command or searching for its own URL. I guess not enough time had yet passed. It was still too early for this. As you can see, she looks for the page directly. We can see how Bing also had and still has this issue. However, it's understandable in this case since they mention how they found problems when crawling the page and is not suitable for indexing via the Webmasters tool. As we can see there, no results for that query. Number 6. Now that the page was indexed by Google but not in Bing, I checked again to see if ChatGPT was able to fetch its content. Without luck, still. After confirming that Google was now showing the page as indexed in the GSC, I asked again in ChatGPT, but it answered it wasn't still finding the page when I asked again about the LLMS.txt generators listed in it, saying that it had tried to locate the specific page. However, neither direct access nor search engines yielded results. Neither. Screenshot. Let's remember that at this point the page was in Google, already shown to be indexed via the Google Search Console, however not shown yet in the SERPs when directly searching for it with a site double point command. In Bing, neither shown to be indexed in the Bing Webmaster Tools nor shown in Bing SERPs when directly searching for it with a site double point command. I kept checking for some time and this status didn't change until point 7 or step 7. After a while, the page started to be shown in Google search results with the site double point column and when searching for the URL directly. After a few hours, the page started to get finally shown when searching for it in Google with and without the site double point command, as well as when searching for the URL directly. Another screenshot of multiple screenshots. All this while not being indexed in Bing. this is important to remember. So I decided to ask again ChatGPT to see if anything changed in its answer. Point A. When I asked ChatGPT again, it was now able to provide an incomplete answer about the page content based on, drumroll, its Google search results snippet. That's important now. That's going to be interesting. Now, this time, ChatGPT was able to give an answer when I asked about the tools listed in the page. However, it took my attention that the answer was incomplete, giving only a single tool of the 4 listed in the page. All this while searching for the page via different search variations, including the site double point command. Again, and here we see it gives only one of the tools in the screenshots, and we see search queries, different search queries that it used. It seemed pretty strange, so I asked in a different way if it could fetch the content of the page. The answer was eye-opening. It said it couldn't fetch the full live content of the page, but based on other sources referencing it. Can you fetch the content from da 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 da? Tell me what it says. Thought for a few seconds. I couldn't reach the full live content of what Learning's AI search page access seems restricted. However, based on other sources referencing it, blah 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 blah. Okay, so if ChatGPT wasn't able to have full live access and was depending on other sources, I wanted to first know the reason, so I asked what was stopping it from accessing it. The answer again was interesting, because although it didn't disclose the reason of the lack of access, it said where it got the information from. I was able to fetch a snippet from the publicly indexed version of the page, which shows. Why don't we have full access? What's stopping you from accessing it? Thought for 4 seconds. I was able to fetch a snippet from the publicly indexed version of the page, which shows this, the tool example. A snippet from where? Where did it get this snippet from? Okay. When I followed up asking where was that snippet, they grabbed the information being shown. The answer was that it had located the caged snippet via web search that previews the page content, likely from search engine indexing. But I knew the page wasn't indexed in Bing, so it had to be Google search results. I went to check. Oh boy, oh boy. When I compared the text snippet provided by ChatGPT versus the one shown in Google search results for the specific Learning AI search LLMs.txt generators page, I could confirm it was the same information as you can see below. And here's the screenshot. The exact wording, and here the exact wording in the little overview snippet. So yes, it is confirmed. ChatGPT somehow relying on Google search results snippets for the answers. I guess this is yet another reason why traditional SEO is not that, and shows once again how ahead Google is, not only with the search index, but the way Gemini is able to just go and fetch the page to give an accurate answer, even when the page wasn't yet indexed by Google still, rather than an incomplete, inaccurate one like ChatGPT relying on search result snippets from Google. Now, step 9, update, July 25th. New update. The page is now indexed by Bing, but ChatGPT says it still doesn't have access to the page content, and its answer content is now based on another variation of a snippet shown in Google Search, now from the site double point URL search, but not Bing. I checked again today to see if anything had changed and found that the page was now shown to be indexed in Bing via the Webmasters tool. We see a screenshot of the Webmasters tool, it's indexed, we see indexed successfully. However, when searching in Bing directly with the site double point command along with the page URL or just the URL, the page wasn't yet shown, or only the homepage of the site was, as can be seen below. We see another screenshot of the page, and it's just this homepage of the site, not the specific LLMS text generator page. Nonetheless, when doing a site double point search along with the parent directory URL of the page, it was finally shown in the search results. Please note how the description snippet in Bing SERPs of the page does not show the meta description, but a truncated preview of the page content. Okay? Okay. Here we can see it. So you might be wondering, now that Bing was finally indexing the page and also sometimes showing it in its SERPs made any change to ChatGPT answer? Was it the Bing snippet shown now instead of the Google one? I asked ChatGPT again about the page content, and the answer was interesting because it again provided an answer from a search snippet, not the full content. The page snippet provided in the answer was different from the one it had previously shown, saying here's what that snippet shows, featuring different content than it previously did. When looking if the new snippet provided in the ChatGPT answer was the one shown in Bing search results in the scenario for which it actually listed the page, I confirmed it wasn't. It was taking it from another location. When checking again if the snippet was one of those shown in Google search results for one of the searches of the page, I could confirm it was the same one shown for the site, double point, along with the URL this time, which is actually showing the meta description text rather than the one of the URL search only that was used before, which was showing a truncated content preview of the page, not the meta description. Now we have the query again. Has anything changed since the previous validations? Let's try again. Can you fetch the content from, here's the URL, tell me what it says and the tool it features. I located the search snippets for free LLMS.txt generations tool sections on the Learnings AI search page. Here's what that snippet shows. It's still only showing the one. That's a full visible snippet from public indexing. And here's this, it shows that. Yeah. It does not show the meta description. Oh. Interesting what we see here. So, as you can see again, ChatGPT continues to provide an answer based on a Google search result snippet, one from a different query related to the page than before, and is now using the meta description unlike before. Thanks to GFX and Stream Promo for the shout out. Thank you very much. Despite the page being now indexed by Bing, where is showing a different description snippet in those scenarios where it's now shown in the SERPs. Will it stay like that after a few days? I'll keep you updated. Need more proof that ChatGPT is using Google search results? This is far from being the only one. The test above complements well what Alexis had identified here a few weeks ago with his own tests with different scenarios. Well, it might be an article that I might want to look at. Great article. I really like the details, step by step, going through it. Awesome down, very well. Aleda Solis, as I said, I will link the article below. Well done. If you like what I do, going through the different articles with you together, if you want me to answer any questions, and if you want to support this channel, feel free, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks for you guys. It's really the best way you can support this channel. In the description below, you will find the newsletter sign up URL, so you can sign up if you want to stay informed about my events, about the events, the live sessions and everything. Okay? And with that, you should see new videos popping up, and I wish you all the very best. We talked a bit negative jumping into a startup from now, and I want to be honest, I want to be clear. Yes, it is most likely a bad idea and it's going to be not successful. I think it's important to be, but did your studies find something positive for the ones who jump into that field, especially for the employees who say, okay, I'm going to risk it, I'm going to take that job? Or is it like, nah, it's always a bad idea?
Yeah, no, I mean, there's, we found, I think, a couple of things that are really interesting that are sort of contingencies you could think about in how, in the types of effects we found. So one that I thought was really interesting. So
we're going through the article about getinvoice.com. They got de-indexed by Google after they programmatically created 20,000 pages. Google said, nope, surely not. They had over 60 million impressions and they tanked to 0 overnight. And this is the SEO expert they hired to get it all solved. And he seems to have made a video about it. And I'm curious about the video and we'll watch it together.
Hey, Miguel, thank you for getting the order. So you wanted to get a CO Rose package. You have been penalized by the algorithm. You're attaching a screenshot from Google Search Console. So on the Google Search Console, we see about a lot of traffic in the past, which has dried up completely now. And I took a look at it really quick, and you said you dropped in traffic. You removed all the pages that have been created by Pragmatic SEO, which you understand were the ones Google penalized you for. So you had created 40,000 pages during 3 months, which helped you rank very fast. But you removed them to see if it would help Google remove the penalty, but you still see no signs of recovery for 3 months. So currently there's no plan other than wait and pray, but you're thinking of doing a domain migration, so you don't know if you can change anything at all. I asked for which keywords and which page you would like to rank for. I suggested that to a Blitz SEO analysis and record a video. And you asked if this will fix the ban, which I said yes. I'm not sure, but it's possible. So I sent a link, you got the order. So let's take a look first at getinvoice.com and see what things we can figure out, right? So you had a bit of traffic in the past. So if we look here, you were ranking really well for these types of keywords like Nordstrom return policy, Chanel return policy, and so on. So now all of these are 404s. But if we Google some of the current keywords right now, we see that a lot of it.
Just as a little bit of context, they had so many pages because they built a crawler and used AI to go through all of the different shops and stuff and make like pages for what is the return policy of shop X, what is the return policy of Shopify, what is the return policy of Adidas, what is the return, and so on, with like hundreds and thousands of pages. Also did the same for basic terminology and like finances. What is a 401k? What is a 101k? Stuff like that.
It's going to be like Nordstrom itself, Reddit, and the AI overview dominates this result. So like most of the AI overviews by Google, they're really showing up super high here. And then the official Nordstrom return exchange policy shows up. There's a few competitors potentially here. Let's take a look. We have Nordstrom Rank. We have Parcel Monkey. We can look at their site to see how they're doing. You have Essence.com. You have two top bubble index, and we have Quora. So this is the website that we see right now on the SERP for this one. Let me pick one or two more examples. So on the North Face also, they have their own website, and we almost don't see anything else except Yodel, Warranty Valet we can open, and that's it. So Chanel return policy. So these were your best keywords in the past. So now most of it is like AI reviews and official websites, Reddit sometimes. But really, like, the algorithm itself changed. They really prioritize a lot of the official content more. And for most of these results, we don't really see any other competitor. So maybe it's not like ban, as you would say, but just like the SERP itself has changed. Because if we Google all of these, it's not like there's another website like Get Invoice or Buy Invoice or something. It's just like the search results have all changed. And we only see like the official sites almost exclusively now for all of these. So Rocks USA returns, do not pay.com. Here's one. But yeah, that's the 15 diff guide. Okay. Let's sort this result by volume to see which ones are the most common ones. So like you had what is, which is the sovereign wealth fund definition. I don't think these are really good because they try to rank like for everything, right? So the chances that you would actually get a good position and get a sale would be pretty low. So I don't think this programmatic SEO strategy did you any favors anyway. So I don't think it's worth it, like CAC 40 or paper trading. You're not a paper trading site. So I don't think it would help you actually rank for this. So this was not the best idea. And that's what we also see. I mean, it's not going to be a penalty, I think. Most of your content was like risk overlay or return policy that was ranking. So like the what is programmatic SEO is really like AI spam. So that's not really helpful for Google to
each just a few sentences different that are absolutely no value because it's just the usual same stuff copied.
Ship 10,000 pages in a weekend, and we explain in this system how you can do programmatic SEO properly. So in the course itself, we talk about like search intent and making like good pages and how you can actually rank well. So like, still no APIs, but you want to make sure that your content is like legit, right? Like you want to be unique. So you don't want to like use AI 100%. You want to actually have like legit content, like not just what is the sovereign wealth fund. That doesn't help anyone, and anyone can write this AI content really quickly. But what you want to have is like unique data that is only for you. For example, like generate invoice for Chanel or something, right? Or invoice for travel, or finding like past invoices. All of this is actually helpful. And if you have this data, for example, you created some magic, for example, of how to convert from one thing to the other. Or you have like specialized data based on all the content from competitors. For example, you can say like what one often thing is that can help. For example, we have like a Mercury payout, and we have a something that is called like Macadelic Holdings, right? I don't really know what this is. It's one of these results, but maybe like a lot of people are looking for this, or they are looking for cold cider or something. That's also like something that I googled because I saw this in my payment in like Mercury and my invoices and my transactions, and I was figuring out like where is this payment from? Where is this payment from? How to easily identify the source of bank transactions or something, right? Or trace a payment. Well, my payment statement shows something like this: view transaction history. But I'm not, yeah, like it's hard to find an example, but maybe, for example, if CodeRabbit has a weird invoice name or something, that's information that only you would have because your tool would be able to match these two invoices a lot quicker. Or like how to find the invoice for, let me check some of this keyword data instead. Find invoice for, and then see what we have. So how to find the invoice price for a car, for a new car, we're gonna invoice for NVC, invoice template for invoice, best invoice app, create an invoice for free. I would focus like a lot more on invoices than anything else, because that's like what your app is about.
As you can see, the main thing he's going through right now is, as usual, it's more about the intent of the people, of the users searching, and what are the keywords and what are things that might be good for you to be ranking well, so that you get good customers, you get people who would transform into your customers. It doesn't matter if you rank well if it's a wrong word that have nothing to do with what you're offering or what your company does. It doesn't have that invoice company if they are ranking number one for dog treatment. Like, it's just the overlap of people who want a software that does invoicing for them, and people who are right now looking for dog treatment. There's just, the overlap is so small.
Receipt. What is this payment? Access social security payment. Payment. Oh, ACH payment. SSA payment. Google invoice payment. How to make an invoice template. Yeah, it's hard to find a good example here, but I hope you understand a bit more of what I mean. But maybe we can take a look based on your data, like what unique data does getinvoice.com have that nobody else has, that you could make a better website with, for example.
Again, unique stuff that you have that you can use for content. Use your data. That's also why it's important to try to save as much data of your stuff as possible, because you can reuse it for many things, especially content.
One of these tools, explanations, maybe invoice extraction logic or PDF receipt logic. And I think you also have a good strategy for using like tools. For example, QuickBooks to Google Sheets would be a really good one, because you can connect these sites forward to anywhere. For example, maybe a lot of people are looking QuickBooks to Excel. And we see that, yes, this result does help. So you could have like a website, like programmatic SEO of how you like quick results, right? That are like crap, like what is or return policy that doesn't help you as much, or like currency converters, bank statement converters, like PDF to CSV. Like if you could build this tool, it has a lot of traffic. Like potentially it has about 23,000 traffic. So you would build a converter. So you upload a file and then get the result on the other side. So these are like called free tool SEO strategies. Like a free invoice generator, you already have one, but just try to make more of these tools for all kinds of parts of your app that you could kind of automate. So that would be a really good strategy. So if we look at Samsung, they have like a bunch of converters, Word to JPEG, PDF to JPEG, and so on. So you could ship a lot of these very quickly with.
Recently, a study came out, research about how Google AI Overview and ChatGPT give different results. It's like In ChatGPT, it's more of a coach approach where it says, "Hey, here's the stuff you need to do that stuff." While Google is more in the, "Hey, here are information so you can learn about it." So in Google AI Overview, you will get more information about how does it work. Here's Stack Overflow. Here are other information hubs for you to read into the topic. While ChatGPT seems to link more likely into tools where it says, "Hey, how to convert CSV to PDF or vice versa," and it says, "Hey, here are 3 tools and 3 links that do that. Period." So that's also important to know. You can rank very well in AI chat tools with tools.
Invoice for Amazon Prime. Okay, so that's what Google gave us as an example. Where to get Amazon Prime bill invoice. So this could be a decent programmatic SEO strategy, I think. Print an invoice, where to get Amazon Prime bill. Let me check on this. So Amazon price receipt. A lot of people look for this. Amazon Prime lookup, receipt lookup. So people do have some search volume for this. So this is interesting for people. So like just cash out, Spark receipt. Let's look at their SEO, how they're doing. So sparkreceipt.com has an Amazon receipt, print receipt from Amazon mobile app, receipt scanners, Apple Store receipt, Starbucks receipt lookup, OAI replace accountants, good blog post, receipt organizer, how to get Uber receipt to Excel, also part of that convert from X to Y, our receipt scanning app safe, how to scan a receipt, QuickBooks integration, Zoho, digital receipt, and so on. So for this, just walk out. It just talks about the technology. So how to get billing statement from Amazon. Let's look at this. Who is ranking for this? It's also Amazon, as we saw like that earlier thing that happened where a lot of the competitors sites stopped getting ranked and like more of the legit sites started showing up. But we see that Payoneer somehow is ranking for it. So let's take a look at their SEO. It's not great actually. Like Payoneer scams. It's mostly like from their own site as well. Okay, let's take a look further at donotpay.com. Adam and Eve, how to cancel an order. Walgreens cashback. It's like how to cancel orders and return policies. Maybe it can help, but people here seem to be more like founders, right? Or accountants or SaaS owners, or they don't care about the Chanel return policy or like Nordstrom return policy because they definitely know it's for business, right? So it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't even matter that you lost the rankings here, I think. So topbubblindex.com. So they have a few similar ones. So in any case, I wouldn't worry about that loss for now. I mean, the shipping here also. I would be fine starting like from scratch. So let's just focus on what we have right now instead of looking at like things that could be different. But I think it's fine to start again. Like maybe what you can do is like instead of ranking for www, just change it to your root homepage as an initial start. Make sure that you have correctly de-index everything else, and then focus on your homepage only. So like how can we rank your homepage as the initial part? For example, get invoice. We see that there's a few competitors here, and we can then look at the keyword analyzer and linkdr.com. You go here on linkdr.com/keyword, and this starts our Blitz SEO process. So getinvoice.com, free online invoicing software. I get my invoices. I use the invoice generator. So get invoice is probably like a really good one for you, but we need to also figure out like what is the actual, what is the actual keyword here that you want to focus on. Let me try to figure that out quick. Best keyword for this site by using some AI tools. Because I only have a few minutes left because I have to go to travel since it's Sunday. But here on linkdr.com, we see that we have get invoice, and I made a useful tool actually to see all of the results here. So we have get-invoice.com. You're currently not ranking here at all. So we want to make sure that you are able to rank here. So that would be the first #1 keyword to focus on. It's actually low competition. It has 70 volume, and you can uniquely rank for this because you have like that good domain rating, and you're sometimes ranking for it right now. Like here in Ahrefs says you're position 59, and the domain rating, the keyword difficulty is actually quite high. So let's just focus on one thing right now and ignore like the quick win programmatic SEO strategy that you did before. I don't think you have to worry about it. And since you're still ranking, at least for your homepage, because all the other pages are gone, you don't have to worry about the penalty, Google penalty. I don't think it's like a thing, like the thing that you have to focus on. Like right now, like your domain rating is quite low. Google really wants those backlinks to be much higher. So if you can improve your results, for example, Get Invoice is a tool that extracts invoices and receipts from your um, sorry, actually I have to check what they say. Get invoice. So automated invoice management, invoice processing automation, email, invoice extractor. I'm just trying to find the best keyword for you. So let's do that right now. Copy these over. Online portal, automated invoice management, invoice extractor. Shit. Let's go back here. Add comments. Invoice extractor, receipt extractor, email invoice extraction. Extract invoice, invoices for tax season, save time on invoices. The top one that we found is invoice processing automation, automated invoice management, AI invoice processing. So that's how you would change getinvoice.com on your title. So automated AI invoice and receipt management software. It's quite good, but it's a little bit long. Right now, title is up, but it's too long. 65 guys, fix it. So let's see what Google AI Studio says. Your description is quite good. Everything else on the site is decent. Here, it's important that your canonical URL is the same one as your www. So you had it wrong in the past. But let's switch from www to just the root one. That will be better. Maybe if you're using it for sale, it tells you like you should use the www, but that's not true. I just changed it to the root one. It's better. So here we see that the option that AI Studio tells us is open result one, option one, get invoice, AI invoice and receipt automation software. Could be good. And this matches AI invoice processing a little bit, automated invoice and receipt management, invoice processing automation. Let me pick some of these results. AI invoice, AI powered invoice receipt solution, AI invoice and receipt automation software. So use some of these variations to make your title shorter. And then let's, for example, add one more thing here on the invoice processing automation.
I've got to say, I was expecting a bit different things, like more analysis, more tips. I understand, yeah, okay, cool. He's doing the basic keyword research, checking out what can be done. I had hoped that this video would show more about the penalties, the issues, how to check those up, how to repair your domain again, how to set it up so that the bad stuff is gone, how to send Google the signals to reindex, to repair your page, to accept and trust your page again, and so on. I think that's completely missing from this video. It seems more like a little bit of a consulting session.
What you want to do and what linkdr.com does,
but it just
like find these people that you can email. So here you tell them like, hey, by the way, we created getinvoice.com. You can use our tool. Here's like a page found here, and tells you how to contact them. So Concur, Gartner, How to Rank, NetSuite, a little bit hard to rank. So it's very competitive actually, because also Brex is here, DocuWare.com, Tungsten. But it may be like you have some chance of by creating like a Reddit or a LinkedIn article and trying to get listed there. For example, here you can create a LinkedIn post. Like anyone can make this, and it's also showing up in a SERP. The way that you do this is like you open LinkedIn, you press write article, and then you write the article. On Medium.com, you can do something similar. That would help you get listed in position 15 or so. But the best one that we see here is Rossum. So definitely email them and ask if you can be included in their backlink stuff. For getinvoice.com, you have the GetInvoice, and they use free online invoicing software, which could also potentially help you if you change your title here. But the other results has like this invoice generator template, because all of the results have this. It looks like this. So you make a subpage invoice generator and use the same like local SEO strategy that we see here, like a free online invoice generator. You press a button and it creates one. All of the results for Get Invoice do this. So that's like the Blitz SEO in a nutshell. You look at what else everyone is ranking for, and then you make this page. And then in a week or so, you see if you are ranking here or not, and then you adjust your strategy again. But these are the two ideas that I would have right now for your tool. And also, of course, keep getting more backlinks. The Verge one is really good. But I wouldn't worry so much about like the de-ranking that you noticed. It makes sense because your site has nothing to do with like what is Nigeria's currency. It doesn't even make sense. You're not going to rank for this unless you have this unique perspective or data that nobody else has. That's like the uniqueness of programmatic SEO. If you don't have this, I wouldn't start it. I hope this helps. If you have any questions, let me know. I'll be happy to respond.
Okay. Well, getinvoice.com SEO fix from penalty panic to from Elias Ism. I will leave the link to the video below. I was not that touched by this video now. I got to admit, yeah, it's good. Basic practices, of course. Checking keyword, checking the competition, seeing what they do, how they rank, why it works, and then no. I hope all of you also already know that stuff. If not, leave a comment. I can go much more in depth for this SEO analysis and what to do. If you want, we can do these kind of videos. Man, kind of shame, kind of really bit of a shame. I was hoping to find more insights on the specific stuff. Well, but that's it. As usual, I go through all kind of stuff. Sometimes stuff won't be a diamond, sadly. With that, I hope you like what I do. I go through articles, news, trends, studies, papers, research, and all of different kind of stuff in the broad field of marketing. If you like what I do and if you want to support the channel, please consider leaving a like, subscribing to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks for you, but it helps the channel a lot. And with that, I'm going to jump right up to the next. In many countries, when there were such situations, they just declared gold a century. That's a bit more than a century. I think it's interesting, like the saying from the Eastern Europeans, like when Yugoslavia broke apart back in the 90s, for example. It was like everything was fine. You had your money in the bank, everything. The next morning you woke up, you went to the bank, and it was just closed. They told me it was like, man, it was just closed. You had no clue why it was closed. And you found out through the news afterwards that, hey, your money, gone. It's gone. And that's why a lot of people from Eastern Europe, for example, or also much older Germans, they're like, no, if you don't have it in your pocket, it's a problem. But when it comes push to shove, only what you have in your hand counts. Everything else, no matter how safe, insured, how whatever, you can't count on it. Well, that's the sentiment, at least from these people who like experienced crashes on another intensity than most of the Western world has experienced. Like we're a bit coddled when it comes to that. For us, a crash is like, oh my god, the stocks lost 10 or 20% value, and like, wow, that's a crash for us. And other countries experience like, whoa, suddenly there is no food, and there are major issues, and all of your money is gone. So that's an interesting take. And it brings me to another point that I just want to make, because of usually gold and assets are often used as a hedge against inflation too. And I heard your point also being like, you can get a loan or use your money that might lose the value through inflation and buy assets. Like, good if you have assets that don't depreciate in value, even better if you buy assets that create cash flow, like that's adaptable to the. I'm a bit curious because back in Germany, when the hyperinflation era was, I just wanted to tell you, so you know, maybe to look into it. The government stepped in and said, whoa, now all of the houses were paid off technically by the inflation, all the real estate, but that's unfair to the population. That's just unfair. So the government, with the new value, they were sent into the ground book. It's like, who owns it? And if they didn't pay off that tax in, I don't know anymore, it's like in X years, then the estate was confiscated and sold and taken away. So just want to warn the people who think, okay, I'm gonna go all in with taking loans and buying assets. Even that, if you don't have a good idea for the cash flow and how to handle the money afterwards, it can also lead to ruin, because that's also dangerous game. Hey people, today
My guest is Richard Falk. He's a world-renowned scientist and researcher. He's emeritus on Princeton Beam, and I'm so thrilled to have him as a guest today. He's an expert on many different topics regarding human rights, the development of those legal systems, and geopolitical events. It's a very broad topic that we're going to try to cover today, and I think it will be interesting for everyone to listen. Dr. Falk, it's an honor to have you here. Please, if you could give the viewers a little summary of your work, of what exactly you do and how you got into that field, it would be nice.
Story, because I'm quite old and have been working in these issues for more or less 70 years. I started as a law student who didn't want to be a lawyer. My father was a lawyer in New York City, and I knew that but I didn't know quite what to do with those interests. So I began to disqualify myself from a practical career. I studied at Yale Law School a lot of things that most law students avoid, like the law of India, for instance. I devoted a lot of attention and was given a Fulbright to study further in India for a year after I graduated. But at the last minute, the U.S. State Department canceled the Fulbright program because it wanted to punish India for not paying for some wheat that it had received on a loan basis. So I found myself without any employment, and somebody got sick at a Midwestern university, and they were so desperate they hired me as a visiting one-year professor. I had never thought of an academic career, partly because my early student life, I didn't distinguish myself. I was more into sports than studies.
Really?
But once I arrived at this big campus of Ohio State University, I realized that this was, for me, a very privileged life. I could do what I wanted at a very young age, and I enjoyed teaching and the freedom to determine my own structure of work and activities by and large. And so that was the professional beginning of my life. And then I was very fortunate that Princeton had an opening for a chair in international law that had a very peculiar requirement that you had to be trained in law but not too interested in it. And they felt I was qualified on both counts, and so I got this opportunity and stayed there for 40 years. And because it had no law school, I taught law and politics and became more broadly interested in the political and geopolitical context, to be the irresponsible statecraft of parts of the Cold War. And I was particularly worried by the way nuclear weapons were being integrated into the political consciousness.
Here are we talking about? When was this?
Probably in the late 60s, 70s. But the decisive political turn came in toward the end of the 1960s. I'd grown up in a fairly conservative, anti-communist political atmosphere. My father was a lawyer for some of the leader of Russia in the interim period between the Tsarism and Bolshevism. and so I reacted somewhat to that experience, but with a certain sense of confusion. But what I opposed the Vietnam War. I went to North Vietnam twice during the war and was very impressed by the leadership there, by the nature of the victimization, continuation of the war against the French. And it really had an effect on my political identity and on the issues that engaged me for some time. Another strand of thought, and I may be tired, stop me if I'm talking in too much.
No, don't worry. It's interesting. It's interesting to hear about it. I've got 2 whole pages of questions. Don't worry.
But another strand came from my experience as a graduate student at Harvard, where I ended up getting a Doctor of Law degree. But I learned more from my fellow students than from the faculty while I was there. And I developed an interest in what we then called world order studies, how what now is more generally talked of in the context of global governance. How do we achieve a more peace and became part of a global project called World Order Models Project, which started in the end of the 60s and lasted till 1990, and there's recently been kind of effort to revive it. It brought to bear 2 central themes, which was first, how do you act to avoid war between the major political actors in the world, avoiding World War III, essentially. And secondly, how does the transition from colonial and economic development take place? And we had very good participants from all parts of the world, including China and the Soviet Union and Latin America, Africa, India. And the project was funded by people who believed in world government, which actually the participants in the project, including myself.
I can ask, I'm a bit curious there. If I think about back then, you had the bipolar world, you had the Eastern Bloc, you had the West, you had, of course, the little third, not that small, but like third neutral countries under India and Egypt and Yugoslavia back then. How would you say World War, at any moment the red button could be pressed for like nuclear annihilation? So if you compare that time back then to the times now, let's say 1 or 2 years ago, because with the Ukraine conflict, it's got a bit more sensitive suddenly. But like, do you think we made good progress towards the goal of peace and like, how would you say it? World government? Is the world government a project? Is that a good thing? Do you think the development that we had was a good one? What would you say?
Topic. I think there was more of a sense early in the Cold War of remembering the devastation of World War II. See, and even younger people learn from their families and from their background that it was war going on to make one feel that even war was worthwhile to avoid succumbing to communism. So there was the famous slogan, better dead than red, and the counter slogan, better red than dead, representing these sort of two tendencies in the North. And that was that reached one sort of climax in Europe around the various Berlin crises and fear between the victors, including the division of Europe and the division of Germany and the division of Berlin, and that those what I call geopolitical fault lines were being put under dangerous pressure. But in retrospect, it was very enlightening to have established those fault lines, because they had unfortunate consequences for the people that were subjected to where these governments should not exert too much pressure, especially territorial pressure or intervention. And the West put up with these interventions in Eastern Europe in 1956 in Hungary and East Germany and Poland elsewhere, and then the Prague Spring, and in the Western European countries, including covert efforts to destroy the communist parties in these various countries that were very strong at the end of World War II for a variety of reasons.
It's a very interesting take. It's really an interesting take. Like, which players, because nowadays we also have like these big players, these superpowers. I think most people would say China, Russia, America, of course, are like these big players, but we don't know nowadays that clearly where is the sphere, as you say. That's a very interesting take. I think that's so.
No, it's more than easier. It was really a form of peacekeeping to create these clear they're not crystal clear because they're not on maps and they're not, but there was a general understanding at the Yalta Pact. And so the present situation is more closer to what led to World War I, the absence of clear boundaries between, and then you can easily stumble into an unintended and yet very destructive war. So that I think we're living in a very dangerous time because of that issue. And unlike World War I, there are these weapons of mass destruction in the background of the conflict.
Well, it's an interesting thing, if I may ask. It's like, now that you say it, I never thought about it in this way, but it's like, let's take the Ukraine conflict, for example. Like, during the Cold War era, you knew perfectly well, if soldiers step over this line, this is going to be all the countries that fight against you. It was automatic. In the Ukraine conflict, it would be on which side, how devastating would be the military reaction, the economic reaction, everything. So it was a bit blurry. And do you think that could, or do you understand you correctly, that could mean someone does something, a player does something, expects just a small reaction, but it could escalate into a much stronger reaction than they had anticipated. And if they had known what kind of reaction they would get, they would never have done it. So it was a better deterrent, a better.
Yeah, well, I think if one looks at it in a sophisticated way, they both have disadvantages.
Yeah, of course.
In other words, if the West had accepted the idea that Ukraine fit within the traditional sphere of influence of Russia, it would have avoided this geopolitical confrontation, but it would have subjected Ukraine to a lot of suffering.
Yeah.
Now, it turns out, though, with Russian aggression, that you also have perhaps more suffering for the Ukrainian people. That they would have been badly hurt if there was no concerted NATO response. On the other hand, they're worse hurt by the NATO response.
Yeah.
And it's also dangerous. And one of the U.S. Missed an opportunity after the implosion of the Soviet Union to create a more durable and less militarized form of geopolitics, with more cooperation for solving common global challenges like climate change, etc.
Yeah.
It saw the situation as one of creating an opportunity to establish what I call, and others have called, a unipolar global security arrangement. So only, and the implication of unipolarity is that only the U.S. has spheres of influence.
Yeah.
And any other country, even on its own borders, has no geopolitical or legal entitlement to intervene to protect its security interests. It's this collision between these two visions, where the Chinese and the Russians are trying to establish a multipolar global security system, and the NATO West is trying to extend this post-Cold War unipolarity. And so the strategic stakes are very high, and the people of Ukraine are paying the large part of the price for that. And that's and the media has been, at least the media that I'm familiar with, you may be familiar with more about, the media doesn't give any, it's as if they're completely unaware of this trade-off between the narrow view of what happened and the more geopolitical or contextual view.
I just recently had an interview with another researcher from completely different, Joel Best, about how narratives form and how data is used. We discussed a bit about how media just, they need to push narratives, they need to make money, they need that clickbait title. They're not really that interested in a thoroughly investigated, proper presentation of objective facts and like a multi-viewpoint of different issues to like say, okay, this is from this side, this is from this side, how can we work it out, what are the different takes? It's like, no, it has to be a clickbait title, it has to make people that it's not like that. Media pushes a narrative. That's always been like that. It's 100 years of history where we can see media, news, and everything pushes something. That's just the way it is.
Well, see, I agree with that line of analysis, but I would add two factors. One is that after the defeat of the U.S. in the Vietnam War, there was a conscious decision that part of the reason for the defeat was the failure to exert sufficient influence over the media. So the media, if you look at the pre-Vietnam and Vietnam coverage and the post-Vietnam coverage, European, I think, context, you will see that the media has become, in this foreign policy domain, more of an instrument of state propaganda. So when the U.S. wanted to go to war against Iraq 20 years ago, if you look back at the media, it was championing the war. Same thing with Ukraine.
And not just that, if for the people who might be too young or who haven't been that conscious back then, simply the way the military included the media into the action, how they make sure to have their media people with them, to make sure the narrative is pushed the right way, to have like the best shots, where to put them, where to make them stand, where to, into which platoon to put the reporters and everything, was a vastly different method and take than it was during Vietnam. So one has also
that was part of that was part of what they learned. That was part of the learning from Vietnam. See, they deliberately did that. They felt they didn't, so they tried to co-opt a portion of the media and important journalists, and as you say, put them into the combat situation, make them identify almost as soldiers on the one side. And then the other thing they did was to make the armed forces a profession rather than to force people drafted, or what was called. And so the middle classes were depoliticized when it came to war peace issues. And this was all part of the effort to learn from the political mistakes of the Vietnam experience. And it had a profound effect, especially with the rise of these autocratic leaders in so many countries, including U.S., and a kind of post-truth atmosphere where truth is not the objective anymore, but instilling belief. You know, you want people to believe certain things, as you were saying about narrative. You want a certain kind of narrative to be believed, and you're not concerned, you're not influenced by whether it's true or not, or objective or not. You have the commitment to its priority.
We talked about this recently. It's like, as you say, to believe something, and we discovered a bit, another researcher was more like, it's an emotional hook. The importance is to make you feel what they want you to feel, and then they give you something that we say, and now we're going to connect that feeling with this happening, with this topic, with whatever, so that you don't want to learn the facts or things about this topic, but that anytime this topic is brought up, you just relive, you re-experience that emotion you had. And that's how the narrative is pushed. That's a really interesting take. Interesting that we get into that topic again, because the interview was just recently. And we're now at the, interesting how we go through the times. We're now at the Vietnam War era. Now we got a bit further. 9/11 times, Desert Storm, Desert Storm, Bush Jr., so to speak. Those had huge implications for the American system. Let's be honest, it was somewhat of a game changer if you consider like the Homeland Security Act and everything. So would you give us a bit of pre and after? What is the difference for the American people, or maybe the whole world, between before and after?
You mean 9/11, the 9/11 attack?
I would say I would like to, yes, of course, it's 9/11, but I would like to say not the terrorism itself, but like more the legal ramifications that came afterwards. Those would be more interesting to me.
Yes. See, I think the one of the important political personalities at that time was Donald Rumsfeld, who was the Secretary of Defense, and he made a very telling a statement on the first anniversary of 9/11. He said he called it a blessing in disguise. And what he meant by that was that it gave the and to mobilize the West to some extent for war and to justify interventions that were rather remotely connected, if at all, to the threats that were posed by the 9/11 attacks. And the Iraq War was a prime example of that, where they used the atmosphere of the 9/11 attacks. And the same thing to some degree in Afghanistan, where they always wanted to reverse the Taliban control, and this gave them the excuse as a counter-terrorist haven to engage in this wider strategic, and then to get into the failed state building operations that went on for complete absence of results. So it's part of this over-reliance on an over-investment in military solutions. The U.S. had complete military dominance, yet lost the war. But it didn't question the military budget or a military approach to conflict. It did these other things that made it more possible to fail, but to fail in different ways. And the Iraq and all these other interventions were all failures, and very expensive failures, done to improve the lives of poorer people, including in the U.S. And
infrastructure lives, and also the price that was paid through Julius' lives, blood, tears, was for very little, if anything, gained at all. To think of it, it's like really, really.
Say things were lost. I mean, Iraq was a much more stable society than it became after the intervention and the failed state building enterprise. And it's closer to Iran. See, the part of the original justification was containment of Iran. It now is really dominated by Iranian
researched, and you worked and you read and you did a lot of stuff in that realm of United Nations, international law, geopolitics. To someone who's not that well versed, let me ask you and explain to me exactly and it's going to be another question that's very multifaceted, I know, but like, what does the UN do in these regards? Like it seems very often to be an institution that can be just kind of ignored, to be honest. Like in the Ukraine Russia conflict now, back in the Afghanistan, really matter, or do they matter or not? Like as a normal citizen, it's hard to understand what of all of that is even relevant, and where do countries just say we do what we want anyway?
I think that's really important and very fair kind of concern. I think the first attempt to understand that deficiency of what I would call deficiency of global governance is that the UN was designed to be weak.
Mhm.
And in that sense, it's not, because that's the way it was set up. They wouldn't have given the veto to the most dangerous countries in the world if they had really wanted to be an effective respecter of international law and the UN Charter. They wanted to give the winners of World War II discretion to use force when they wanted.
Mm.
But the West in particular plays a double game. They use force when they want to, but when their rivals use force, they suddenly become very international law oriented and invoke the Charter. And the American Secretary of State talks about a rules-governed world without any implication that those rules have any application to the American behavior. And that idea of a weak UN was partly prompted by the fact that the League of Nations set up after World War I collapsed because it didn't give the powerful countries this discretion. And they didn't participate. The US never joined. The Soviet Union was expelled. Germany withdrew. So it failed in a different, sort of the opposite way.
Mm.
So it's a dilemma. Are you better off with geopolitical actors within the UN framework with the veto, or excluding them? And then what you have is you don't have a genuine international organization. You have a ideologically dominated political instrument or policy instrument. And so there is no easy answer to that other than the Russia and China at this time coming to the sensible conclusion that they're better off cooperating than engaging in this traditional kind of big power conflict.
Yep.
And they're better off dealing with climate change than with these problems of interstate friction and ideology. But how you get that understanding when there's a big vested interest, corporate interest in arms sales, in a big military budget, and you don't have any countervailing power. There's nothing to be gained by those that would like to cut the military budget.
And it's also a bit of an issue. It's like I've recently read it in game theory research, like the Machiavellianism in these ideas is like, if you get a few players together that all accept, okay, we will cut our budget for military supplies, for example, or we will get rid of all weapons, whatever. The issue is, if one player cheats, that player is going to dominate all the others. So no player is willing to risk that and says, no, we gotta stay on our budget with our weapons and so on, because one cheater could ruin the game for everyone. So the only way we have is by all of us playing the game all along. It's a very problematic situation in that kind where I don't think anyone has a proper solution just now. But I'm curious to ask you something where it's really, there's no right or wrong answer. It's just I'm just curious about your personal opinion. it's like in the last few years, we've had a lot of conspiracy theories, topics about, a new world order, one world government, and so on. And I recently had listened to a podcast from Patrick Bet-David, like he's some famous guy with a lot of money, and he talked about the dangers of a one government system. It's like, if you don't like how Russia is right now, you can go to the US. If you don't like what it's like in the US, you can go to Europe. If you don't like the rules in Europe, you can go to China. And if you don't like the rules in China, you can go to India. So it's like there are experiments in how to live in a society. You can go to the Middle East and live basically almost under Sharia law, or you can go into the West and live under more progressive laws where LGBTQ is more respected, and so on, just as an easy example. On the other side, it gives you the chance to get away from, if one of these systems becomes autocratic or begins to infringe on you in ways that you don't accept, that you don't like. If you have a one world government style, like doesn't matter if it's one government or if it's an international organization, you have the benefit that the world would be more peaceful, we could be more efficient towards goals like climate change, like, as we said, get rid of all the weapons, take care of world poverty, food, hunger, and so on. But you risk that if that system becomes bad for people, they have no place to go to. They can't escape it. What would be your personal opinion on this duality of benefit and cost and risk of the two different systems?
Well, I think that the dilemma is real. I mean, I think there is a cost of excessive unification, political unification. On the other hand, it may be exaggerated, at least in the short run, because most ideas about a unified world government or are based on a strong federalist principle in which you would keep the diversity, and that the parts of the system, the various units, subunits in the system, would have sufficient autonomy that you could still move around and escape things you didn't like. It is true that the central government, as has happened with a federal system like India's or Brazil or US, becomes concentrated at the center and very autocratic and imposes its will on the part. And so it's the balancing of the whole and the part that is the challenge if you move toward greater political unification. But I think there's, especially one of the elements that you didn't mention, which I think is relevant, is that we're living in a post-colonial era where countries are very attached to their political independence, and therefore they're resistant. They think of any kind of political unification as a way of subjecting them to some new form of hegemonic domination. And that's part of the objection to this unipolar kind of development, that these issues all have bright sides and dark sides and are difficult to balance and assess.
Yeah, I might have overlooked that, because you're absolutely right. It's an important fact. I think I might have overlooked it because basically I'm a European, so especially a Western European, for us it's like pretty normal to have the West as the hegemony, the American influence, to be like America is the one who decides cultural, political, everything. And for us was the unification of the EU and Europe was basically a very positive thing in most regards. Of course, people are very displeased about many aspects of the details and so on, but overall, even if people speak against it, on another level, it was a very positive experience, I personally would say, for most of the people. So they don't have that emotional reaction like countries that were legit colonized, because it's like a completely different game. And so for us, that aspect of giving sovereignty to international organizations has, of course, a completely different connotations than for these other countries. So that's very, thank you very much for making me more conscious about that. Something that I overlooked a bit. In
that part of that feeling is that the colonial period was one where the national experiences of the colonies was basically suppressed and distorted and co-opted to some degree, whereas in Europe the various national communities were never really threatened in that way. They were not occupied. They were not. I mean, there were brief exceptions, but fundamentally they had a very strong national character, which the EU hasn't eroded. I mean, when you're in Italy, you still feel Italian. You still feel the strength of Italian cuisine, language, culture, and same with France or UK. You're in Vienna, is that right?
Vienna, Austria. Yep. And it's like,
Yes.
as you say, people still identify on the national level. Like, you don't identify as I'm a European. It's like,
Yep.
and you're not an EU citizen. It's like very different from, for example, with the USA, where it's like, okay, the East Coast, but here it's like, no, I'm German, or I'm Austrian, or I'm French, or I'm Italian. As you say, it's a completely different thing. And like on the second level, you're, oh, but I'm a European too, of course. So it's very different identification. It's really interesting take.
But in some parts of America, you know, if you travel in the South, in the part of the Civil War, the states that lost the Civil War, they might give you the other answer. Texans might first say, I'm a Texan before I'm an American.
Interesting.
And I'm from Georgia, not from America, you know.
Really interesting. Really, I mean, I gotta admit, it's also it's a bit confusing for many Europeans with the stuff in America, especially with like the social issues. I gotta admit, like the racial tensions in America, as you say, the Civil War stuff, still with the northern and southern states and so on. It's like for Europeans, it's like, man, that's water under the bridge. We've had a dozen wars since that. You know, like the racial tensions in the USA from stuff that's been 100 or 200 years ago, when in Europe we've had in the last 100 years 2 world wars, and like Germany and France were attacking each other. The Eastern Bloc was having really nasty wars. You know, we've had like death camps and stuff. And when you look here, 20 years later, politically, okay, we're gonna work again with each other. Forget it. Everything, not like forget it. I'm you know, hyperbolic speech, but like, okay, it's water under the bridge. Let's work the next. Oh, we want to be a EU. Yeah, okay. Racism on a completely different level and everything. So it's like very confusing for many Europeans why the Americans hold on to the stuff for so long, like for centuries. Why?
Well, it's opportunistically revived by politicians. and the people like Trump have done a good job of remobilizing this white supremacy attitude. I first came to Vienna in 1954 when Vienna was a divided city, and it was quite interesting the way it was divided. You had to be careful where you crossed the lines, but it's an impressive place.
I hope you like to stay here. But like that's very, very interesting take where many Europeans hold. It's like so old. It's so much other stuff has happened. I think maybe that's because we have more. And I think it's hugely different when you really, as you said it before, war changes people and their perception even for the next generations. How the parents talk about it, how stuff is talked about, how they had to rebuild everything and so on. And like Americans don't really have that. So of course their perception and their big myth is a different one. Like as you said, the Civil War is a big one because it was the last time that people experienced these kind of hardships on their own soil. And it's carried on with the flags and the stories and so on. So that's really, really interesting. I've got to ask you how much time you've got. I don't want to overextend you.
I could spend 15.
That is very intertwined with all of this. The view of academia and the role of academia in the kind of issues that we discussed right now, in forming consciousness, forming narratives, getting the data, getting knowledge for people, analyzing how it happened. What is, in your opinion, the role of academia going forward? Should it just be viewing objectively? Should it be reflecting? Should it be actively trying to come up with solutions? What do you think for all the younger students and all the younger researchers now? What is their role in this big game?
Well, it's again a very difficult issue, partly because it also reflects society relations. In other words, I'm here in Turkey, where the state feels very threatened by an independent academic, professors and others. So it's almost like a encounter between and from that kind of perspective, the role of education is to train people to be helpful to the economic development and social development and providing the necessary skills for a modern society. The more liberal tradition of academic life is anchored in notions of academic freedom and the importance of training young people to be engaged citizens as well as skillful professionals. And I guess I'm an example of that latter style of academic life, where I think that young people that have the greatest stake in the future, and particularly in a future that is threatened now by the way older people are running the world, to think critically, to feel that they have a legitimate stake in forming the policies of their society. In other words, engage citizenship, additional notions of patriotism and national sovereignty. And these issues are being fought over in the U.S. now. I mean, where on the one side you have the right wing trying to ban books of really world-class literature. And yes, in Florida, the Governor DeSantis, who's the Republican alternative to Trump, over the curriculum. He doesn't want the history of slavery to be taught to contemporary American students, and doesn't want faculty that are inclined in liberal traditions. So for state universities in Florida, there's been a kind of denial of academic freedom and a mobilization of parents to put pressure on their particular high school or college to limit what their children. It's also a matter of sexual. One of the hot issues is
the topics of sexualization for children is pretty hot in America right now, as far as I can tell from Europe. I'm not sure what is true. I'm not in America, but it's like a hot topic over there right now.
Yeah, it's a hot topic on both sides.
It proved in Europe, at least, like it's easier to show a blown away skull than some breasts on TV. It's like weird for a European, but it's like this time you guys really seem to have a bit of a political fight about stuff going. I'm not sure if you want to comment on that or not, because I'm not too well versed. I couldn't like give my opinion or my feedback on that. But if you want to elaborate on that, feel free, please.
Well, it's again, it manifests the diversity of American society, where you have these conservative state governments, you know, the like Indiana or Michigan, Illinois, passing laws banning trans, restricting the life and identity of trans people. And on the other hand, you have popular support for people choosing the sexual identity that they want, and many younger people coming out of the cities, particularly, now use these pronouns, you know, after their name to identify their sexual preferences. They will say she, them, or she, her.
It's starting a bit here too.
Yes, I'm sure. But
we're
it's
always a few years after you guys.
Yeah, it's all part of this sense of struggling between tradition and freedom, really, or tradition and permissiveness.
Huh?
And it has its ugly sides where, you know, people are brutalized in various ways. So it's not a pleasant thing, and for the people involved, it's probably very difficult. But more and more very young people, friends of our children, are saying that they feel they're not born the way that their identity is not what they look like. So boys feel that they want to be girls, and girls feel they want to be boys.
Okay.
And how parents cope.
Okay.
Yes, and have this childhood surgery, you know.
Okay.
All those issues are very much alive at the present time.
Topic gonna be a dangerous topic to talk about, but I think I'll go look and see if I can get one or two guests who can elaborate on those topics. As I said, I'm not really well versed in them. My personal field is from mechatronics and business, so stuff like economy, geopolitics, technical stuff. In those, I'm very well versed. Medicine, I'm going to start now. We're gonna have a nice little interview in 1 or 2 weeks with a gonna be a secret for the viewers. You will get the link down below on the video. Dr. Falk, I could talk without an end with you because as I think just as we're talking now, it's an awesome segue into the topic of human rights, how they developed, how they're seen in different areas of the world. I think all of that, which is also a big part of your research, would be interesting to talk about, but I know we sadly don't have that much time. I could just keep on talking a few hours with you, but I want to thank you very, very much for the time you took, for the effort you put, for the honor of being a guest on my show. I want to thank you very, very much for that. And
thank you so much. I enjoyed our interaction. It was more of a conversation than a monologue, and that's always good. And I think you're embarked on a good journey. That's a worthwhile journey.
Nice words. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Falk. Thank you.
Now, next article, culture checking, how B2B marketers can own meme-worthy moments. Memes might be informal, but your strategy for using them shouldn't be. Rather than chasing virality, follow this 5-point approach to prove your B2B brand belongs in these shared conversations. Okay, written by Robert Rose. If you saw it, Robert Rose had a very nice article that I really sympathize with, that I really agree with, about wisdom and experience and knowledge in your marketing team. You should, I might, either I'm making it appear now or not, I don't know, but let's go through it. So, when news checking felt like the pinnacle of real-time marketing, brands raced to slide into trending headlines, holidays, or celebrity tweets with a clever twist and a well-timed post. Sometimes it was brilliant, often it was awkward, but at the time it worked. Anybody remember Oreo's dunk in the dark moment or advertising? Oh man, I remember the Oreo dunk, that was great. But if you are curious about that, if you don't know that, just Google great news checking. There are a few examples that were really great. Yeah. I don't want to go through the whole article. Just Google it if you want to see it. I can go through it if you want to. Just leave a comment that I should go through these moments. Insert major cultural phenomenon can teach us about insert your industry buzzword. Let's be honest, most of us cranked out at least one headline that fit the pattern. What Breaking Bad teaches us about sales enablement. Marketing lessons from Justin Bieber's haircut. 5 lessons content marketers can learn from the Hunger Games. Yeah, I remember. The golden age of forced relevance, and we all had the template. But today, news checking feels almost quaint. It's not just that we've moved past the novelty too deep or hit too close to home for brands to comfortably weigh in. Today, hijacking the moment feels less like clever marketing and more like reputational roulette. Yeah, the world is in a bit of a bad mood when it comes to the news, and increasingly brands don't want to be part of the conversation. However, as the For You algorithm invades every media surface, from search to social and even our own media properties, it does show they belong in it. Enter the meme. Ouch. Ouch. We'll see. I've seen so many attempts of brands using memes, but let's see. Memes aren't just funny, they're fluent. What started as niche in jokes in the internet's earliest days are now for humor. Memes don't just ride the wave of culture. As we head into the back half of 2025, it feels like we're in the midst of what I'd call a meme maturity moment. But this isn't the same meme culture that originally played alongside news checking, where success was measured by virality. In 2025, the game has changed. Okay. Memes are now so easy to create and so embedded in our daily scroll that they've evolved into something closer to modern emojis. Not just formats, but content types. Distinct communication vehicles. Tools for signaling niche understanding, emotion, and identity in a flash. The point of using memes in marketing isn't to go viral anymore, it's to go relevant. The best B2B memes don't land just because they're funny, they land because they feel true. They communicate with community members, it's the marketing value. Memes have become the punchline that proves you understand the which you're trying to resonate. Tired. According to, we'll look into that. a trend that only accelerated during the pandemic. Marketers' growing happy thought leadership impact report notes that and relatable. In a content ecosystem bloated with AI-generated summaries, thought leadership platitudes, and mid-tier video clips, I reached out to one of the smartest content marketers and easily one of the funniest humans I know, my friend Tim Washer. Okay. Tim has an uncanny understanding of meme-driven content. He put it perfectly. B2B thought leadership is usually neither. Creators who build a sense of connection with the audience will. A simple way to do this is to include a relevant meme, especially if it speaks to the pain point our B2B customers are facing in a moment. Memes can be both strategic and silly. AI is putting real pressure on marketers to create good content that stands out from the daily avalanche of material flooding the internet. However, AI is sending down the web as it becomes more prevalent, especially in B2B marketing contexts. Product pages have started to look like they were all built in the same CMS, using the same UX checklist. Social content from scrappy B2B startups and massive enterprises often feels generated from the same overly sanitized beat poetry style prompt. Ongoing and oddly passionate debate over how to spot AI written content. Is it the EM dash, the word delve, the overuse of coherence, or maybe the debate is the point? Whether it's AI training the human or the human trying to sound like AI, audiences are feeling something, and it's not resonance, it's the ick. That subtle skin crawling sense that what they're reading wasn't made for them, it was just made to fill space. Okay. Here I have the peach. Ah man, I can't find it now. There was an old story, Chinese philosopher. I think it's really important to understand that. Okay, two things. Because personally, I'm just a bit annoyed at this point about this. Oh, I can see the old story of the axe thief. It's going like this. One day, a man couldn't find his axe, and he was looking around, and he was, and there it was. He moved like an axe thief. He talked like an axe thief. He did everything like an axe thief did, and he knew it was just certain that this was an axe thief. The next day, the man found the axe in his field that he forgot to later. When he watched the neighbor's son, how much do we predetermine the outcome that we want to have? The same applies to another story where it was more about the friend was eating something and said, "Wow, this peach tastes great. You want to have another?" The emperor was, "Hey, cool. See, he's such a friend that he shares with me." Took something like the pavilion or the wagon or something of the emperor because his mother was dying. And he needed to get there fast and travel fast. He towards his mother and see her. What a good man. But then, later on, some people started to whisper into the emperor's ears like, "Hey, he's not a good person. He's trying to betray you. He's talking bad about you." And the emperor started to interpret the same things differently. Suddenly it was, yeah, true. How could he show me the lack of respect, suggesting me to eat something that he had bitten from? What is that of a lack of respect? And true, another time he took the wagon without asking for permission. He's a thief and stuff. I've seen it a lot with these AI. Oh, I can't tell it was drawn by AI or it was written by AI and so on, okay? Just saying. In the sea of sameness, memes don't just stand out because they're fun, terrible marketing stand-up. You fought the CRM. You've whispered, "We're not ready for this webinar," under your breath 10 minutes before you going live. Memes are compressed context, and in B2B context is everything. In modern B2B marketing, trust is built at the edges, not through messaging pyramids or multi-channel customer journey maps, but through those tiny high context signals as whisper, we know what solving this challenge is really like. It's exactly that. It's not just what it shows, it's what it reveals. The 5 P's of B2B meme success. Here's a practical way to evaluate whether a meme belongs in your brand's voice, how to deploy it without losing trust or relevance. Take the pulse. Track what's happening before it peaks. Meme culture moves fast. B2B culture moves more slowly, but it still moves. Make sure that it's a classic or that you're moving quickly enough to remain relevant in whatever. Not all brands can go there, and that's okay. Your brand voice defines where and how humor shows up. Can you make fun of your buyer's pain? Can you joke about your own product? If you're selling compliance software to federal agencies, maybe stay out of SpongeBob SquarePants. But if you're selling dev tools or sales enablement, your audience wants to know that you get the absurdity. Ask, do we have the trust or tone for this joke to land? How do you do, fellow kids? When your enterprise compliance software account tries to post a SpongeBob meme. I think it worked, but on the other side, it's such cringe because you see, these memes are years old, man. Years old. Oh, man. But yeah, okay. Still, it works. It works. True. Make sure you keep perspective. Don't just reuse, add insight. The best B2B memes don't just repeat the trends, they remix them. You're not borrowing a format to be relevant. You're using it to say something specific about your category, customer, or worldview. Ask what truth are we surfacing and is it ours to tell? Is this innovation slightly better workflow? What's your placement? Choose the right channel for the right moment. Memes in the Slack community, gold. Memes on your sales team's LinkedIn, maybe. Memes in the keynote deck for your board, maybe not so much. Meme posted from your corporate LinkedIn page at 3am, same meme shared in a Slack channel by your sales lead with too real as the only comment. As you would in any good content strategy, map your meme to the medium. Even with LinkedIn, the same meme may hit differently from a founder, a community manager, or a brand accountant. Ask, where will this meme not just survive, but thrive? Create the playbook. Create rules, not red tape. Empower creators with principles, not approvals. Define meme-safe zones, flag no-go formats, e.g. strategy jacking, edgy, Twitter-style sarcasm, whatever, absolutely, whatever fits your brand or not. For example, I don't like being negative. I don't like being mean. I don't like this nastiness. I just don't like it. I don't want to use drama for anything. Just my personal opinion, how I think my agency and my brands have to be in public. I don't mind doing it for clients, but not for us, ourselves in-house. Build in optional legal review lanes, but don't build a bureaucracy. Ask, have we enabled creative freedom with clear boundaries? This is fine. When you let the intern post memes without brand guidelines. The meme is the medium. For a long time, memes in B2B were treated like emojis in a corporate email. Playful but unprofessional. Optional, peripheral, something you might get away with if you were a scrappy startup or had a cheeky social team. That era is over. The memes aren't filler between real content, they're fast-moving containers for meaning. When used well, they prove that your brand doesn't just serve a market, it understands it. That's not noise, it's a signal. And in modern B2B, signal is everything. Yes, AI can generate copy. It can write a blog post. It might even summarize your case study. But it can't feel the shift in the sales team's mood during Q3 forecasting. It can't read the room at a security conference. And it can't make your audience laugh because they feel seen. Memes are what's left when content gets compressed and culture gets specific. They're not just funny, they're fluent. If you're serious about relevance, resonance, and trust, don't wait for permission. Start speaking in a language your buyers already use. You're not just joining the conversation, you're proving you belong in it. It's your story, use a meme or two and tell it well. Okay. Okay, Robert, nice article. I just think of the boomer meme. Oh, man. Let's see if I find that little joke. What the hell? Why do I find Austrian hotels? Well, as you can see, Google is getting worse and worse and worse. This is the one I meant. That's what I wanted to find. Well, are you gonna start? Lab of a meme. Does that work? Yeah, high pixelated. Great. So you have the worst quality overall. Sorry. As you can see, life of a meme. Someone does it, people like it, and they copy it. It becomes a trend. Then the brand starts doing it, and the other brands start copying it, and they like tap on each other's shoulders. Oh well, great campaign, very well done. Well, they leave the people. It's honest. It's honestly, marketers ruin everything. It's just the way it is. We ruin these kind of things. But I like the article still. It's important to use it. Yeah, we're gonna ruin stuff for money. That's how it goes. Such is life. If you like that I go through articles, news, trends, white papers, studies, and research and such in the broad field of marketing, feel free to support this channel. A like in the video, a subscription to the channel, It's just 1 or 2 clicks for you, but it helps tremendously to help this channel reach more people, get better, help more people. If you want to see something from me, have the Q&A session, have specific questions or topics that you want me to dive into deeper, leave them in the comments below. And with that, I think we are finished for today.
Hello, guys. Today, I've got a really, really interesting guest, Dr. Constanze. It's a pleasure to have you here, to be able to interview you, to talk to you. He's a world-renowned researcher, and he's focused on environmental issues. It's a very interesting take when he starts to explain all of this. There are a few questions that I will have about it, but the aspect of sustainability, of how he coined it in his last book, for example, the addiction that we have nowadays as a society. A few of those thoughts and papers really, really were interesting to me. He's done groundbreaking research and topics and works, and I would really, really like to welcome him now. Dear Constanze, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much for being a guest.
No, my pleasure. Nice to be here. Yeah.
So, for all the guests who don't know you yet, what would you say, what you do, what is your research focused on? Tell us a little bit about that.
Trying to understand and manage how this complex global system that we live in functions, and how to make it better for all of us. You know, not just humans, but the rest of nature. And recognizing that we are all interconnected on this planet. It's not humans and nature as separate things. It's humans and the rest of nature. We're as much a part of nature as any other species. And so we have to recognize our interdependence and begin to understand and manage, and particularly manage that system with that, from that perspective. So, you know, I'm one of the originators of the field of ecological economics. You know, so how do we bring economics, ecology, psychology, really a transdisciplinary study of how this complex system functions in order to be able to manage it and create a better one.
That's a really interesting thing you said, because that's one of the things how I got hooked into your work, how it started for me. It was the aspect of ecological economy. As for the viewers that don't know or that aren't aware of that, is most of our, how should I say, KPIs, key performance indicators in the economy, are pretty much leaving out a lot of stuff that should be calculated into it. Like the GDP is like, oh, our economy is growing, but at what cost is it growing? What is being used up that can't be redone, that can't be recreated, for example? How much are we losing to gain a certain amount of, put these things under the spotlight? And that was really interesting to me for the first time to come up with, okay, wait, what are these other costs? What are these other aspects and variables for the economy that we are not putting into the, so to speak, into the calculations now? And which would shift the whole, so let's see, the whole number, the whole game that we play into a completely different field.
Well, I think there's growing recognition, you know, that GDP was never designed as a measure of societal well-being. It's only measuring activity in the market, you know, marketed transactions. How much are we producing and consuming and trading in markets? Like you said, that leaves out a lot of stuff. And it also doesn't include a lot of things that are of societal well-being, not just economic activity. One of the early ones was created by Herman Daly, called the Index of Sustainable Economic Welfare, and later renamed the Genuine Progress Indicator. And we've done some work on that. And what that does is start with personal consumption, but then it weights that by income distribution. Because if you're talking about welfare versus income, you can't just talk about how much money is being produced. You got to say, where's it going? And we know in recent times, most of it's been going to the top 1% or even top 0.1%. So it's not making everyone else better off. And then it adds a few things that are left out of GDP, like household labor and volunteer work, you know, very important things in the economy, but they're not paid for, so they're not included. And then it subtracts a bunch of things that shouldn't be counted as positive. The cost of crime. We don't want more crime. But if there's more crime, you need more police, you need more security devices, et cetera. We don't want more pollution. We don't want more climate change. All of those things get counted as positives in GDP. So you got to subtract those out. Turns out when you do that, for most countries, GPI, the genuine progress, has not been increasing, since the 1980s or so. It has been growing, and so those cancel out the positive aspects of GDP growth. And so we haven't been making genuine progress really for decades now. And I think that's just one indicator of societal well-being. It's not that still leaves out a bunch of things as a wrong indicator, because our addiction to GDP growth, I think, is what's led us to continue to have those negative side effects, and they're getting more and more severe these days. So we have to stop doing that. And like I said, I think there's growing interest in doing that, and thinking about what actually improves the well-being of society. And in some cases that might be more production and consumption, but of a particular kind, a circular economy kind of production and consumption that doesn't pollute as much, but also recognizing that community well-being, that treating the environment better, also contributes directly to well-being. And we've done some research looking at, well, what's the value of all those ecosystem services that are not counted in GDP, and they end up being much larger than GDP itself. So we've got some ways to go to really implement this idea of an ecological economy and what that means, how to measure progress in genuine terms, and how to achieve those goals.
You mentioned right there something that you are very famous for. After all, it's the idea of the natural capital. It's like, I understand. Would it be so nice to explain in a few words to take that into consideration? It might be much bigger than the GDPs even. So what is it?
Well, it's all of the natural ecosystems that support our well-being, both directly and indirectly. And the rationale for calling it capital, and capital is a stock that contributes to a flow of benefits or resources. So just like conventional built capital is necessary to provide human well-being, and also human capital, individual people and their health and well-being, but also our social capital, all of our institutions, all of our networks, our communities. Those are all important. And natural capital, everything else in the world that we didn't have to produce, also contribute. So recognizing that those four types of capital assets are all required in a much more balanced way in order to provide sustainable well-being, and recognizing also that they're very different kinds of assets, and how we manage them, how we treat them has to be adapted to the kinds of resources that they are. And the market, for example, does not deal well with things that are non-rival, non-excludable. Natural capital sort of fits into that category. We're not making it; we're benefiting from it. So how we manage those kinds of resources, requires some different kinds of institutional arrangements that are more about stewarding and managing this complex system rather than trying to manage it in a market context.
Yeah, how I understood it, or like an example, and I would like to ask you if I understood this correctly. Like an example would be, let's take a country that is very green with many trees, for example. And our view nowadays, especially in the market view, would be, okay, how much is that lumber worth? That lumber is worth this and this amount of money, and that's what is the capital of the country. That's what's economically the worth of it. But you and many other researchers say, no, you got to add other values to it, like the fresh air that is produced that we need as humans, the beauty of the natural area that you see, the biological diversity with all the animals in that field that also exist, and maybe even they're not calculated into this lumber price. It's absolutely not inside of that lumber price what it will really cost the country if all of these trees were cut off and sold suddenly. Like,
Right.
I know it's a bit of
That's-
a naive example, but is that the correct take on what you mean?
Yeah, well, there's a difference between the capital and the flow of benefits. And that flow of benefits is what we call ecosystem services. And those are all the things that you started to list. Maintaining a stable climate by sequestering carbon, controlling the flow of water, providing recreational opportunities. There's a long list of things that natural capital is doing that benefits people that are not. Most of them, or many of them, are not included in things like GDP. Some are, like timber, so the provisioning services, but many of the other important regulatory services and cultural services are not included. So those ecosystem services, like I said, we've estimated, that their value significantly exceeds GDP. Conservatively estimate all of those services, and we're still learning more and more how those natural systems benefit people, both in the short run, but also in particular in the long run. How do we build a sustainable and desirable future? And it's going to things don't happen independently by themselves. Those benefits require that we integrate our natural, our social, our human capital, and how they all sort of work together to provide sustainable well-being. So that's what ecological economics is about, really.
When I think about it, it's like that must be such a hard task. The putting it into numbers. These things are, as I understand it, by nature very hard to quantify. It's like I recently had an interview with Dr. Aaron Arthur. It's like, how do you quantify love? How happy a couple is, for example. How do you quantify biodiversity? Like GDP is pretty easy. It has been going around and that's it. But like, how much is biodiversity worth? How can we quantify it into a number of, well, what did we lose if one species?
Well, there's a range of techniques, and they vary in terms of how they're posed. So if we have a natural ecosystem that's doing something for us, and it's helping us to avoid other costs that would occur if that system wasn't there. So, for example, protection from storms. So we did a study recently on the value of coastal wetlands for storm protection, and came up with values on the order of close to $500 billion a year is the avoided cost, the benefits of having those wetlands in place. And if they weren't there, the damages from storms would be that much higher. So there's some pretty direct methods like that. Things like replacement costs, I think, can also be used, where you say, well, if we didn't have this water value of that watershed, at least one value, not all of them, but one value is, the fact that it's producing that's wastewater treatment that we would have to reproduce in other ways. So there's a range of those kind of how do you quantify love? Well, there are surveys that people do, on subjective well-being. How happy are you? How satisfied are you with your not just all of these. Find that in the field of positive psychology, which tries to study what actually does affect people's sense of well-being, you can measure that at least in relative terms, and they've been doing a lot of research along those lines as well. So it's not like these things are implying that you're never going to get the answer. You're going to get an approximation. But I think those approximations can really help us to understand what does contribute to well-being, and at least in relative terms, and how to improve it.
It's an interesting take, because just so you know, one of my experiences is talking with entrepreneurs or people who own businesses, and I help them with consulting a bit and everything, because it's like in my niche. And a few of those talks were about for them to get like, okay, if I invest 10,000 into my employees being happier, do I make that money back? And like, that's why I thought of quantifying is hard. How much money is it worth to invest into this topic? And the second thing you said, it's very interesting that you took the water treatment plan as an example, because the weird thing would be GDP would be growing with that money, with that water treatment plant, because you would need more money, you would build that thing, have people work there, they would get, and so for the GDP value, it would be better and it would be growing if those natural resources weren't as available as they are, which
GDP is not a good measure of societal well-being. It's only measuring how much marketed activity, like you say. So if we had to build a new treatment plant, GDP would grow, but our well-being would not improve. And that's true for many other things as well. You know, like take pollination services of bees, and other insects. So if they all just pollinating plants, and that would employ a lot of people, that would improve GDP, but it's not going to make life better overall. So it just emphasizes the need to get beyond GDP as our primary goal. But I think we are very much stuck in that mode of thinking. Like you mentioned earlier, I think we are, in a sense, and institutions that are dependent on GDP growing. So how to break out of that addiction? How to break out of that addiction? I think is really one of the key problems that we're trying to address now. First of all, recognizing that it is an addiction, and that simply pointing out the problem and even pointing out the solutions is not necessarily enough to get behavior to change. You got to take a more nuanced view of what's actually underlying that behavior and how to modify those and what kind of therapy really is going to be effective in making those behavior changes.
From the younger generation, I'm curious what you think, since you've been researching this for many, many years by now. What is your personal take on how it has developed over this time? Because if I compare it, like for 100 years ago, we didn't even consider together and found somewhat of a solution with no FCKW anymore. Like, we took care of some things, even if they're too slow. Do you think that over the last 30, 40, 50 years that we've developed into the right trajectory, even if too slow maybe, but that there is hope, that people understand the research that you and others make and the issues that we face, where it's like just a big oil tanker that has slowly to change course? Or do you think, no, it hasn't gone into the people's brain at all how important it is, and that we're still at step number one with, as you say, we only care about GDP and people don't even understand?
Well, that's a good question. And I think these kinds of societal changes happen as tipping points. They don't happen as a gradual transition necessarily. You know, there's a slow buildup, and then there's a sort of rapid transition to something different. That rapid transition could very easily be to something much worse. You know, so historically, societies have collapsed, you know, because of resource depletion, because of political turmoil in a more positive way. And I think there is a growing recognition, as I said, especially among young people, that we're headed in the wrong direction, and we have to say, okay, we need a whole new set of goals for society. And I think as far as therapy is concerned, some of the work that we did was comparing, you know, what works at the individual scale to overcome addictions, and what could we learn from that might apply to the societal scale. It turns out that one of the most effective therapies is something called motivational interviewing, which starts by, you know, what do they want to achieve with their life in a few years in the future? Take them out of the present circumstances and say, what are your goals? Once that's been established, then you can argue, well, is what you're doing now helping you achieve those goals, or is it headed in the opposite direction? And it can help to, how do we create, you know, alternative societal goals? How do we create a shared vision for where society really wants to go? And I don't think we've done that yet, although there are some interesting things headed in that direction, like the UN Sustainable Development Goals process is definitely a set of goals that all countries in the world have agreed to, that are much broader than simply a well-being economy. I think that people really want. So I think there's movement in the right direction in building this shared vision. And I think that once you get a critical mass of people sort of on board with that alternative vision of where we want to go, and not the conventional business as usual vision, then I think the process can begin to shift, and it can probably shift quite rapidly. We elect a different kind of politicians that are really, bought into that vision rather than the ones that we have now who are supporting, fossil fuel subsidies and the kinds of things that keep us locked into the system that we're in.
Absolutely. That's very interesting take with the tipping point and that it then happens fast. And you mentioned two things now that I think both are very interesting. The SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. I would like to talk with you a bit more in detail in a few minutes. But first, I would like to ask you about your opinion on something. As you said, the interviewing technique for addicted people is one of the best therapeutic methods. But you also mentioned something else, like the fossil fuel money and the PR that they do and the lobbying. So I imagine it like you have that addicted person with his therapist, and the therapist is trying the best to like, come on, let's try to make you move past that addiction. But you, at the same time, you have the drug dealer in the same room being able to mess with the messaging the whole time, because lobbying is multi-billion-dollar business, to like, as you said, to shift that narrative into somewhere where the addict does not stop his. What are your takes on that kind of issue? Are there anything like, I don't want to be negative, I want to be an optimist, I want to have a hope as individuals or as collectives to help get to that better future for us?
Well, I think it has to be as of the population on board with this alternative vision in order to change that are keeping us in this addiction. That's going to take, I think, a civil society movement, or a movement of movements, as it might be called. So there are a lot of movements out there, but they're all single purpose movements. There's the climate movement, there's the social justice movement, there's they all need to work together. And there is an organization called the Wellbeing Economy Alliance that I've been helpful in getting started, that's trying to bring all of those movements together and to say, okay, how do we build that critical mass that says we really want to achieve a well-being economy? In order to do that, we have to overcome some of these special interests that are preventing movement in the right direction. And I think we can do that that actually do want to see that movement in that direction.
What do you think? What would be the vision like? How can you imagine such an economy? What would it be like? I think equity is an important part of it, of course. It's like sustainability is important, of course. It's like how do you envision that? What are you just watch at GDP, profit over everything, and so on? And between that sustainable economy, where we say no, this is a form that can work long term, and like not make less profit, because that's not the point. I know many people think, but it's not about making less profit in society. It's
exactly.
And it's like, how could that be?
I think it's a society. Yeah, I think it's a society where you're making more profitably shared, that actually improves well-being, rather than the profit that many corporations are making now, which actually reduces well-being. So I think one thing that has to come across is this new vision does not imply people are worse off. They may be consuming less, and they may be consuming less of the kinds of things that really are not contributing to their well-being. But they'll probably be better off, and their well-being will be higher. They're consuming, for example, clothes that last longer rather than fast fashion, which has to be replaced every year. They're consuming better quality food, and not fast in situations like that. Even though the level of output can actually go down. So the details of what that world would look like, I think, are very important to communicate with the general public. And I think that's one of the missing elements too. How do you engage people in thinking about what life would be like in that kind of world, and why that kind of world would be better, would be happier, would be a higher state of well-being than the situation that they're in now, or where we're headed towards. Even though consumption levels might be lower, their well-being will be higher. How do you present that? So we've been working with filmmakers and others, that in ways that you can sort of present those alternatives in ways that engage people. Because in general, the way we've been doing that is saying, well, here's a list of the things that would be different. There would be less inequality. There would be more, life satisfaction might be higher, but list of bullet points. But that doesn't really engage people, I think. That doesn't make them feel, yeah, you need to see, well, what is that going to feel like? What would life be like? Am I really going to be happier in that, that we're set in this alternative and better future? I think that would help. But, some ways to engage the general public, because that feeds back to, well, if you could do that, then you could, increase to the critical mass of people that share that vision, that really want to see that kind of world created.
It seems a bit like the old science fiction movies had more of that utopian future vision, like Star Trek, for example, to name an easy example, was like it pictured a future where people weren't anymore in for their own profit, but like, okay, what is your talent? What do you want to contribute to society? Like, of course, it's always with these technological miracles, so to speak, but it's gotten rare in the last, I don't know, 1 or 2 decades in the media to have anything like that portrayed at all, it seems, weirdly. I don't know why.
Well,
it's like
there's a good book that just came out by Kim Stanley Robinson called The Ministry for the Future. I don't know if you've run across that one, but he talks about, and in a very realistic sort of way, what could happen to create this the world where climate change, called 2040, that came out not too long ago, kind of a pseudo documentary about the future that sort of heads off in that direction. So there's the beginnings of, I think, a few of these kinds of efforts going forward, but I think that's what we need to really get to that tipping point.
That's cool. And now I would, because we don't have word of stewardship in your papers and in some of your works. And to me, it's always like a very curious question of nature is such a complex system. Like, we still don't really know a lot of things. And the last few times, or like in these totalitarian systems, like in China back then, and in Russia and Soviet Russia, and also in Third Reich Germany, it's like someone with total power makes one mistake and the whole system gets troubled. How can we as humans become careful, observant stewards of something as complex as the world, even though in some kind of capacity we have to evolve as a society into this role? It's like, how do you think, can we do that, and what should we watch out for to make as few mistakes that have as little consequences as possible?
Well, I think we need to do it democratically, in the sense that we all do it sort of together, rather than autocratically, where, like you said, I think that often leads to disasters, because autocrats don't know how things work, and we need to involve the knowledge of the whole system. So the problem is, democracy is a great idea, and we ought to try it, and I don't think we have really tried it yet, or not very effectively. So how do we create a real democracy? How do we create, and there's ideas around what's called deliberative democracy. So instead of electing representatives whose election can be the way the ancient Greeks did it, was through sortition, where they randomly selected representatives among the population, from a set of qualified candidates. And so there's no special interest that can influence those people. And it's a more representative sample than of what the whole population thinks and feels on decisions, and with input from whatever experts and information is required. It turns out that they, if they're given the authority to make decisions, they make much better decisions, or ones that really reflect what is good for the public, much less so in autocratic regimes. So I think we do need some institutional reform. The other kinds of institutions, I think, to manage natural capital are things like common asset trusts. And this idea is built on the ideas of Eleanor Ostrom, who studied in a way that's sustainable and that provides for the community in a good way. How did they do that? And she came up with a list of 8 sort of core design principles that seem to appear in all of these systems that people have evolved over time, and that did work. And so I think we can apply those principles to design new kinds of management systems. And it does require the sort of co-design of the system from all of the stakeholders involved, and they create the rules and norms and the ways of monitoring and enforcing those rules, so that they create sort of a win-win situation among all of the stakeholders. So they learn how to cooperate, and we know from several studies that if you can get overcoming that threshold and getting the cooperation requires that they really deliberate and create the rules collaboratively themselves. But if they can do that, then I think we can steward and manage these natural systems together, as common assets rather than as private assets that we're trying to compete against other private owners to extract as much as possible. Instead of that, the primary goal becomes protect the asset so that it can provide all of the benefits that we now recognize those assets do provide for everyone.
That's a very interesting take. I like that. You mentioned a few things that are very interesting there. So the jury duty, like being selected randomly, but common trusts, it's also a very interesting idea. I like it too. Like, I think it's not quite what you said, but like, for example, how Norway treats their oil reserves. Like, okay, we're creating it. I know it's not exactly like that, but like, compared to the more private things like BP or Saudi Arabia or such. So it's an interesting.
At least Norway is putting putting all of the revenues into a sovereign fund, which is then used to benefit society, not used to benefit a few private stakeholders in the system
and investors, and that's it. Well, it's a very interesting thing. We talked about the Sustainable Development Goals. Could you tell the viewers a little bit what they are and what you think of them? Are they a step into you talk about in your papers, or what do you think about them? I would just like to know that. I'm very curious what your take is on them.
I view them as a significant milestone in human history, actually, because it's the first time I think that all countries in the world have agreed, on a set of goals that's much broader than simply, maximize GDP or something else. So that's a significant step. Of course, it was a political process. And these 17 goals that have been established, including no hunger, no poverty, health and well-being for individuals, dealing with climate change, urgently protecting land and water, so the ecosystem services and natural capital components, reducing inequality. All of these things are embedded in there. Like I said, there's also, economic growth is included and sustainable. So recognizing that economic growth is not the only thing, and it may be necessary in some cases, but it's not the only thing. So they didn't really get into how all of these goals are interconnected, which they obviously are. And there's synergies and trade-offs, and like we were saying, if you want to just go for goal number 8, maximize GDP growth, then you're going to have negative impacts on several of the other things. So how do you treat that as a whole thing? But I think that's significant. I don't think the general public is very aware of the SDGs, and there've been some surveys to that effect. Actually, I think they found that in was it Japan that there's a fairly high level of recognition, but in countries like the U.S. and elsewhere, it's a fairly low level of recognition. So I think just getting the public to understand that there are at least at the policy level this set of goals that really I think people will agree with. Once they've been shown that that's the kind of world that I would like. I would like a world where there's peace and justice, where there's cooperation, where we dealt with climate change, where there's no hunger, no poverty, reduced inequality. Most people would say, yeah. And I think that's the kind of vision that we're trying to develop together and to use to overcome this addiction.
I think that's nice. It's like such a huge take in the world's history to have something like that. It's interesting that you worded like that. Really, really interesting. I know the SDGs for a few years already because I volunteer in charity organizations, been working as a volunteer for 15 years by now. And like I stepped into that through the SDG award in Austria. It's like a private organization that gives away years back. So it's really interesting that you say it's such a huge impact kind of, because it's like, as you said, many countries officially declared, you know what, these are goals that we want to focus on until 2030, and we want to be able to communicate what is important to us, why it's important to us, and why it should be important to all the different stakeholders like companies, LLCs, organizations, and so on. It's a really so to all the viewers, if you don't know what the SDGs are, Sustainable Development Goals, I will leave a link below. Really look it up, no matter where you're from. I promise you there's something to contact, something to inform yourself about with them, just so you know it, guys. But now another, like, a personal question that I'm curious about. You've been researching for many years by now. How should I phrase it. What was the most eye-opening moment in your career, or what was like the most impactful thing that you would not have imagined when you started? Like, okay, this is more important, or this is something new that you developed, or it's more intense in emotions than you would have thought before? Was there such a moment in your career and in your research?
That's a good question. I haven't really thought about that, but maybe I could go back to my PhD itself, because that was in systems ecology. And so that it's all interconnected, that we can't understand it, just looking at the individual pieces in isolation. So I think that has sort of framed a lot of the way I think of the world. And I think that approach is something that we need to teach more broadly to people, and the sort of reductionist approach of let's go down and deeper and look at the details, that never gets put back together to say, well, how does that whole system function, and how do we understand, what's really going on? So I think we need more, systems thinking and education about systems going forward. And then the paper that we did in 1997 about the value of the world's ecosystem services, going into that, I wasn't aware of what value was going to come out, and it ended up being quite a large number, and again, conservatively estimated. I also wasn't for that study and the amount of attention that it's gotten since then. So I think it did surprise me a bit that it got as much attention as it did. But yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's in the board paper. It's like, it's a really, it's already older, but it's a very fresh take back then. It's like, okay, intense idea that you got, that you had to like calculate the worth of all of these other systems and things. It's incredible, in my opinion. Really. For anyone, I will also link the study and the paper below. Take a look at it. It's a really eye-opening way to look at all of these things nowadays. I think it's really interesting. Constanza,
Go ahead.
I sadly have to say it's getting tight. We don't have that much time left anymore. I thank you very, very, very much for your appearance, for taking your time for this interview. I thank you very much and wish you just the very best. Maybe you want to say something to the audience before we cut it off, but I want to really tell you thank you very much for taking the time to answer some of my questions. Thank you.
Future, I think we can't predict the future, but we can create the future. And so let's create the kind of future that we want. And to do that, we have to first envision what that future should look like. Thank you.
Is SEO dead? Real data versus Syria, as usual. And as people are in this field, it's like, oh, SEO is dead, SEO is dead, SEO is dead. They are still majorly, foundationally working with the SERP, with the search result pages of different search engines. My opinion. Now let's look into this article. Written by Mateusz Makosiewicz. Sorry if I butchered the name. Curious to see what he says. Let's go through it. Should I make the page a bit bigger? There. Let's go through it. Has AI and social media killed SEO in 2025? Not even close. Okay. Mateusz, we seem to be on one page. I like that. Now give me all the data that I can keep my bias even more. Please, please, please. As usual, water, stay hydrated. Here's the thing. On one side, we've got how people feel about SEO these days. The doom and gloom headlines, the panic about zero-click searches, the fear that AI has made everything obsolete. But on the other hand, the data tells a totally different story. Sorry, it was just the data say what's different, what's the same. Okay. I was just grabbing myself something to eat. You came in right at the break. Been working for 2-3 hours. I just took a little break now to eat a little bit, and then I'll continue working on a little project for a client. Yeah, great timing, huh? You want to talk? Should I talk, or can I eat and you just watch a few of the clips in the meantime that I let run in the background while I work? In general, I'm working on a trades list for my country, like from the economic chamber, automatically crawling all the entities of new companies, contact data, and so on, to then send it per mail to clients. That's what I'm working on right now. Let's see, can I show my screen? Yeah, there you can see what I'm working on. Just boring code. Now let's see, how do I switch again to the right view? I'm completely new to streaming, so I don't know. I programmed a little bot, like streamer bot. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Which stream mode I should be in. Like, I decided it's a, let me show you. I hope I'm not crashing anything. This article explains videos running, highlights the difference. And those are the different modes. One is supposed to be letting music run in the background. The other is being silent with no noise. And the third is just letting old clips of mine run. In marketing and software development. So I do a lot of these videos about new stuff in marketing. How is SEO running, websites, WordPress, and so on. Yeah, right now I haven't, this is my second stream, and I have not completely understood yet how all of that with the how is it called, copyright and all of that works. I just found from Harris Heller, don't know if you know that name, and I haven't implemented it yet because I thought, what kind of music do I want? I have no clue. So I thought I'll program the bot to allow the viewers to say, hey, I want music, hip hop or EDM or pop. And then the music switches the playlist depending on what kind of music the viewers want to hear. Yeah, I thought so too about switching it to. Wait, let me put you on the screen. Yeah, there you go. So the others who might come to this one day know what I'm talking about. By the way, you might want to move co-working studying. I think it might fit your stream better. I think so too, but I just watched like a few minutes of those. For me, I thought I would let my like the interviews that I have with scientists or experts run in the background. So it's more less hey, I want to work myself and just have a quiet background. Oh, really? It's a variety. I've just seen the ones where it's quiet with music. Interesting. Interesting. What? Thinking about it. Maybe I should try it. So how did you come to this stream? Like stream with 0 people in it, boring topic, not an attractive lady. How did you stumble upon this? Pomodoro? You gotta explain that to me. What is Pomodoro? I don't know that. The tech entrepreneur. Oh, what are you? Business? Planning to open a business or already having a business? Curious about that. Okay. Okay. Pomodoro won't be mine. I dislike to set it. Like today in the stream I programmed for 7 hours without a break. Hope to have a business in 5 years? Okay, that you gotta explain to me. Why in 5 years? I've not heard that yet. Yeah. But I want to be flexible. I want to work as long as I want. And like now, if someone jumps into the stream, I don't want to have a 10-minute break. I want to be able to like talk for an hour if I want to. Education phase. That is cool. You gotta follow me and subscribe just so you know who you're talking to. I've got 15 years experience in marketing and business development. I'm in the economic chamber of my nation in 2 different, what's the English term? Councils. I'm from Austria and Europe. Cool man. If you've got any questions, always feel free to dump them on my chat. I love talking. I hold keynotes so far just in the German area, Austria, Germany, and Switzerland. And I started this channel to get like a bit international. Canada. Cool. What kind of business you want to start? 5 years. It's a long time. Long time. Well, gladly, most of the stuff about business runs are bookkeeping. Bookkeeping. Okay. Not like accounting. Not like, because I saw book buyers, and not like a bookstore like Tiffany's or Macy's or something like that. But no, bookkeeping as in accounting, right? Yeah. Accountants have it easy. You always have enough customers. Always. Like clients for accounting and bookkeeping it's easy. Okay. Long time name. This I remember I was looking for clients in the accounting and bookkeeping industry at the very beginning. Wow, over 3,000 books. Wow. I've just got this, and I've got on the other side another frame, and then I've got some more. I've got like books for, I think it's like, what? When I had the insurance here, was like the value of 25,000 euros. With 3,000 books, man, that's an expensive bookshelf you've got. Yeah, ebooks and audiobooks I don't even count. That's everyone who likes to read or is into it has a huge amount of ebooks, PDFs, audiobooks, and all of that. For me, only the printed, hardcore, physical stuff counts. Wow, 3,000 books. And you say 20 plus years. How old are you? When you said in 5 years and you're in the education phase, I thought like, okay, you'll be like 20, 80, 20, 22 maybe. That got me curious. 33. Okay, still young, good age. And now you're good luck and congratulations. Respect for that choice. It's hard to go back to school at that age, for many people at least. Yeah, payroll. I'm saying you've got the luck. You've got the luck. How should I say? It's state mandated to have someone like you. Like if you got a business, yeah, pretty recession proof. Yeah, like everyone needs an accountant. Everyone has a bookkeeper. Everyone who's got a business, no matter what, and no matter how little money you make, you need one. It's insane. I wanted to tell you, when I opened my agency back in the days, it was the very first move that I tried because I thought bookkeepers and accountants would be the perfect clients for me, like in marketing, because if I do a good job for them, they can tell all their clients, all the business owners, hey, I've got someone who's good in marketing, and you can have the tax write-off of marketing. So it was like a win-win situation. I tried it. I didn't get a single bookkeeper, a single accountant. Everyone I called, every single one said, hey man, I've got more than enough clients. I don't want more clients. I've got a waiting list already. They needed marketing. They needed people like new students, employees. How do you call it in English? Internships, stuff like that. Because every single accountant I talked to said, I've got more people who want to be clients than I've got employees to work it off. At least that's the situation in Austria. But from all the international talks that I had, I don't see that any country is different than this. I mean, I've got no clue like North Korea or whatever, no clue. But as far as I know, in the Western Hemisphere, industrialized countries, accountant is foolproof. So you made a good choice for that. I think, at least, I hope it. Pray for you, man. Man, lady or guy? Sorry. Yeah, I know there's like a few different types. It's like one is working in the companies for the payroll, one has their own agency, one is female. Cool. One has their own shop, so to speak, and can do it for others. One is more in the legal, the other one is just for the accounting stuff. There's like a few subsets, but I put them all into one bag because I don't know any of those types that have trouble getting a job or making money. Not a single one. Never met a single one. Never talked to a single one. I mean, if you do very shady stuff, that's something else. Because if you do too shady stuff, then of course your reputation and the legal situation might be bad. But in general, safe, smooth sailing. At least after a while. At first, it might be how to get clients and everything, but you sort it out. Yeah, no cooking the books. Or, let me say it this way, no cooking the books in a way that can get you into trouble. You know? There's different ways to do that. I know some accountants who are like, hey man, I can write it off however you want, as long as I'm not responsible legally. And like they know better what is allowed and what not than I would ever be. I've got my guy. I went to my economic chamber. I said, hey, I want someone who's good and I want someone who's safe, and that's it. You know, I want someone who's professional so that I have absolutely no trouble, and that's it. And then they gave me a name, and I went to that guy. And it worked. A terrible liar. Okay. May I ask, what did you do before? Curious. That's good that you followed me. Once you begin with a company, do you plan to open your own shop, store, office, or do you plan just to be an employee at someone else's place? That's something, I think that's a big difference. That I'm curious about. Huh? Well, this stream is still a pretty quiet one. Okay. Okay, freelancing. Cool, 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 cool. Getting your own store, doing that properly. That would work. You'll have a lot to learn. I will help you learn a lot. You will find out there are many, many ways that you can easily make, because my focus is on marketing, like for SMB, small and medium-sized businesses, how they get traction, how to get new clients and everything. Yeah, remote works well. Oh, remote? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't quite know how it works because of the receipt. Don't you need to get them in paper to like check them or not? Is that completely irrelevant? Because I'm used to write my Excel sheets or the equivalent to that of my, hey, here's my taxes and my, you know, income, expenses, blah blah blah. But once a month or once a quarter, I go with the physical papers to my, yeah, I think of course you can scan them. True. True, 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 true. Okay, 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 okay. I guess I'm old school. I've got it all in paper. I still have it in paper. I mean, I scan it too. I've got it in digital and in paper. Okay, mailed. Mailed. You'll know how to do it. I don't know. Mail. I would not send my receipts through mail. I don't trust the mailman enough in the whole system. Suddenly my box with all of my receipts is gone and I'm screwed over for the IRS in America. What it's called in Canada? The equivalent of the IRS? Yeah. You'll find a solution of that, I'm sure. Today there's so many ways. There's also quite a few business owners, for example, who say they do it themselves and then they just give you the Excel sheet and you just help them say, okay, you could use this as a tax write-off, this not, this document, okay, you signed it properly, you filled it out right, okay, cool, get go, and that's it. Finance office. CRA. Wait, let me, what is CRA? CRA, what does it stand? Canada Revenue Agency. Okay. Okay. Uh, where was I? Yeah, right there. Yeah, yeah. A lot of it is digital. I think it will work out for you. That's cool. What is it like in Canada right now? I heard, I don't know. I don't have clients in Canada. I just talk to people in America more. In Canada, I haven't yet done anything for any clients from Canada, I realize. Interesting. Friend of mine wanted to move to Canada like 10 years ago. Expensive but good. Where, in what area are you? More like, I think I don't know a lot about it, so I apologize. But like in the west, in the east, or like in the north, in the cold area where it's more like wildness. London? What? Yeah, Toronto area. Okay. London, I thought now London, UK. Toronto. Toronto is expensive as far as I know. Phew. It's like 3 hours away from. Yeah, okay, Canada again. It's a big country, right? Be in another country. You know. Did I find something? Wow. 119 times smaller. Why am I on Bing? Yeah. Oh man. I'm from a tiny little country. Wow. Yeah. It's nothing. Yeah. You guys have. What did you do before, if I may ask? Had a education, something or not, or just realized now at that age, hey, I need something? Or did you do something and now want to change your career? What was it like? Ouch. Wasn't able to work. Sales is tough. Sales is really tough. Terrible. Why were you terrible? How did you didn't want to lie? Or just shy? Oh man. Sales is tough. Ouch. I remember I had a few girls working for me in different I've been running businesses for 16 years now. I wouldn't lie. I wouldn't say you need to lie. I would not say you need to lie to be in sales, but you need. Well, it depends. If you sell a crappy product, you would need to lie. That's true. But I wouldn't sell something that is really crappy where I think, oh, it's not good for the person to buy. What did you try to sell? If you can tell me, I'm used to just talk with people if I ask anything that's too personal or anything. But I remember I had a few girls working on the phone call sales. Wow. The issue the girls had where they took the no personally. Like they hurt. They felt like they were being dismissed on a human level. Like, no, I don't want it. It was like, okay, no problem. Next one, next one, next one, next one. Why? Because to me it was just mathematics. I had a list of 15,000 contacts that I was supposed to call. And for me it was like, not everybody's gonna say yes. And I calculated it and I did it for a while and I realized on average, every 75th call was a yes. I just needed to call, like, let's say 100 people. Every 100th person was a yes and a sale. And so for me, it was like, I don't care about the 99 guys who say no. I don't care about them. I just want that one yes. And in a month, I got enough yes to have good money, you know? Ouch, stock. I don't know how you call it in English. I bet you have the two. Do you know those guys like for the WWF or for Greenpeace or something? They stand on the streets and, hey, would you sign this petition? Do you want to donate money? Blah, blah, blah. Do you have guys like that? And if yes, what is the English term for that? To like get donations on the street. Ouch. You got rejection sensitive dysphoria. Ouch. That is not good for sales. Forget sales if you've got that. Volunteers is more. Volunteers do it for free. I'm talking about those people who get paid for it, where you get a commission for everyone you sign up. Like, okay, I need to talk you into giving me donations for the organizations, like $100 per year, and of those $100 for every sign up, I get $50. Peddlers? Is that a peddler? Okay. I don't know. I thought peddlers were like guys who have stuff, like you want to buy these shoes, but it could be. Doesn't matter. Now, if you don't like rejection, then sales is absolutely not for you. Wow. I can. That's one tough combination. Must have been hell for you to be in sales. Really. Ouch. Ouch. Well, give me a moment. Let's ask ChatGPT. Fundraisers. Street fundraiser is the term for that job. A street fundraiser, or a charity fundraiser, or canvases. Okay, no, canvases are more talking. Yeah. And the UK slang term is chuggers, for charity muggers. Want to make money. Like, that's how this game works. So, can I ask you something? You're on Twitch, right? And you're watching me. How? I have no clue how to see who's on my chat and who isn't, and who is in the channel or not. Do you have any clue how I can do that? Well, if not, then not, no problem. Let's sit like this. Don't want to get into trouble with Twitch or anything. Okay. But my problem is I don't understand where I can see them. I've got like this view right here. So I'm unsure. Like, also, thanks again for the follow. Okay, I gotta switch to my okay to the Twitch page. Wait, and then I see it. Let's try it out. Okay. Okay. Like, okay. This one. Do you mean this? Ah, there. Ah, okay. Back to the chat. Yeah, there. Here in the community. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I learned something new. Gotta be another way too, but that's good to know for now. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. No, I have no clue about those bots. They are so annoying. I thought it's just my second. I mean, it's not really my second stream. I tested it a few times before that, but it's like the second time that I really started it. And there are so many bots like, hey, do you want to follow us? You did. They're so annoying. I just manually ban them one after another. And I thought, there surely is some solution online already. Yeah, the banning, I know how to ban them already. That's easy. I already banned them. I also found out some solution, like I can ban words, and I think with the bot I can then program it so that if the people say these things, they get automatically banned or at least muted. Like, yeah. It's the same. I can just I just click on the name, and then this here, like, and these are the ban and timeout and so on. So in that view, that was easy. I just have not quite understood yet the other aspect. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I've never banned anyone in my life before, but on the stream I thought, okay, that's annoying when they just spam the whole time. You know. What is video on demand? That's the video. It's basically the stream, right? And once I'm finished, it's still online for people to watch. That's a bot. Or not. Is that correct? Yeah, cool. Okay. I've got my for a few days. Okay. I mean, most of my stuff will be boring anyway. So who would want to watch it like that many days later? And if there are any good clips, yeah, that's I can in the aftermath edit the video. If, for example, like today, I worked for a few hours, it was just boring, I can ignore it. Now, if we had something that was very interesting for a few minutes or wherever, as far as I understand it. Yeah. And I would save it, download it too on my computer to have it like saved forever. You can make a clip of my stream. My stream. Will it be posted on my page or your page? Or how does that work? Interesting. Hmm? 3 stars? Okay. Did you make one right now? What? Can I see it? What is the link issue? I have a no link mod. Uh-huh. Okay. Can I change that during the... Yeah, there is no link. Okay. Yeah. I'm on the I'm on the Twitch page. Okay. Got it. Now I'm here. What? Videos? Nope. That's my. Yeah, I tried it once. I did a highlight once, and it's been there for years. I've just got these two. Sure. Take your time. I'll get time. I'm not in a hurry. Just imagine 12,000 people. Filter by clips. Hmm. No, those are. Okay. I had to check all of them. No, they're there. Weird. Top 24 hours. It's weird. Maybe once the stream is over. Old clip 4 years ago when I tried it out. Okay. As far as I understand. Okay. That's kind of cool. So people can buy on my page. Okay, interesting. So they can choose what was the most interesting. Yeah, appreciate it very, very much. Thank you very much for showing me that that's even possible. Because that means if I ever have more people watching and talking, they can just decide what was interesting to them and just throw out little clips and everything. Really, really interesting. Wait, now I gotta test it. And you said, I think I can set it. Why this kind of different stuff? Like, yeah, of course they can post it to other sites. Well, I hope they do. I want to be as viral as possible, famous, world famous. Yeah, world famous. That's the best. I mean, not really. Don't really necessarily want to be world famous. Yeah, not really. Gotta admit, it must be annoying to go out. Oh, it's like an option. Is it built in like different social media or what? Okay, cool. Okay, here I can. Okay, but I can't change the category while. Oh, can I? Hmm. Okay. So, is that now. What? Up. Yeah. Stream updated. Okay. Cool. Interesting. Let's see if that works. Yeah, for the text, I don't know what else I should. The text seem correct. If you or do you know any better text that I should use? Ah, right. I forgot. What? Oh, thank you. Glad to hear that. What was again the code to? Right. Yeah, should hide the bookmarks to not show business stuff. Like that. Abandon, go. Well, this is what I'm working on right now. For the a crawler for the economic chamber to get new company data. So every month in my country, the economic chamber gives out, hey, these are the new companies that have been founded this last month. And of course, many companies want to send them letters, promotions, and so on. So it's cool to have this little list, and that's what I'm building right now. And when I'm finished with that, I have to do for another client finish event management software. Like build in that you can say, okay, I've got a little let's take a flea market as an example, and I've got 10 20 stands, and I want to organize who has what stand and what, for example, food truck, what does who say sell, blah blah blah, stuff like that. That's what I'm going to work on next. But first, this little tracker of company list. Yeah, not that. I think it's not that great. Other guys work on AI and like cool stuff where it's like going to be world changing, and I'm doing this basic little stuff where it's like meh. I don't know. It can change the life of people, and that's interesting. Like, like it's cool to help people be successful in business. I like doing that. I really, really like doing that. It's a nice thing to know you help someone make money, they have a good product, good service, you help them, they become more. Yeah. Yeah, people could say that about bookkeeping as well. True, true. So, as you say, it's an absolutely necessary step. I thank my bookkeeper so very much because in the first year when I had my business, first 2 years almost, I did not hire a bookkeeper because I didn't have enough money. And then suddenly the IRS or CRA, like, they suddenly came, hey, you didn't file the taxes properly. And I was like, oh. And I got in trouble and I had to pay fines and I did not do it correctly and I did it wrong and everything and I had to pay money, like good chunk of money. And then I went to a bookkeeper. I tried to find someone good. I found someone good and said, hey, please just take care of it. Please, please, please. And then I paid him a good sum of money. Again, very good sum of money. And I was like, oh man, no, please, no. Uh-huh. But it worked out. Just had to do a few extra jobs. It's been working nice. Now I'm trying to get it all really well done. Get it a bit more out. That's interesting. It's interesting to do it like this. Okay, now it can't. I think. Does it count myself? I think it counts me, myself now. Yeah. Because I've got 2 viewers and I think it counts me. Because I'm on this side and watching, it counts me. Yeah. And here I thought we might have a second viewer. It shouldn't count me, myself. That's like, it's so weird. It doesn't matter, like 1 or 2 or 3 people. Yeah. Not like I've got a problem with it. Yeah. I just wanted to give it a shot, I'm going to be honest. It was just a bit of websites or doing little projects, plugins, software. And it's like I'm working sometimes 10, 12, 14 hours a day. And then it's like, oh man, there's no social, nothing. And I thought, hey, I'm just gonna set it up. And then I have, like, right now, this social little interaction. And it's still easy for me to say, like, hey, I gotta keep working. Like, okay, and not like, I gotta get dressed and I go out and then I have to drive somewhere and then I'm at a bar or restaurant or I meet with a friend and then it's like, hey, I can't just say no. Like, suddenly I have to plan a whole evening for it, not like, okay, I'm gonna take a 30-minute break. Like, I don't have a neighbor who's a friend that I can just knock on the door and say, hey man, you want to drink a coffee together, just like half an hour, and then I'm gonna jump away. I need almost an hour just to meet someone, just to be somewhere to meet someone else. So, meh. Yeah, downside of remote a bit. Well, I would say technically I'm not remote, I'm self-employed. Now I've got no employees anymore, but like until like a year after COVID, I changed the businesses that I was in. And I decided I want to be single and work on my own. It became really annoying to have to take care of like 10 employees. It was like it was nice, but yeah. Solopreneurship. But we'll see how it goes. Also starting to be a bit boring. Maybe I'll get new employees like next year. I'm like a metronome, a ping pong between yeah, I gotta grow. I want to hire people and grow bigger, bigger, bigger. And now, no, I just want to relax and have just do math stuff. Don't want to have trouble with, oh, but he's on vacation. She's gone sick. Oh, they have a child. They have to blah and this. No. Yeah. Yeah. True, 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 true. True, true, true. A lot of social interactions. Interesting. Hey, maybe you can explain something to me. There is something called a raid on Twitch. What is that? And is it allowed that I stream other streamers? Like how do these things work? Can you just screen capture like for YouTube Live or for another that I just capture someone on Twitch? Yeah. Okay. Mm. But that means your stream would be over. I mean, is there a way to do it like while I am streaming so that if you go to my channel, you still see me in this little corner, like right now? You know, this corner here. And the rest is instead of my screen, what the other person does. Okay. I don't know. Is that called cola? Collaboration, huh? Like for example, I'm lucky that I'm so small that nobody cares. I can ask it. No, I mean more like, for example, here I'm on Twitch now, and then like whatever. Let's look at this, for example. Just as an example, okay? What? No, no. I don't need German. There's not a single German. What? Not a single German worldwide is streaming right now with German language. Are they serious? Wow. I mean, it's Sunday, 9 p.m. here. But that's again, self-employed. I'm still working. Yeah, but like, that means if I would do a German stream right now, I would be the only one in the whole world? That's kind of crazy. It means every single one in the world who would be watching to see someone on German would only find me. Yeah, on Twitch. True. Just on Twitch, of course. Well, that's it. Still interesting. Still very interesting. Wow. I'm just thinking of all the someone in German live, and there's no one. So that's going to be a test. I got a test on these weird times to go online with the German tag and see if it works or not. That's really interesting. Without you, I would not never have gotten to that. Like, I mean, here, if I yeah, that's just as a question. I don't know, is that even allowed? Could I just click on it now and let it run and talk to you about their stream? Like, hey, do you like hers or blah? You know what I mean? I don't know if that is allowed or not. It's a gray area. Yeah, because I don't want to like steal eyes from them because I know viewers and donations and ads are important. But I also don't want to collab because it's like then they would have to share their views with me and like I'm a nobody. Why should they do that? Really interesting. Really, really interesting. But yeah, many people. And I thought that's why I was like a bit hesitant because as you can see, they all have this like these to-do lists and they all have the breaker times and they all have that whole thing going with I'll be quiet. Like that's why I thought with the videos running in the background for me that this wouldn't be a good idea, you know? Yeah, one viewer, one view, one viewer. Empty? Chatty. What is that? Yeah, tag chatty. Or do you mean something else? Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. How do you do that? Okay. Okay, and here. Got it. Got it. Yeah, but they all got it too. See what I mean? See? Really, really, I'm still really surprised about the. Really surprised. But wait, let me look at something. There. Like, what time is it? Vienna. It's like 21. Oh, it's like Sunday midday. It's noon around in at your place, like early afternoon. Okay. Okay. Really interesting. That me, of course, I didn't think about the times someone who comes online now is like early afternoon in America. Yeah, like America in the Americas. Let's say it like that. 3 p.m. on Sunday. Who wants to watch a guy code and talk about business on Sunday 3 p.m.? But they're working. They're also working. Good little girl. Good little guys and girls. Good. Good on them. Working hard. Really interesting. Well, Yeah, I know, but I can't. I really can't change my times depending on the audience. I just work, and I think while I work, I will just stream every now and then, as long as I'm not doing like, there's work that's high maintenance where I really can't get any distractions, where I need a few hours of full concentration, nobody to interfere. And then there is easier jobs like coding, web design, these things where I don't need that heavy focus. And I think when I have these tasks to do, I can just stream it. Yeah, confidential stuff, of course. That's why, like, I know this is proprietary software. This is not software for a client. The client wants the list. The code is mine. I don't sell the code, so I can do with the code whatever I want. I can show it online if I want to, like with the code of the game that I'm programming. That's also, I can share my code and do with it whatever I want. But like for clients, I could not do that. But for those, I would be which was it? Just a moment. Maximize. I realize right now. I realize I forgot. I forgot this. This one, where I'm supposed to be the whole screen. I forgot to set it up into my bot. Interesting. Let's set it up live. Screen, waiting screen, yeah. Set mode. I just learned all of that. Need more what? Monitors? Why? I need more screens? Why? My screen is crowded. That's that's just the way I am. That's just the way I am. I play a lot of stuff. I've got 3 screens here. I've got the laptop with. I just learned today I can, which I will be doing one day, set up a phone as a webcam and connect it to OBS, and that I will be using for like this very chaotic. What about this is chaotic? Chaotic, not chaotic. Why? What about this is chaotic? I've got one screen from a laptop. That's all the screen for the streaming setup. Then I've got my big screen. The big screen is the screen that you see. This is the big screen right now. And then I've got a vertical screen on the side where it's like code stuff that I want to run by the side. Oh no, one thing only. No, that's how do they say it? The genius oversees the chaos. So, okay, come on. And with that, it should be working. Perfect. See. Well, you're the first person I'm chatting to. I haven't had that yet. I have not had that yet. But yeah, I think the same. For me, I can't show you. What? I can't show you. This is the code. Where was I? I was there and there. Right. Yeah. And this. That's just the coding page. That's not for you. I've got like on that side screen, I've got this tab, this window here, where I've got all the different like the Twitch control panel, this control panel and everything. So that I have an overview of all of the different things at once. And I keep that on the side so that I see that I can easily hurry and ban someone or something like in a second if something goes wrong. Can't pick multiple, huh? Mode 2. Okay. I just believe. Yeah. Yeah, but like a mod. I don't think I need a mod when I have one viewer maximum right now. Maybe one day I will get more, you know. But like, I've got just you talking with me. I can handle one person. Someday it might be more, and then I'll get a mod. But until then, it doesn't matter. Once I've got more people, then we can talk. When you go chaotic. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So, that's that. With that, let me just try. Yep. Works. Switch. Nice. Yep. Nice. That works. Great. So now let's put that on the side. And with that, it was nice talking to you. Really, thank you for spending a bit of time with me. You got any plans today, Sunday, to do something nice? In Canada, what do you do in Canada? Are you living like in a little village or in a little town, or is it a big city, or are you like in the wilderness? What can I imagine? You plan to have a nap. That's nice. That's nice. Smallish town. Yeah, sounds nice. Peaceful, relaxed Sunday afternoon. That sounds cool. Doesn't sound bad, got to admit it. I've got to finish this thing today. I got to finish it today. Really. Well, I got to. I hope that I get to that point that I finish it today. The whole afternoon was wasted just on refactoring the code. I haven't gone really one step further. I just needed to redo it to make it better. Yeah, I wish you the very best. I hope you have a great nap, great day, and wish you the very best in general. Thank you again for the help and all the feedback and everything. So let me switch to video. Nope. Yeah, like that. SEO enhances a website's ranking on search engine result pages by optimizing content. Wish you the best. Bye bye. Goodbye, book buyer. Bye bye. It hinges on using relevant keywords naturally, earning backlinks from trusted sites, and ensuring technical health such as fast load times and mobile friendliness. Historically, success has been measured by metrics like click-through rates and keyword rankings and time spent on page, all of which indicate how well your site satisfies user intent. Okay. Now, next, what is GEO? Geo focuses on preparing content for AI-driven platforms that synthesize answers rather than list links. It aims to make the material easy for AI to parse and cite by using structured headings, clear statements of facts, and authoritative references. GEO success is measured by how frequently your content is cited in AI-generated responses, reflecting your visibility in conversational search. SEO, traditional search engines, Google, Bing, target. GEO, ChatGPT, Gemini, AI overviews, Perplexity, and so on. Focus, keyword, backlinks, site performance. GEO, content structure, factual clarity, citation potential. Success metrics, higher traffic, click-through rates, engagement. For Geo, AI citations, response inclusion, share of voice. User action, click through the website. User action for Geo, read answers with source references. Optimization approach, manual research, technical SEO. Here, AI-driven analysis, entity optimization. Well, what does that mean? Quite curious. SEO targets traditional search engines by optimizing for ranking signals, including keywords, backlinks, and site performance. Geo, by contrast, targets AI platforms, optimizing for content structure, factual clarity, and citation potential. SEO success is evident in higher traffic and engagement, and Geo success manifests as AI citations and inclusion in generative answers, where users read your content directly within the conversational interface. While they target different platforms, SEO and Geo share foundational principles that guide high-quality content creation. Dig deeper. How to implement generative engine optimization strategies. What SEO and Geo have in common? SEO and Geo share a common goal of delivering content that truly meets users' needs. Both approaches start with understanding the questions your audience is asking and crafting answers that satisfy those queries. Shared goal, satisfy user intent. By focusing on user intent, you ensure that whether someone lands on your page from a search result or encounters your content in an AI-generated response, they find the information they came for. Yep. Content quality is non-negotiable. Both search algorithms and the AI models favor accurate, well-researched, and up-to-date material. Investing time in fact-checking, citing reputable sources, and maintaining clarity boosts your rankings on traditional search engines and increases the chances that AI systems will cite your work. Content quality builds credibility with human readers and with the AI algorithm that parse your pages. Okay. Structure supports visibility. I'm going to go through it a bit and then I'll share my thoughts about that. Structure supports visibility. Clear headings, subheadings, and logical flow help search crawlers evaluate relevance and context while guiding AI engines to extract key facts accurately. Okay, well-organized content is easier for people to scan and for machines to parse. Both SEO and Geo best practices emphasize concise paragraphs, occasional bullet points for lists, and summary boxes where appropriate. Ongoing optimization matters. Regular monitoring and refinement underpin. Dig deeper. What is content readability and how to make your content easier to read? What, you want to go through that? Okay, next. We can do that then. Regular monitoring and refinement underpin both approaches. Search algorithms evolve and AI models continually retrain on fresh data. Reviewing performance metrics like click-through rate, search rankings, or AI citation frequency helps identify when to update content, add new insights, and restructure sections. This ongoing cycle of analysis and refinement keeps your content competitive across both traditional search engines and AI-driven platforms. User experience is the ultimate test. User experience underpins all of this work. Whether someone clicks a link to your site or reads an AI-generated summary that includes your content, the ultimate measure of success is how effectively you deliver value. By prioritizing clear communication, accuracy, and ease of use, you satisfy audiences and signal trustworthiness to both search engines and generative platforms. Okay. Rather than choosing one over the other, the most effective strategy blends both approaches. Okay. A lot of fluff for me. Not a lot was said yet. Integrating SEO and Geo. To combine SEO and geo, start by reviewing your best performing content and enhancing it with clear subheadings, concise data points, expert quotes. This satisfies AI extraction needs without harming your SEO foundation. Broaden your research to include full questions and conversational phrases that both people and AI might use. Finally, apply structured data markup to analyze it way more in detail regarding what of that is good, you know? Let me see for a moment. Where view my channel? Where is it? Is it already online? I think. Just let me show it so that I can show you the video. Which was it? Still. There's freshness of content in search. Just mode. Does Google SEO affect LLM optimization? This was a good one. That was a really, really, really good one. Okay. And research results on how to SEO for AI. That was a good one too. How to get your content and brand into LLMs and AI overview. That was a good one too. Just so you said, way more detailed than this one so far, at least so far. Measuring success together. Track SEO performance through your analytics, monitoring, rankings, traffic, and engagement. For geo, track the frequency of AI mentions and the share of voice and generated responses through your measurement dashboards. By comparing trends such as changes in click-through rates alongside shifts in AI citation volume, you can see how adjustments affect both traditional and AI-driven visibility. Practical takeaways. Unlike traditional search results, geo outcomes are generated dynamically and can vary based on user context, prompting, and platform behavior. Aim to create the right ecosystem and variables to increase your chances of being surfaced more frequently and accurately. Okay? Start with clear headings. Use extractable headings that guide both readers and AI through your main points. Ensure each section has a descriptive title that accurately reflects its content. This simple step helps AI models pinpoint relevant facts and makes it easier for human visitors to scan your page. Incorporate compelling data points. Include at least one data point or statistic in each key section. Whether it's a percentage, a case study result, or a short survey finding. These numbers demonstrate authority and enrich your narrative. Weave these figures into your text so they feel natural rather than tacked on. Use authoritative references. Add references such as quotes from industry experts or links to reputable studies to reinforce trust. Concise paragraphs that introduce the insight, give context, and explain why it matters will serve both readers and the AI well. Apply geo-focused tweaks. Convert dense paragraphs into numbered steps or short sentences that focus on distinct facts. Add a brief key takeaways box at the end of each significant section to reinforce your main message and create a natural extraction point. Oh man, it's going to repeat itself more and more and more. Conduct regular content audits. Every quarter, review your top performing pages to refresh figures, update expert quotes, refine headings. As search algorithms evolve and AI models learn from fresh data, these audits ensure your content remains accurate, relevant, and structured for maximum visibility. SEO versus geo. SEO and geo serve the same purpose of making your content more visible, but operate in different arenas. SEO drives clicks from traditional search results, while geo secures mentions inside AI-generated answers. But but the goal in geo is also to be clicked and to have people come to my page. Like I feel there's a little something missing. By blending both strategies and optimizing for ranking signals and AI readiness, you ensure that users find you whether they click on links or read instant responses. Start with your best pages and structure and citation and track both metrics to stay ahead in the rapidly evolving search landscape. Well, okay. I think this is missing a bit, okay? I think it's missing a bit. Like, what are the differences? There are a few things that we could go through. What's different? Different is SEO is static. It is way more static and it is way more slower. That means if you have metadata or a snippet, it is pretty much always the same. It will be shown to all the users on that platform all the time for these queries, and your positioning is pretty static. That means it can move, but it doesn't move very much in fast times. Different in geo, the same question by the same person on the same platform with the same browser even can lead to different answers. And that is a big difference. So your site, you being listed, you being cited, you being linked is not as static as it is under SEO. That means the AI or LLM will present your stuff in a more contextual basis. Usually, I think that's a big difference. I can go to what are the best marketing agencies in Austria or in Germany or in America, depending on where you are. Then I find here's the 10 best, blah blah blah. But with Geo and LLMs, I usually have a whole discussion. It's like, oh, give me the best agencies, and then it gives me a list of a few of the links. And then, oh no, I'm a little company. I only have five employees. We don't have a marketing agency. The best I did so far was TikTok, and I sell apparel to young people. And now suddenly the Geo, the AI, goes through with completely different queries and looks and gives you a result that is way more tied to you. So it's like, oh, here's an agency that is well known for working well with small companies that are growing and are in branding apparels and work with young audiences that don't have their own marketing agency. What the same is that both of them rank pretty much on the same things. So what you need to do to be good on an SEO listing, to be high in the SERPs, the search engine result page, is mostly the same that you have to do to be ranked well on LLMs or AI tools, AI overviews, and whatever. They're even linking very much because, for now at least, the AIs really lean heavily on the search result pages for what they query and what they find and what they cite. So it's really important to be listed highly in the SERPs. I even have 2 or 3 videos about that topic, like how high the correlation is of what your position in the queries is, what in the SERPs is, and how likely it is that AI will cite you. Well, I think it was okay. The article is okay, maybe for a total beginner, but I think there is no meat. This article did not have real meat in it. I'm sorry. I feel like that was not right. Dan, nice guy. I hope you're a nice guy. I never met you, never talked to you. I'm sorry that I have to say sorry. Maybe a bit more information would be nice. Like not these buzzwords and these platitudes like, oh, check this out. No, how do I check it out? What exactly? How do I check it? How do I check out if I'm in the AI overview or in the LLMs and so on? Like, go deeper, man. Go deeper. But for you guys, if you like what I do, of course, you can always ask me to go deeper. If you like that I go through articles, news, research papers, and this kind of stuff in the marketing field, consider supporting the channel. All you have to do is like the video or subscribe to the channel. It's just 1 or 2 clicks for you. It's free, costs you nothing, but it helps the channel tremendously if you do it. With that, we're going to jump right to the next clip. Okay, peace.
Yeah, I was curious because I've personally, and with a few agencies that I talked to that are advised, it was like they think, no, we don't know if that's good for our company or not. Should we not? And I think it's like the same thing over and over and over again. It was with Google ads at first. People, I don't know if I should go into it. And it was Facebook ads. I don't know if I should go. Now it's TikTok, and it will be the same. In 5 or 8 years, there will be another platform added that will be having a huge upside to those who are willing to go in first, because the first ones have it the cheapest. It's like real free estate. You get huge chunks of the market at the beginning at the very low prices. So I'm always curious to hear how people are convinced others to be the first ones in these new fields. And your solution, honestly, is a very, very smart idea. Very smart idea to go with something they know, and
Yeah.
then to subtly suggest something. Hey, we could also try X, Y, Z. That's a bit new. You will see. We can test if it works, and you've got your surefire method in place already that we do for you, so you're confident that we can offer it. So that's
Yeah.
a very smart idea.
Exactly. And agencies can still do this now, right? So I know of agencies that will get a client in on, say, Instagram ads, and they will try and upsell them TikTok ads as the classic example, if an agency is not sure. And also, I think a lot of that sort of selling and convincing just comes down to conviction of the person doing the selling. So if you're in the situation where you're saying, look, I know this can work for you, why don't we just put a tiny little bit of budget there, give it a test?
New study is out. AI assistants prefer to cite fresher content. 17 million citations analyzed. Now, that is something that I want to find it by Ryan Law and Xibei Jiaguan. Ryan Law, let's see. Open later on. Xibei Jia already got. So, do AI assistants like ChatGPT and Perplexity prefer to cite fresh content? We analyzed 17 million citations across 7 AI search platforms to find out. Well, that's going to be curious. Let me just take a sip of water. Stay hydrated, my friends. Now, as we claim to optimize for AI search visibility, I've seen suggestions that we should update pages more frequently to boost the chance of being cited. To test the theory, we use data from Ahrefs, Perplexity, Gemini, Copilot, AI overviews, and the good old-fashioned organic Google search. We then calculated the average number of days since the cited articles were published, using the date the articles were first seen by a crawler, and the average number of days since the cited articles were last updated, using the last published date from our Content Explorer database, to see if AI assistants really prefer fresher content when compared to traditional Google search. Okay? A shameless self-plug. Key takeaways. Compared to traditional search results, AI assistants prefer citing fresher content. The average age of URLs cited by AI assistants is 1,064 days, compared to 1,432 days for URLs in organic SERPs pages. ChatGPT is most likely to cite newer pages. Perplexity and ChatGPT order their in-text references from newest to oldest. Okay, interesting. AI assistants prefer content that is 25.7% fresher. If we average the age of cited URLs in all positions across ChatGPT, Perplexity, Copilot, and Gemini, we get an average time since publication of 1,064 days, or 2.9 years. For the organic SERP, the average time since publication is 1,432 days, or 3.9 years, 1 full year older. Looking at this alone, it seems that AI assistants have a clear preference for newer URLs, with cited URLs being on average 25.7% fresher than URLs in organic search results. The mathematics behind it, a little graphic to make it easier to understand what the 7 million citations analyzed look like. Okay. As we can see, clearly fresher. We can see the average days since the publication and the average date since last updated. Okay, those are the two differences. Looking at the average time elapsed since articles were last updated, we find a similar story. AI assistants show a preference for more recently updated content, with an average time elapsed since last update of 909 days, compared with 1,047 days for the organic SERP, a smaller difference of 30.1%. Google Search and AI overviews show the strongest preference for older content. If we break the data out, we get a clearer idea of the freshness preference of each AI assistant and search preference for older content, with the average cited article being over 1,432 days, 3.9 years old, and last updated 1,047 days, 2.9 years ago. Very close to the average age of URLs in Google Organic SERP. Perplexity's in-text citations show the next strongest preference for older content, 1,166 days, followed by Gemini, 1,118 days. Then Copilot, 1,056 days. Then ChatGPT's in-text references, 1,023 days. And citations, 958 days. Okay, so here we see the where it is placed, where we see it, and the average. It's average, yes, average age of that URL of that page that is cited. Okay, okay. Again, blue is when the page was created, red is when it was updated last time. When it was published and when it was updated. Here's the data in table form. Don't take a look at it. You can pause the video if you are curious about it. ChatGPT shows the strongest preference for fresh content. If we use the organic search results as a baseline, we can more easily see the extent to which AI assistant prefers to cite newer content. Focusing on the days elapsed since publishing, ChatGPT shows the strongest preference for new content, preferring to cite URLs that are 393 days newer than organic Google results in their in-text references. And the whopping 558 days newer in the citations. Okay. Compared to the organic SERP, all AI assistants show a clear preference for fresher content, except Google's AI overviews, which cites content that is 16 days older on average. Okay. Average age of cited pages compared to traditional SERP results. Only Google AIO has older stuff in the results. Okay. Here's the data. Again, I'll wait a second so you can pause and look at it. Here too, for the table. Also, the link to the article will be in the description below as usual. Perplexity seems to order citations from newer to older. We can also see how the age of cited URLs varies by their position. Here's the graph showing the average time since publication for positions 1 through 10. The organic SERP results suggest that older results are more likely to appear in high-ranking positions, while the AI assistants each show a relatively flat trend, with most cited URLs being relatively close in age. Average days since publication for cited URLs. Here we go. Google I/O top 3. They didn't have more, and then for the age afterwards. Okay, organic SERP, days older and the newer. Okay. Interesting. Perplexity. It likes newer, and then the further down we go, the bit older they can be. Gemini is again. Okay. Gemini and Copilot seem to like older stuff first, and then the worst places are older. Okay. As you can see, how high it is how many days have passed. Looking at the average time since cited articles were last updated, both ChatGPT's and Perplexity's in-text references follow the same citation pattern, similarly ordering references from newest to oldest. Average days since last update for cited URLs. Yep. That's interesting. Older goes first fresh, then older, and then newer, and then older again. But some go a very different way. Quite interesting. I mean, the question is it causation or is it just correlation? As we've seen in many other videos, there seem to be many other points that are relevant, but it's still one thing to consider. This pattern is clearer if we look at the correlation between the order of cited URLs and their age, excluding AI overviews. Most platforms show a negative correlation between citation and content age, suggesting that older content is usually cited first, ranked higher in the organic SERPs. But Perplexity and ChatGPT's references both show a positive correlation between citation order and content age, with newer content being cited first. This seems like intentional age-related ordering in their in-text references. Okay. Correlation between position and average URL. So I need to be older to be in the better sort place. I need to be in the better sort place to be considered for the AI. But if I'm considered, it will list the youngest ones, the freshest ones first. Interesting. Quite an interesting take. Final thoughts. When compared to traditional search results, AI assistants seem to have a preference for citing newer, fresher content. To improve your LLM visibility, there may be some benefit to regularly updating content. But I can't say this without issuing a few caveats and cautions. The average Google is the least influenced by content freshness, and Google is still where the majority of searches happen. Google's John Mueller has warned against updating published dates without any corresponding changes in the page content. Content freshness is one among many factors that influence visibility. Low quality, irrelevant content that's updated every day will not have a magic positive effect on your visibility in AI search. Every choice has an opportunity cost, and I suspect that most brands will see better results from creating new high quality content than they will from committing resources to extremely frequent content updating. Comment or feedback on this research, let me know in LinkedIn. Ryan Law, Director of Content Marketing at Ahrefs. Ryan has 13 years of experience as writer and content strategist. Cool. I like that article. Well done. Yes, I will follow you. So I think you can send people that something was well done. I think we should spread more positivity in the world. Again, if you like what I do, if I go through news, trends, research papers, all in the topics of marketing, be it email marketing, SEO, web development, social media, content creation, and so on. If you like what I do and you want to support the channel, leave a like, subscribe to the channel. It's just 1 or 2 clicks. It's the best way that you can help this channel out. And with that, we're going right up to the next article. We're going to discuss changes for the Threads platform. Now, new information there. Do more with the Threads API. On Shravya Garlapti. Threads is a place where people can find fresh perspectives on what's happening now and build community around shared interests. Can you see it well? Should I make it bigger? Yeah, like this. Looks better. So, last year, we launched the Threads API to help creators and businesses jump in the conversation and share their perspectives. We later introduced multiple improvements and enabled content discovery. Today, we are excited to announce new enhancements to the Threads API. What's new? Search and add a location to your Threads post when publishing, add polls when publishing new threads, and retrieve poll results from existing threads. Create text-only threads faster using a single API call with the auto-publish text parameter. Delete your own posts, retrieve public profiles and fetch public posts that were created by public profiles, create posts with topic tags and search for public posts by topic tag, query click metrics to understand how many times your links are clicked on, find relevant posts by specifying a date range when searching with the keyword, fetch GIF media on posts with GIF attachments, restrict posts to only allow replies from followers, get real-time notifications when you are mentioned in a post thanks to a new webhook. Get started. Our self-serve developer documentations, our sample app, and the Threads API collection on the Postman API platform are here to help you get started. Okay, new function for the Threads API. If you guys, I'm working with a little bot, coded it myself. If you're curious about it, I could do a live session where we go through it, how I implement these things, what I use it for. Because I like to post on different platforms sometimes. It makes it easier to have my own little platform where I say I post it on there and then it auto circulates it to the other platforms. Just sometimes I use that, but it's always a project in work. Well, Threads is an interesting example. Threads is still, I don't know if that will ever link up. For now, the data is way lower than Twitter or X, but we'll see how it develops. Again, telling you the news, trends, research papers, everything about marketing. If you want to support the channel and for me to keep doing, leave a like, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. It's the easiest way.
Guest for you to get to know. It's a very, very world famous, renowned researcher, Professor Seidhammer. She's well known for her works in the field of service industry marketing, how it impacted back in the publishing her works, because so many companies and people saw the value in her works from the first moment on. Of course, she had other people who she worked with, but I'm very, very honored and very glad to be able to present her to you guys. So Professor Seidhammer, I'm very, very thankful that you took the time to be here. Thank you very much. If possible, would you be so kind to tell the viewers for a little bit overview who you are and what your research is about?
My name is Valerie Seidhammer, and you can call me Valerie if that's easier. I have been a student of services marketing worked in a lot of service businesses when I was younger. I was a babysitter and a lifeguard, and I bussed tables at a restaurant and so forth. And so I've thought about service for a long time. Now, one of the things I thought about it was that it wasn't the same as products. So that's why I spent the last 45 years researching service.
May I ask, service marketing, what is the huge difference there?
Well, the traditional differences we used to talk are gone.
Okay.
Services are heterogeneous, meaning depending on who you get to cut your hair, it might work out or it might not. Now, maybe you don't care so much about that, but I care a lot about it. So heterogeneous, perishable, there are two others, and I'm having trouble remembering them because this goes back a long time.
Yeah.
Will you let me remember them later?
Yeah, okay, no problem. Let's get on. Let's go on. No problem. And it doesn't need to be that technical, just in a basic idea for the people who start with the company or who start with marketing. What do you think is important to keep in mind in the difference of services and products? Like what is the big difference? Not on an academic level, but more on...
Back in the quality days, it was very easy to measure the quality of physical products. You know, you can get out a scale. This is how much it weighs. You can get out a ruler. This is how tall it is. This is how wide it is. This is how deep it is. But there were no easy measurements of service. That's why you had to measure them perceptually, which is why we developed ServQual. ServQual is a perceptual measure. The second big thing is that delivering service in a company of any size, and the bigger, the harder, is extremely difficult.
There's the question about the ServQual that you developed. It's an important difference, the gap between the customer expectation and the customer experience. What is that gap about?
Okay, first of all, let's say that what is a service that you typically use?
I personally, I would say, for example, let's say business consulting is something that I often do and take into...
Very good example. Yeah. Okay. If someone wanted to hire a business consultant, they would have expectations about what that business consultant would deliver. That means they would think, what should a business consultant offer? What will they offer? Okay, those are expectations. Now, when they actually have the experience, those are the perceptions. And very frequently, there's a difference between the perceptions and the expectations.
Yeah. Okay. How should we try to get, or let me ask a different way. What should we as business people do? Should we try to get as close to the expectation as possible, or do we just have to communicate better to say, well, customer, your client, your expectation is just unrealistic? Which of the two?
No. Neither of them.
Neither of them, okay?
Bad.
Okay.
First of all, we don't want to promise. We used to say under promise and over deliver. However, I believe that you should only promise what you can deliver. And if you can deliver something, then that's okay to promise it. Now, if somebody comes to you and wants to use your services and you know that you can't deliver what they want, it's important to say, to sit down with them. Okay, still with the consultant. Okay, we're going to sit down and we're going to have a meeting and we're going to find out what you want. And then we're going to talk about how you will measure that. And then we're going to talk about, we're going to get together maybe 4 times in the next year.
So to set up with your client or with the customer or with the one who's offering the service, we can do it both as the one who's offering the service or as the one who's ordering the service. We can say, listen, I want to talk to you. I want to like set a few rules or a few guidelines to see if what we're doing is measuring up to what we discussed at the beginning. Like goal 1, goal 2, goal 3. In 1 month, I want this. In 6 months, I want this. In 1 year, I want this. And then we can see if we are on the path towards these goals or not. Do you understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. How did you get into that field, if I may ask? Like from the very beginning of service quality work research, it sounds like, how did you get into that back in the days?
May I be honest?
Yeah, please be honest.
Probably the most important thing was that I was a lifeguard.
Really?
Okay. Now,
Okay.
I wasn't a Baywatch lifeguard, if you know what that was.
Yeah.
No. I was a lifeguard at a YMCA.
Okay.
And I had a boss. His name was Lou Hammond.
Okay.
He was this big, burly boss. And unfortunately on that, what was I supposed to do? What did the parents expect of me? What did the little kids expect of me? What did Lou expect of me? So I was sitting there in my lifeguard chair and I was thinking of different things. Okay, the kids probably want me to be nice and funny. The parents want, oh, do you have any idea what these things are sounding like?
Well, how do you come up with the terms of doing good or bad job on your own? It's like, it sounds like bad onboarding of Lou's case, I gotta admit. Like,
okay, you don't do it on your own. You do it by talking to customers.
Okay.
Now, those things that I came up with at that time were just things that I thought of.
Yeah.
As it turns out, they were the precursors to the items on a ServQual measurement scale.
Okay. So interesting approach, because I think naturally for most people, they would just think about what they think on their own and then work with what they come up with. Well, I think, okay.
Bad idea.
Okay.
Bad idea.
Yeah. So if I started my service company, what should I do? What does your research say? Okay, this is one of the first steps. These are the things you should take into consideration.
Who is your target market? And then you want to talk to the people in your target market. Focus group interviews, in-depth interviews, when north, south, east, west. Some with men, some with women. What does service quality mean to you? When you get good service quality, what does it look like? When you get bad service quality, what does it look like? So talk to the customers.
Okay. What is good? What is bad? Okay. I mean, you got just for the viewers who don't know, I'll be linking the works and the papers and ServQual and everything down below in the description of the video, just so you guys know. You can look it up. It's really interesting work. You have a whole schedule of questions and impulses and ideas on what you could start with to get your service product, it's not a product, but your service agency, your service company
Offering.
working better.
Your
Yeah, the
service
offering. Thank you very much.
offering.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. And it's really, really interesting because I myself work in marketing as an agency. I witnessed most people, that's why I was so curious to have you on the show, was most people that I know that have an agency or have any kind of offering like videographers, graphic designers, web developers, the whole industry wants. I will just come up with that, and those ideas that I have about the client, I will try my best to get the best at that kind of thing. And when I talk to people, because I'm more the guy who goes out, drinks a coffee or a beer with the people, meets with them, talks again and again and again, thousands of times, I made the experience that often what an industry thinks is important or what people are taught is important isn't really important to the client. They look at a completely different set of values that are important to them. And that's a bit how I got into your research and how I stumbled upon your book and everything. And that's why I wanted to talk to you about. Why do you think is that? Why do you think people come up with such different values than what the client really has? I mean, you've been consulting many companies by now. Is there some kind of red tape where I think, oh, that's a common mistake they do?
Okay. Have you ever heard of the GAPS model?
Yep. But what is it for the audience? Yeah, of course I've read it.
Okay. Well, so one of the big gaps in delivering service quality is assuming that you know. Okay. That's the difference between what customers expect and what companies think customers expect. Now, they assume because it might be easier for them to do that, to make an assumption. But there are lots of examples where assumptions are wrong. For example, do you know the average life of a restaurant, the average lifespan of a new restaurant?
What a lot of them are closed in the first 3 years, as far as I know, but I don't know the exact numbers.
6 months.
6 months. Wow, that's much shorter than that. Wow. Wow.
Why? Well,
yeah.
because people say, oh, I really like this kind of, I like to, to do this kind of food.
Yeah.
My mother cooked this kind of food, and I'm going to have a restaurant like my mother cooked.
Yeah.
Well, how do you know some people are going to like that?
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. So for the viewers that don't know, things are assumed on a basis on what the client or the customer might want. And then the product is designed in a specific way with these theoretical assumptions made in place. They're educated guesses. And the issue is sometimes, often, depending on who you ask, it's like the idea of what is wanted is completely wrong compared to what the market really wants. As very big portions for a very low price, and that is going to bring many people in because people like to eat big portions. And virtually all restaurants that tried this approach, for example, failed because they realized, oh, there is a reason why this idea is not common. Often something that is not common has a reason because the market is not really into these ideas. So that's really, really interesting. But as a startup, let's assume I'm a startup, I'm beginning, I don't have the money to ask a lot of people to do all of this marketing research. I could only work with educated guesses. So with the method you proposed in the surf call, it's like a multidimensional survey. How could I try to implement that with as small a business as possible? Because I always like to try to get my viewers an idea with the smaller startups. If you're a company, get these things done. But how could I do it as a bit of a smaller startup?
Okay, you could use SurfQual itself, and you could adapt it, excuse me, to the business that you have.
Yeah.
Now, I have to tell you that there are some people who believe and are successful with the idea that they can come up with the right thing. Apple.
Yeah.
Apple is an example.
Hmm.
Apple, the Okay, the guy who invented Apple
Yeah. Wasn't
always
it? And
said, you know, I don't need market research.
yeah.
However, he didn't use market research on his physical products,
Yeah.
but they did use market research in the stores.
Okay. Okay.
So all that suit different industries. For example, there is a hospitality version of ServQual and a restaurant version.
Okay.
And there are many, many different versions. And to find them, they can look on Google Scholar.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Google Scholar?
Yes, I am. I am, of course.
So if you go to Google Scholar, you look up ServQual, and underneath ServQual, you will see a lot of different papers listed. They could go through those papers until they find one.
Use what you came up with, of course, what others also came up with. It's an evolution taking place over the years, of course. But it's really, really interesting to think about that. So why or how should I say it? It's a bit complicated for me to ask that because it might be a bit out of the boundaries of the questions. I know it's not the specific research you did, but to me the psychological aspect of all of your work is pretty interesting. Like I understand the survey doing, I understand the asking of the clients and to getting the feedback, but I would like to get a bit more of your knowledge, of your experience out of that. I mean, you've been implementing it for years for many companies. You've been hired as a consultant quite often. So could you talk a bit, like, of course, without naming names or anything like that, but like, what are your experiences on the benefits, on what people often make fault, what are the mistakes that people make, and what were some of the benefits that could be applied to business tactics?
Now, what kind of businesses specifically are you interested in?
I'm open to whatever you want to suggest. I'm not really into a specific niche or industry. I think it can help to listen to advice or to examples, even if you're not in the same industry. I think the more mental aspect, the framework of realizing that something can be done and what benefit it can lead to is more important than the specific industry someone is in.
Okay.
At least that's been, in my opinion, how I learned a lot of interesting example for me personally on how to educate your own people in your company, because it was such a big example. And so I don't think it's too industry specific. I think you can learn and often should learn from industries you're not in, because they apply a lot of interesting tactics that your competition doesn't think of.
Okay, then let me tell you the next most important thing. Finding out what customers want isn't enough. You have to take that information and build that into your service. And since services aren't manufactured products, what that usually means is you have to build that into the standards that you set in your company to deliver to service quality. I'll give you an example. I worked with IBM for many years on their service quality. And one of the things we found out was that customers felt they would call their rep in IBM and they wouldn't get a response. So we established a standard that the rep had to get back to the customer within 2 days, even if it was just to say, I don't have the answer to what you want yet, but I will have it and I will get back to you. That's a standard that was built into what their customers thought was most important. And that was right first time on time. Okay, so that meant it went to the right promises like 8:30 or 12:30. Now UPS, I think, is better at that now. or Amazon is better at that now. You know, when I order something from Amazon, it tells me, okay, you're going to get it tomorrow between this time and this time. That's a promise. So that's gap 2. Gap 1's finding out what customers want. Gap 2 is setting up standards to have it done. Gap 2 also involves new product or new service design. Meaning, okay, suppose the company is a company that makes invitations for bridal showers. All right. It needs to have a process by which it sets it up so that the design matches what the customer wants. And there's a very important tool for that called blueprinting, service blueprinting. And the customer and the people who deliver it all get together and they make this up together.
I think that's a really interesting take, because you said about something topic, because if I may ask you, with the service industry, it seems, at least what I experienced with people whom I talked to, with clients that I had and such, there is a huge challenge when you're small and you offer a service. It's more individual. I offer this service for like a barber, or as you said, bridal showers, or this or that, or I'm a consultant, and I can adapt myself to deliver the product in a way that I think is good. So it's like a personal style that I've got or something like that. But once I want to grow, I want to get employees to work for me. A lot of them start to mess it up at that point because they don't have the clear standards, they don't have the clear procedures, and they don't know how to outsource that thing that make them individually successful.
Exactly. And that's gap 3.
Okay.
The difference between the standards you set and what your employees or your franchises deliver.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a wonderful hairdresser. Okay. Yeah. She has her own process. The process is, it's probably bad to give you this example because it looks like you don't care how your hair gets fixed. Well, let me give you a hotel as an example. Unfortunately, the hotel I'm using as an example just was hurt by the flood. It was in Cedar Key, Florida, but it was run by a small family. And so it knew exactly what its customers wanted because it asked on the phone. When you got there, it did everything. It did the delivery. Okay, one place. What happens when you are Marriott Hotels and you have to deliver that across the world? But Marriott has its standards. And actually, one of Marriott's possessions, high-end hotel, can you think of it?
I'm not that well versed in that industry, I gotta admit. I know Hyatt, Hilton, I know that Hyatt.
No. It's it won the possibly think of.
Okay.
And this hotel happens to have just the most wonderful standards.
Okay.
And one of the standards is that the the person that greets the customer, hello, Dr. Zeithamel, please come right in. We've been waiting for you. Go up to the front desk and, they know who you are. When I stayed at this hotel, in fact, they have a system of collecting information about what frequent guests like. And one time I went in there, and I always, every time I stayed in there afterward, they sent cinnamon up with my oatmeal.
Well, that's exactly what I mean. This is the little special extra thing that makes it so much more appealing to the client or to the customer. It's unbelievable. These little, I think maybe I'm using the wrong word in English, but like these little tricks, this little gadget, this little thing that's not that, it's not that expensive to set these things up, but they make a huge, huge, huge upsell for people to experience that. It's unbelievable.
The thing is that they know me.
Yeah.
That's what's important.
You're a
when we
valued
have
person, yeah, and recognized.
yes.
Yeah.
Now these days, there's a lot of trouble with help, getting help.
Okay.
So even if standards are set,
Mm-hmm.
if you go into a retail store,
Yeah.
or you go into a restaurant,
Yeah.
the help is not that helpful.
Okay. Okay.
Are you Gen Z or a millennial?
No, I think I count as millennial. I'm 36. Got a problem?
That's part of the problem.
Ah, okay. Please elaborate. Please tell me, why is that?
Well, millennials and Gen Z, this is a generalization, but they don't have the respect for clients the way that others did. And I'm 50 years. And I wrote the book that we used in the course. I wrote the cases that we used in the course. And I wrote most of the articles that were assigned. Now, I wrote a case. One of the cases I wrote was for Carnival cruises. Carnival had a big problem because they had a cruise where the engines, one of the engines died, and people didn't have food. People had to sleep in the aisles and all that. I go into a class to start this discussion, and I cold call somebody first because I want them to start. And I cold call Sam. I don't remember his name, but I cold called Sam. And he said, first of all, this is a terrible case. I found on meals on this case. So I don't know who wrote it, but it's wrong. I wrote the case. This is my student sitting in there.
Okay.
Okay, not all millennials.
Yeah, of course not. It's like a general, yeah. I understand. It's something I didn't know it was in America. Like, it's pretty much, I'm from Europe, you're from America. I hear a lot of this, the millennials and Gen Z doesn't want to work. It's like a pretty common thing to hear from older people. I personally think it's a difference. It's a big difference, because I know I've hired a lot of people. I also know the difference between hiring someone who's 40 and someone who's 20. And it's generalized, as you say, but the identification with work is way different, because I think the boomer generation is more taking pride in their work. It's more like, I got to do good work. I identify with the value of work that I created. Well, for many young people, it's not like that.
Right.
I don't know if it's like, but I don't know if it's a timing thing, because I don't know if the boomers had that when they were 20, it's like, who knows if they had, but it's a really, really, really weird thing going on right now. And what I personally experienced is manners and politeness. It's a bit hard to get procedures done in that. When I go out on meetings, for example, or on events, and I meet with people, it's like, hey, you got a startup company. You want your clients, just because I remember right now what I had with a few guys that I met recently. And they were young. They were Gen Z almost, just created the startup and everything. And they were like, oh yeah, you want to connect with us? Here's our Instagram. And I said, do you have a business card? Oh no, da da da. And in the English speaking world, you don't have something that we have in German. It's like in English, you just use the word you, both formally and privately. In German, there's two different
Du?
forms. Yeah,
Du?
there is du and sie. It's like one is the very polite form of you. It's like you only use it with clients or with people you don't know that you're polite with colleagues, with your boss, and so on. And the other form is the form that you use with family, with friends, with people that you know well. And over the last 20 years or so, because of the American culture influence, it's getting more and more that it's only using the informal way. And now a lot of people that are like 40 or 50 or wearing suits or working in companies are like, I don't want someone to use that informal way of addressing me. While others are like, I don't want to work for companies where I have to use that formal version for my superior. Why should I? He's just above me. He's not more
Exactly.
worth than me as a human. So there's a huge cultural thing going on here that's like very weird in my opinion, because I'm like, I like to go with the formal, polite way because I just think it's the right thing to do. But I'm fine with the informal way too. But I think it's like, the reason why there are these polite forms and everything. And I'm not, but we'll see how it develops. I don't want to give a moral value on it. Like I don't want to have people screeching at me in the comments and attack me for that.
Oh, I know.
It's my
Well,
personal opinion.
But
I
to tell
like
you
it.
the truth,
Yeah.
boomers, when we were young, we were just glad to have a job.
Really? Okay.
So, I mean,
Huh?
I had a lot of different jobs when I was in high school and when I was in college, and
Yeah.
I was just grateful.
Okay. And you think today it's not that way anymore with the younger people?
Well, I do know that young people have certain criteria for a job. Let me be just general about it. And there's always a bell curve, right? Always a bell curve. But they want meaningful work. They don't want necessarily to work for something they don't believe in. They would rather, I shouldn't be generalized about this, but what do you think? Would they rather wear flip-flops or high heels?
I'm going to be honest with you, okay? And I will put this online. I don't care. I want people to know my thoughts on this. I'll be honest. I'm the child of a migrant family. So I grew up with almost no money. It was 5 children. We were poor, dirt poor, really. And I mean it, like really, really poor. We didn't even have a room for every one of us. It's like poor. And to me, work, I was brought up and I grew up with work is money. You need money to survive. You need a job to survive. That's it. Like a job has to be of value, to be fun or anything. It was like, are you out of your mind? You get money for your lifetime and you work and that's it. And the only thing you can do is make a deal to get as much money as possible for the time you give away. The only thing there is to consider is don't be an evil person. That was like my mom was like that. Like you gotta be able to look into the mirror. Like don't screw up people. Don't do anything that's malevolent to the people. That's how I was raised. But if you don't do anything malevolent to the people, it's there to make money. That's what you do. You want to buy your children food. You want to pay rent for your children, and so to me it was like a really weird culture shock, even in the same country when I grew up. And I was like then around 18, 20, 25, and I started to get to meet more and more and more middle class people and middle class employees. And suddenly it was like, oh, I want to have value in my work. And I was like, huh? It was like, oh, I'm frustrated because I don't see the value in this work that I do. And I was like, what a value? It's like if my boss pays me to dig a hole and to put the earth into the hole again and to dig it again, if he pays for it, I'll do it. I don't care about the result. I'll do it as good as I can. but it's his job to decide what we got to do. And so it was a real weird culture shock to me to be faced with these kind of people then. And when I started my own businesses, then I started with a few other things, charity organizations, and I had to hire people. It was really like it took me a few years to shift mindset to understand what the problem was for these people.
Mm-hmm.
And in Austria, it's like we've got a way better welfare state than you guys got in America. So it's like you really have to convince someone here to work because they get like 80% of what you get as a wage, you get from welfare for doing nothing. So it's kind of hard to make someone work 40 hours a week if they can get 80% of that for doing nothing. It's really,
So
really.
are you from Austria now?
Yep. Born and raised in
Austria.
Austria.
I love Vienna is my favorite city.
Really cool. I'm in Vienna. Well, and my parents are from Eastern Europe. They're down from the Balkans, ex-Yugoslavians. So, you know, in the 90s when there was the war and everything, a completely different way of growing up. It was a completely different way of growing up, going down to meet the family and to have to think about where they bombed, where they killed, was anything destroyed, they need, and you come back here and suddenly people are like, oh, I want to be an artist because I want to express myself. And I recently talked to someone, like 2 years ago, he was a young guy, and he said it ironically, but he was spot on. It was like, people want a job that has meaning, that isn't work, where they're flexible with time, where they make a lot of money and don't have any responsibility. That's basically it. And that's like, if that is what you want, you're going to fall down pretty hard once you start working. It's going to be quite a crash to be confronted with reality. Like, but we'll see how it works. We'll see how it works for this generation. I hope that it works well, but that's why people are so. I recently had a discussion with a psychologist about that in the research. It was like 50 years ago, you had two personas. You went outside of your home and you were someone else. You put on your clothes as a uniform, as a mask, and you were someone else for your colleagues, for the outside world, for the cafe, for the barber. Then you were at home. At home, you came back and you took off the mask. You took off the clothes and you were you. Nowadays, people want to go out into the world and be themselves. And then that's where the psychological issue for some seem, that's what the research said, comes. You go out into the world wanting to be yourself, and then you're not acknowledged as yourself. So you start to have issues with your self-image. This is something prior generations didn't have because they were not themselves in public. They knew, I'm putting on the mask. I don't expect anyone at work to care about me. My colleague is not supposed to care about me as a human. I'm just a cog in the machine at work, nothing else. I'll be polite. Maybe I get someone to eat lunch with, and we're going to be on that very shallow social, relationship level. And nowadays people feel like, oh, my coworkers don't acknowledge me as a person. I feel neglected at that workspace. And so there are huge and interesting conflict zones created right now. So it was really interesting to dive into the psychological aspect of that too, really.
So you have talked a lot about Gap 3.
Okay.
Good job.
Yeah.
Now let me tell you about Gap 4. That's the only one left.
Okay. Oh,
there's
man.
a gap between what people do and what the organization says is going to happen. That's the communication gap.
Okay.
So if the organization says everybody at our place is going to be friendly, and instead they're not, that's a gap.
Yeah.
So
that's such an issue because for the viewers that don't know, for example, why McDonald's or other chains are so successful, psychologically, most people tend to prefer, we don't care about the benefit. Most people don't want to have a negative experience. That means if I go to McDonald's, for example, it's always the same. I know what
Yes.
to expect. I know it's not the best burger, but I know what to expect.
Yes.
And if I go there and it's like is it bad or not? Do I get something that's messed up? Even if it's just one of 10 times, I won't go there anymore. I will experience it once or twice and then I won't go there anymore. So what you say is really important. It's that one that one rude person in the company that greets the one entering in a rude way, or is the rude cashier, or like the call center agent that's rude, represents the whole company. And if I experience one or twice that there was something negative, I will tell all of the people that I know, this company is bad, don't work with them. So it's really, really tough to set up these procedures and standards, as you said. It's really,
But
yeah,
think Disney.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
those who are adults might not, think Disney's all that sexy,
yeah.
but you go to Disney, you get
Mm.
the same thing.
Yeah. Well,
The
at least for a
children,
long, long time, it was like that. As far as I heard, I'm not too experienced. They shifted slightly in the last like 5 to 10 years, or is that wrong? With the experience in the parks and everything, as far as I heard.
no. Now
Okay.
Disney Europe, Disney France is
Yeah.
different.
Okay, okay,
Because
okay.
Disney France,
Yeah.
people in France don't like, workers in France
Yeah.
don't like to be told what to do.
Okay, okay.
Disney Hong Kong's great. Disney in
Okay.
the US, superb.
Okay, okay. So you think there are also regional differences for companies, how easy it is to enforce these standards and these procedures?
Well, we do know that when Disney went to France, they had a lot of trouble. And the trouble was with the workers, trying to get the workers to smile on cue, and because people felt like, I don't want to do that.
Okay. And you can't just say, okay, we don't hire these kind of people. We you don't do it, you get fired, we're gonna take someone else. Didn't work out.
You can try.
Okay.
So what they did actually,
Huh?
when it opened, they took a whole lot of people from the US and put them into that.
Yeah.
And but when they tried to hire locally, it wasn't quite as easy.
Okay.
Some of your viewers are not going to like what I say, are they?
They're not
French.
gonna like a few of the things that I said either. Let's be honest, that's the important thing. I'm not doing this to be liked by as many people as possible. I want to give value to the people who want to be successful, who are curious, who want to learn stuff. And sometimes you gotta tell unpleasant truths. That's just part of the game. I'm gonna be honest. It's like, I'm in consulting. I often work with companies. I often work with clients. And one of the things that I myself, as a brand, so to speak, have developed was, I'm not going to sugarcoat stuff. I'm not going to come to you and say, oh, you're all so awesome, and hey, your feelings and everybody's valued. I'm going to come and say, well, this is bullshit, and this is a waste of time and energy. And this person or this person has to be fired because they're not good enough. That's just the way it is. You can't be successful without being honest. I mean, on the other side, I also think you don't have to be a jerk. Some people misunderstand and mistake the being honest and being factual with being rude. No, I don't like that.
Yes.
I think you can be polite. I think you can have all the manners that you need. You don't need to insult anyone. People are different. I understand that different people have different goals. That's also absolutely fine. You're not wrong because you're looking for something else. But sometimes stuff will contradict each other. As you said, for example, do you want to have responsibility? Do you want to be part of something where you think you have impact? If you want to have impact, you will have to have responsibility. And if you want responsibility, you won't have freedom. those two things are contradicting each other. You can't be free and responsible for something big and valuable. It just doesn't work that way.
Right.
So it's always a trade-off. And here on this channel, I want to be honest and give people value and information. And the trade-off is sometimes hurting some feelings, and I'm fine with that.
Okay. But I don't like to hurt clients' feelings. I like to find other ways to deal with clients' feelings.
Then tell me a bit, how do you handle situations where it's like, oh man, I gotta say something negative. I just have to tell them this does not work, what they're doing, or this and this is not the right path to success for them. And then you have someone who's emotionally invested into this situation, because as you know, in big corporations, sometimes there were fights for 1 or 2 years inside politics to get to this solution, and someone is really, really invested into them. And if that solution is not used, they might lose their position, all of their political weight they have in these corporations. Maybe their whole career is on danger. So how do you
Okay, I'll give you 2 examples. One is one-on-one. Another one is at the whole organization level. Okay, one-on-one, the most important thing is to listen. I see your point. I understand that what you really think is right is this. You're not promising anything. I mean, that's what airlines stewardesses and stewards do when all the things are wrong with the airline. And that's what they should do. Now, if you're talking about from a whole corporate point of view, we call it the customer pyramid. And we have a paper on that. And it's that you sort your customers into, at the top are your platinum customers, then your gold customers, then your silver customers, then your lead customers. Lead customers are those who every time they interact with you, they're costing you money. You have to find a way to interact with them that doesn't cost you money. Online. Send them online.
like to contact form and so on, or what? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a platinum customer. This is a little bit like airline stuff, but a little bit more. Okay, I'm a platinum customer of American Express. I have my own telephone number that I can reach their contact center if I have anything I need. All the other levels can't do that.
Okay. Okay. I gotta ask you, because you mentioned something, and I know we don't have that much time, sadly, because you're really interesting to talk to you. I've had a lot of fun, pleasure talking with you. But you said something that I want just to focus a bit on before we have to quit: the aspect of online. A lot of what we discussed was general experiences that were valued and applied for centuries, you could say. The game has changed, or would you say the game has changed or not ever since the social media landscape, with the more data-driven, with more, it's easier to get feedback from the customers nowadays. It's easier to get like what they like, how they interacted with the page. Do you think there has been anything that's really changed the game, or is it still the same game?
Well, you can get immediate feedback from your customers. When I'm online with Facebook, Instagram, I don't use Twitter, but if I have looked up a piece of clothing from a site, next time I get on Facebook, that piece of clothing is right there. Okay. Or same thing with the service. I mean, there are immense differences. And people tried to use ServQual to measure that stuff. And we said, ServQual is not the right thing. That's why we came up with ESQual, electronic service quality. It's a different measure.
What would you say, how could you explain to a layman what the differences are, like in general?
Most important thing online is efficiency, getting to the place you want to get to fast, and privacy. The most important thing in ServQual is reliability, doing what you said you're going to do.
Okay. Really interesting. Reliability in the ServQual, and privacy and efficiency in the online spaces. That's an interesting mix. That's really an interesting mix, because I personally had the experience back in the days from when I was young. As I said, I had many different jobs, from construction work to restaurants to anything that could pay. And I remember I worked for a little restaurant that went somewhat well. And the boss there was like, we don't put, how do you say, these little servietten?
Napkins?
Napkins, thank you very much. Yeah. Like, we don't put these little napkins on the places. And I said, why not? It looks nice. And because the customer doesn't pay it. Each thing that the customer wants, that the guest wants, every little thing is a price on it. If the customer is ready to pay $5 more for it, then we do that. And I think it ties nicely into what you said. Well, you're willing to pay those 900 extra for the American Express to get that number. Are you willing to pay that extra on the Marriott hotel? It costs more than the cheapest Airbnb, but you get another experience for it. So as a service provider, should I maybe, like, how important is it to watch out in what budget area you are? Maybe just for the people who listen to this. What are you able to deliver to make yourself stand out and to be better and to give the customer the best experience that they want, while staying in that, how should I say it, in that price bracket that they are willing to pay? And that's really the quality and the gap that you, yeah.
In the United States, you have to give people napkins.
Okay.
Because if you don't, they're going to spill all over themselves. They're going to drip all over themselves.
No. Yeah, of course. I didn't mean it like that. I mean this. You like origami. You can make these napkins really looking cute, nice, and everything.
You were doing too much.
There you go on the space, and that's it.
You were doing too much.
Yeah.
Price is a whole other topic.
Yeah.
Price is part of Gap 4, but we're almost out of time. You'll have to call me again, and we'll talk again.
I would love to. You're awesome to talk to. Again, for the viewers, I will link below a few of the papers of the books. There are many books she wrote that are awesome together with other people. I think it's absolutely worth it to take a look into it, really. No matter what industry you're in. I mean, of course, no matter what industry, if you're in the service industry, of course. But like in the service industries, there are many different fields where I think looking up that research, to consider it, to really put it into the business plan and to reflect upon it can be of immense value to many of you. Guys, with that, I think we're finished. Valerie, it was a great pleasure to talk to you. I thank you very much for the time you took. It's been an honor and a pleasure, and I wish you and your family just the very best. Thank you very much for having been here on the show. Quite interesting to me. I'm in marketing and everything, and I'm working a lot with online. It was the billing status in an online community. You work with Stack Overflow, I think, with the data. It's about how to get social capital, like in the hierarchy, how to get the higher places in an online community, if I understood it correctly. And you said, you wrote them, it's like, now please, you say it in your words. you say them with
Sure.
a word.
So yeah, so
So let's go. Next article.
Hello, guys. Today I've got a very special guest. It's Professor Vardi. He's a world-renowned researcher in the field of computer sciences. His works have helped us as a species in technological fields quite a lot. It's really interesting. I know we're going not to get too deep into the field because I know many of you are not in the computer science fields, but I think his work and his knowledge touches upon almost everybody's life nowadays. Everybody of us has to deal with computers. AI is coming. We've got self-driving cars coming soon. And a lot of the aspects that we need to even make that possible are databases, are queries, are huge data amounts and stuff that he has research on and that I would like to talk about. The implications for society behind it, how it all developed in a historical sense, and many other topics that we're going to go through today. Dr. Vardi, it's a pleasure to have you here on the show. And thank you very much for taking the time to be here. Thank you very much. And maybe you want to start with a few words to the audience to give them an overview of who you are and what your research is about.
So first, thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation with you. I'm very happy to take my work and reach out to the bigger world. I grew up in Israel. At about age 16, which was many years ago, I discovered computers. And I fell in love in computers because computer gives you a world with very, very clear rules and very, very clear logic. And in fact, when you start writing programs and they don't work, at first you think, well, the computer made an error. And after a while it gets into your head, no, the computer, it's possible that they make errors, but it's a very, very rare event. And so if your program doesn't work, you made errors. And that's a great lesson in humility. You realize that how difficult it is because computers are idiot savant. You have to tell them precisely what to do. You can't say, oh, I mean, I remember when I came to the United States and I miss from Israel and I miss some of my mother's cooking. So I would say, oh, I'm missing this dish. Can you give me the recipe for this dish? And she said, well, okay, it's all in her head. And she said, you put a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And I said, what do you mean by a little bit of? She said, just the right amount. And she had the intuitive sense, what is the right amount? And I wanted everything precisely. So computers are like me, they needed everything precisely. And human beings are actually naturally inaccurate. We do just, how much? Oh, just the right amount. So it takes so learning programming on one hand teaches you to be very precise. It teaches you humility because you say if there's an error, it's 99.99999%, it's your error. Okay. Now at age 16, while it was intellectually challenging, the rules were clear. I knew exactly what the rules are. On the other hand, at age 16, I couldn't understand girls. There was a mystery. Well, I'm still working on it for many, many years, but at the time I was just completely clueless. Now I'm only half clueless, but then I was completely clueless. And so I fell in love with computers. And I went on my studies in Israel and I ended up doing my doctorate also in Israel on databases. I'll come back to it in a minute, what is exactly are these databases. And then I came to the United States to do advanced study. And you know how it is. I met my wife here. I was going to go back to Israel. I met my wife here and end up staying in the United States. And right now I'm professor at Rice University in Houston, Texas. So that is the story of my life in a nutshell, abbreviated form.
A short CV like that. Nice to represent. People can have a little bit of the, as you said, I think it's a
well, academic CVs are not like resumes. Resume, you have to say 1-2 pages.
Yeah.
Academic CV is what we call the whole Megillah. We put everything that happened. So my
Everything.
CV is my CV, not resume. My CV is probably 50 pages. So
Wow.
everything
But
that happens.
it touched me when you said it, because I myself also started programming and stuff like that when I was younger. And the way you said it, like this, it's clear rules, the humility behind it. That's a very interesting take that I haven't reflected upon yet. But I think you're absolutely right with that, because you write something and there is an error, and you just know I have made the mistake somewhere logical, if it's in the conception phase, if it's a semicolon that I wrote wrong, but the computer is doing what I told it to do. Something about what I told it to do must be wrong to get that error, some order or something. And it's true. It's like, because I'm, for me, it was like in my whole life, even in other fields later on, it was like, okay, something went wrong. What did I do wrong to cause that result? It's really interesting, and never reflected upon if that might be from the programming experience as a young guy.
And you can blame other people. I mean, a lot of things, the way we cope with difficulties in life, we project out. We blame someone else. Okay, think about it. Even think about human relationships. They're difficult. Relationships are difficult. Sartre said, "Hell is other people." Okay. So what happened? You're in a relationship, and other person does something upset, and you get upset at them. They did something. But the basic principle, and I have to say, my wife taught me that if you get upset, you are the reason for you getting upset. Now, the other person may have done something. It may be positive, not positive, but you getting upset, it's always on you.
Yeah, it's your choice, your decision to get upset.
It's always on you. Okay. And a friend of mine said, "No, I don't understand it." I said, "Look, suppose I tell you that I think you're an idiot. Are you going to get offended?" He said, "Yeah, of course I'll get offended." Well, suppose you go to a pet store and the parrot says, "You're an idiot, you're an idiot." Are you going to get offended? He said, "No, it's a parrot." I said, "You see, it's all
philosophy, and where I say, the only thing I can control is how I react to things, not to the things outside. Really, I personally think it's a very mature, very good way of thinking about life, because, well, I can't change the other things, but I get to choose somewhat how I react to things. Are these trouble or are these challenges? Is that really awful what happened to me, or is it just, wait a moment, it's annoying, but my life is good overall. I don't need to react as if this was a big catastrophe now. It's just an annoying moment, or it's just a stressful day at work. It's not like my life is bad because of that. And I think this putting it into perspective of the whole life and situations and so helps a lot alleviate this highs and downs of emotional trouble. It's just my personal opinion on that.
So the computers are never trying to do something to you.
Yeah.
It does what it does. It's like the universe. Bad thing happen. Bad thing happen to good people. Nobody's after you. Yeah. It just happens. Okay.
So how did you get to that field?
So I said I got at age 16. I just fell in love with computers.
Yeah, but how did that happen? If I ask, did your father
get how did it happen? So it happened. It just amazing serendipity. Okay. I just from glancing in the newspaper, it caught my eye, an advertisement that the Tel Aviv University is going to have a programming 1 week intensive programming course. Okay. Now, this is 1970. I know nothing about computers. Nobody has seen a computer at this point. There are computers, but our computers are all the so-called mainframes, and they are in certain, what we call glass houses, special air-conditioned rooms. I mean, I've never seen a computer before in my life. I kind of vaguely knew there are computers, but I had very little knowledge. What is a computer? Suddenly you can spend 1 week in the summer intensive course on programming. And somehow, and now I cannot go back in my mind and said, this intrigued me. So I went to my father and asked, it was going to cost some amount of money to register. The problem is the currency has changed since I'm in Israel many times, so I have no idea how much it cost. But I cannot imagine it was more than, let's say, $50. Okay.
Okay.
Not a lot of money. Okay. Just symbolic, almost symbolic. I said, can I ask you for the money? He said yes. And I went and I stayed with relatives to cut down on expenses. I stayed with relatives, and I took the course. And I said, once I took the course, that was it. It was clear that my future is going to be in computing. Now, academically, there was really no computer science programs yet at that point. Computer science programs started in the early 70s. So by the time I go to college, which is actually I went to college about a year. When did I go to college? About a year later, I went to college. And they have a minor in computer science. It's a minor, so it wasn't even a major. So I majored in physics with a minor in computer science. Okay, because it wasn't a major, it was just a minor. Yeah. So in the United States, the first computer science program started in mid 60s. Okay, mid 60s. In Israel, it was a few years later, and within a few years it became a major and all universities. But when I went to college, it was just a minor. So I did major in physics with a minor in computer science, and then I had to do my military service. And then by the time I finished my military service, now it's 1978, and now I want to go to graduate school. Now I have to decide, do I continue in physics? I said, no, I'm going to computer science. So, at that point, I went back and I went back in computer science. And actually, the 70s was a years of very, very dramatic change, because the microprocessor was developed in Intel in the 70s. So by the time I go back to graduate school, people talk about microcomputer. And I say, whoa, what is a microcomputer? I just, for 4 years, I was out of this academic scene. So now I go back and there are microcomputers, and so the world has changed in a significant way. And I still look back at this young man who decided, no, computing is the future. Little did I know, right? No one had any idea that it will be the future, okay? That it will be the technology that runs our life right now, okay? I had no idea.
You were spot on with it.
But some, I was just, I can't say it was prophecy. I just loved it. I said, that's what I'm going to do. So I went to graduate school in computer science and never looked back.
Really interesting. Really, back at that time, it's like, wow. And I mean, back then, really, as you say, it wasn't that easy to tell how much human life, society, industries would change because of the computer. It was like not anywhere on the horizon yet.
At that time, if you look where computers were used, kind of big, like banks, insurance companies, and we'll come back to data processing, companies that had large amount of data, mostly the financial industry for sure, okay? They use computers, and scientists start using computings early on. In fact, the computers were invented to really solve scientific problems, okay? They were not invented originally to do payroll or to do bank statement. They were first designed, in fact, the ENIAC, the computer was built in the United States. The first computer was designed to compute ballistic table for naval guns. And in the UK, it was to break codes. Okay. The data processing aspect of computing came later, came after they're already built. But initially, it was all for scientific problem solving. So when I was an undergraduate in physics and computer science, the people who are very heavy user of computers in the university were the physicists. because we would physics PhD students were sitting in a computer center day and night because they were using computer to solve their problems. And in fact, there was one reason for me to say, even the physicists, what they do is computing, so I might as well go to computing. They played a role in pushing me towards computing.
I ask because I'm curious. I would like to. What was the kind of stuff that the physicians back then were computing, were asking, were calculating?
So the physicists were always calculating in some sense, because if you think what physics is, you have theories, and you may, if you've taken some even in high school physics, you know, there are some physical theories. But how do you test the theories? You test the theories by running experiments. But the theories are, for example, you take Newton laws, there are equations. So what you need to do is then to do computation to figure out what should happen in the real world. If I drop a stone from the top of the building, how long will it take for it? You know, I have Newton's law, okay, and now I need to figure out how long it will take it to drop. So I do some computation, and then I go and I measure how long did it take it to drop. So physicists always the bridge between theory and experiments, but how do you bridge between them? What will happen in the real world? And then you go and you measure what's happening in the real world. Okay.
That's okay, cool. Yeah.
You don't see the equations in the real world, but you compute to see how would things happen in the real world, and then you test it in the real world. So people computed in physics, but they had to do it by hand. And so in fact that was even like in World War II when you know computation. In fact, until the invention of the digital computer, the word computer referred to a person. It was a job description.
Really?
People needed computing, and the person who computed, okay, take for example a Mount Everest, okay? So tallest mountain in the world. How do we know that? Everest did not know that. There was an Indian guy, I'm sorry I forgot his name right now, but he was responsible for the measurement and the computation that would tell us that Mount Everest.
Thank you for that. It's like really interesting.
So computers were people. In fact, most computers were women, because women were very good at computing, because to do computing by hand, you need precision, no mistakes, no errors, and you need more patient and more precise in doing this. So if you look at pictures from the 1940s, you see rows and rows of women computing, and they were called computers, until digital mechanical machines took over. So the first wave of machines is going to be scientific computing, okay? So, and then people discovered, one of the things people discovered very early on, that you have to be very, very precise in talking to computers. And computers talk in, you know, it's a little bit like R2D2. Remember how R2D2 talks? Beep, 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 beep. So in some sense, that's how you talk to computers. You use what we call binary, zeros and one, but you basically talk to them digitally. And for people, this was very hard.
Yep.
So people gradually start to develop what we call higher level programming languages. How do we bridge what's happening?
For the people who don't have any experience in it, the computer understands 0 and 1. 0 means no electricity, no voltage. 1 means activated electricity voltage.
Right.
How do people tell this little thing that only understands 1 and 0 what they want? Like, for example, I know we've got the assembler, and then we've got the higher languages like C#.
So we got this went by sequence of steps.
Yep.
Okay. So one is, and this first of all, this observation that goes back to the 17th, 18th century. Leibniz was a famous German mathematician who discovered. He said, "Why do we count? We count base 10. Why do we count base 10? Because we have 10 fingers. Imagine that we had people only had two fingers. They would count base 2. So you can count in different bases. And what do I mean by a base? If you write the number 100, you write 000.
Yeah.
So the rightmost 0 refers to single digits. And the second 0 refers to tens, how many tens. And the third digit refers to how many hundreds. So we write 100 is 100. 900 is 900. We can write 999. It's 999. Okay, and you can do the same thing with binary, but instead of having units and then tens and then hundreds, you work with what you call powers of 2. So you'll have 0 and 1. So Leibniz realized that you don't need to count base 10, you can count base 2. And this was just a mathematical observation. But then people said, the first computer was actually base 10. But electronic 0, you have full charge means 1, very easy to implement computers base 2. But it's very hard for people to talk base 2. Okay? So we needed C3PO to communicate between us and R2D2.
Yeah.
So first, for example, somebody said, you know what? Also base 2, you get very long numbers.
Yeah.
So why don't we do base 8? Okay. So we take every group of 3, what we call bits, digital digits, binary digits, it's 4, and it become base 16. So base 16 become kind of the common way to do that, first of all. But even for people, it become difficult. Then people start coming with the idea, for example, everything had to be done by writing in binary or octal or what you call hexadecimal, which is base 16. Then somebody came up with the idea, I'd like to write, if I want to compute to add, I will want to write add, ADD, okay? And then a computer program will translate it to 86. Maybe 86 is add. But why should I have to remember it? Let the computer do the translation. This was a brilliant idea. That to translate from more human language to computer language, the computer should do the translation. Think about it. This is a brilliant idea. We have a hard time talking to computers, so translation. But this was to translate from human language to computer language. Once that happened, people said, oh, we can have languages that are closer and closer and closer to higher level programming languages. And initially, the programming languages became closer and closer to math. So one of the first higher level programming language was called Fortran, and Fortran stood for Formula Translator. And the idea was to enable for people to, for example, let's suppose I want to sum all the numbers between 1 and 100. So I want to tell the computer, sum all the numbers between 1 and 800, okay? And 100. And I just said it, it's very easy. But for the computer, you have to translate. The computer doesn't understand what it means. You have to tell him, start with 1, edit, increase by 1, edit, increase by 1, edit. You have to write this kind of program we call iterative program. Do it 100 times. Each time increment by 1 and edit, increment by 1 and edit. So Fortran enable you to say it almost in a way much closer to how a human think. Because the difficult for us with computer is to bridge with the way we think and the way computers think. And so then this started the whole, today, one major field in computer science is programming languages, which is how to make programmers more effective. And what does it mean more effective? Efficient, to run fast, and we want to minimize errors. Remember, errors is the thing. When you write program, one of the first things you discover, it is very, very hard to be so precise because we tend to be, human beings are sloppy.
Really interesting. That's
really, really interesting, the development of that. Thank you. I did not know it that close. It was like I never understood honestly that bridge from the binary system, like with the punch cards and everything back then, to suddenly having language, programming language. Suddenly it was like, okay, here you've got the syntax, you've got the orders, you've got the commands, and suddenly it was like, okay, how did that step happen? It's really interesting.
It took, you know, I mean, the first computer, programmable computer is built in is not built, it's turned on in 1946. And it took a few years. I mean, I was fortunate to work many years ago with a person at IBM who was the developer of Fortran, of one of the first programming languages.
Cool.
Okay,
cool.
His name was John Bacchus. He was very senior. I was very young, but I ended up being his manager, which was very funny to me because he was a legend of computers. He was a legend of computer science, and not everybody recognized the need immediately. One of the pioneers of computer science was an incredibly bright mathematician called John von Neumann. Okay, he was came from Hungary, and he was such a genius that he could multiply 8-digit numbers, 2-digit numbers in his head. Okay, most people will struggle with, I can do 2-digit numbers in my head. I will struggle with three-digit numbers. Okay, 2-digit I can still do in my head. 3 digits become difficult. He did 8-digit numbers in his head. So John Bacchus told me that early 50s, John von Neumann come to visit IBM. And at this point, he is the most, obviously they see that he's not impressed. And then they finally, after the whole thing, and they're trying to tell him, finally he sits there and says, okay, guys, why are you doing this? And they say, well, you know, programming for most people is hard, so we want to make it easier for people to program. And he said, nonsense. Just give it to your students to do. So for him, he could think directly. He could think in binary. People joking, he could think in binary. So he just did not understand at all the challenge that most humans have a challenge being able to express themselves in such low-level language like in binary. So he was completely unappreciative of their effort, but they were right. He was wrong because he was such a genius. He couldn't appreciate that you need to build tools for non-geniuses.
For the average person to be able to plug into something that works, but it's too hard. You need too much cognitive ability to easily use it. So wow, it's really interesting. This is really interesting thing.
So in fact, much of what we have done in computing is to make it easier. You don't have to be a genius today to use computers. Think about it. Today, practically, everybody has a smartphone.
Yeah.
Everybody is using computers. And they don't need to know computer science. This is the beauty of it now. They don't need to be computer science. They just need to be able to swipe left and right.
Yes.
They
No,
swipe
you
left.
you don't need to know anything about TCP/IP protocols to surf on the internet.
Nothing. You swipe left, you swipe right, and you go on a date. With me at age 16, not understanding girls, and building this technology. And today, this technology helps you to get a girl, right? So to speak. So one of our really the major accomplishment is we took technology that used to be considered very, very difficult to use computers when I got involved, to use technology that is used by the masses. And we spent now, since the 1946, we celebrated just if you think about it, 2 years ago, it was the 75th anniversary of 2021. It was the 50th anniversary, the 75th anniversary of the first computer. So we have learned to build a technology. Have now billions of people use computers, and they need to know very, very little about computers. It's an amazing accomplishment. If you think now, who can design a high-rise building? Well, you say, you know, engineers, architects, and now we have made these tools so easy that anybody can design, so to speak, a high-rise building.
Yeah, it's great. That's also the same. Like with I had that when I learned mechatronics. It was like electricity, the light bulb, all of these things. There's like be the first one to come up with the idea of a generator or of all of these things. Same with the computer. We're living and using stuff that is way above our level, to say it like that. Like the collective has managed to build something that we as individuals take granted or like use without us as individuals having any clue or any ability language and so on. It's really interesting how we as a group evolve further and further and further with our technology and stand on the shoulders of giants, so to speak, with each generation.
So this idea of shoulder of giants is one of the most amazing inventions of humanity. Okay, think about it. People during COVID, all these people say, "Oh, I do not believe scientists. You know, I'm skeptical of the science." And I think, wait a minute. Suppose you're diagnosed with cancer. Are you going to say we need to take chest X-ray to see if you have lung cancer? I will say, no, I don't believe in chest X-ray, because who knows, you know, what is X-ray? I don't believe scientists. All our life today, everything you do, you go on an airplane and you fly. Okay, you get into your car and drive the car. This is all based on the work of scientists and engineers. Okay, and if you say no, I don't believe them. Okay, go back to the cave. I mean, what if you say I'm not believing science? The answer is fine. Go back to the cave. That's the only thing left for you to do. Okay, nobody says, no, I'm not going to turn on the light because I don't understand how a fluorescent light bulb, or not even more, now you have LED bulbs. I do not understand LED. You know, incandescent bulb, you can still somehow understand heat and light, okay. But LED bulb, okay, no heat, how is light generated? I see no one says, no, I'm going to sit in the dark because I do not believe in the science.
I don't trust it. And let's be honest, there are even such people. I would not be surprised if we've heard about such people in the world too. But it's really interesting, isn't it, to see how far we have come with building up and building upon what others have built and to upgrade it and to reiterate the better and better and better version and easier and easier and easier version. And now we're on the I don't know if it's too romantic, too optimistic or not, but like we are on the brink to the next step of the singularity of achieving general AI. To be at that point where we think, it's not like in the next year, but it seems reasonable in this lifetime that we will be there. Seriously. Is that crazy?
Here's my biblical perspective on it.
Okay. I'm curious about your opinion.
Biblical perspective. So read, Genesis chapter 2. So what happened? God created man and woman, and he put it in a garden. Okay? So they ate from the fruit of knowledge. And he says, now there were two fruits. One is there was a tree of knowledge and there was a tree of life. And if they had a tree of life, they would live eternal life. God didn't want them to happen. So God kicks them out and he gives them, there is a punishment. The punishment is, in the sweat of thy brow, thou shalt eat bread. From now on, you don't have fruit. You can't just pick up fruit. You have to work for a living. And women, you are going to have birth will be painful. Okay. But who had the final word? We had the final word. Why? Because we ate from the fruit of knowledge. And we said, we don't like to sweat. So working hard, we don't like to work hard. So we start, but we had the fruit of knowledge. So we start making inventions, fire, throwing stones, building weapons, building tools, intelligent machinery. So it's the ultimate response to eating from the fruit of knowledge. We are going to build our own tree of knowledge. This is AGI. So if you look at this contention between humans and God, you can almost say we had the upper hand.
Okay, so
this is all. I'm not talking in a religion sense. I'm looking at it I'm looking at it as a parable.
Yeah, I'm curious. Okay. What is it? Because as far as I know, this whole topic about the general AI is like there are the people who say, oh, it's going to destroy humanity and so on, and the others think it's going to bring us into a new era of awesomeness and heaven, so to speak. Where are you on that spectrum? Do you think, oh, this is going to be catastrophic, or more like, hey, this is going to be great? Or what is your opinion on all of that?
So, you know, we've invented technology, getting out of the biblical parables now. If you look more historically, we invented technology about a million years ago. That is to say, even pre-Homo sapiens in some sense. Okay, I don't know the exact dates, but we discovered fire. Okay, fire is technology. So at first, we discovered that when there is a fire in the forest, if we go, this was a major discovery. This is much easier to chew. So if you compare, if you've seen some reconstruction of Homo neanderthal, they have big jaws. We have tiny jaws in comparison. Why do we have such fine jaws? So people ask, what is the natural healthy style of cooking? What is natural cooking? People argue about, about the paleo diet, whatever. The real answer of what is paleo diet? Cook diet. That's what we discover. That cook food is easier to chew. If you look today, for example, gorillas, they spend hours a day chewing because it's raw food. It's hard to chew. Imagine that if you wanted a steak, you get a raw slab of meat and you have to chew it. Okay, that's what people have to do. Way back. I'm a vegetarian. So I don't have these problems. But people imagine chewing raw steak. Okay, so fire was an amazing invention. This really put humanity on a totally different trajectory. And in fact, in Greek mythology, it is viewed as such a magical point. Where did fire come from? Prometheus stole it from the gods. So this is the only way. How can we?
Yeah, every culture is that important myth, important figure of how did humans get fire and how it changed from like these caveman dwellers or animalistic life to a human civilized
a human
life.
Right? So this is just
connected with fire.
And in fact, to me, even the biblical story is kind of a parable, because people wondering, well, how come we're different than all these animals? What makes us different, okay, from all the animals, okay? And the answer that they have, we ate from the fruit of knowledge. That was their answer, okay? So today we have other answers, evolution and etc. But we discover fire. And then later we discover that if you have a stone, you can toss it. And if you hit an animal with a stone, you catch the animal. You don't have to run and grab the animal. So we start making discovery about tools. And then we discover you can sharpen a stone. And then you can take off the skin from the animal. We made one discovery after the other. Now, in the Greek mythology, there are kind of two follow-up stories. Prometheus steals the fire from the gods. And Prometheus himself is punished. An eagle eats his liver every night, and every day, and it grows up again at night. So his eternal agony. Okay. But there's another part of the story, and this is Pandora's box. And so the gods sent Pandora with a box of gifts to humanity. When they open the box, all kind of pestilence and wars and all the bad things come out of the box. So already the ancient Greeks understood technology is not free. The technology always has costs. And this is something that we sometimes forget, fire. Okay, if I tell you, for example, no more fire. Wait a minute. I mean, human beings, we cannot live without fire. Think of the heat in my house. It's fire or natural electricity. We cannot live without it. Okay, but people still die in fire. Think what happened right now, just in Maui. We had these horrendous fires. Started probably by electrical transformers that issue some sparks and started a fire. So people still die by fire. So technology has always been, and this goes back, the Greek told us this in the story about Pandora. Technology has always been a double-edged sword. And kind of the story of humanity is how to use the technology, how to benefit from technology, and minimize the risk. I said, don't eliminate the risk, minimize the risk, okay? I drive a car, okay? Now we know that the fatality rate for driving in the United States, it's about 8 fatalities per billion VMT, vehicles mile traveled. Okay, so it's 8 over a billion miles. Okay, so I drive in a typical day, not a lot, maybe 5 miles.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Really, almost nothing.
I don't drive a lot.
Yeah.
Let's just make it easy.
Yeah.
Make it 8 miles. Okay.
Okay.
So and let's say 5. So if I have 5 miles and we have 8 over a billion, so it will be 40 over a billion. That will be it's a very small number.
Yeah.
So my risk is very, very small, but it is not zero.
Yeah.
And I know I'm taking some risk, very minimal risk, but I like the convenience. I like the convenience. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the car is just amazingly convenient. Okay. And I said, I'm not, there are people who spend way more time than me on the road. I spend relatively little time on the road. So we take risk. And this is always going to be technology that always risk with any technology. Okay. If you have electricity in your power, there is a risk of fire. It creates a risk of fire. Okay. All kinds of things can happen. So this is the challenge for humanity, always to discuss the benefits and discuss the risks. The answer is about the risk of AI right now. What scares people the most, we don't know. This is the truth. We just don't know. Everybody is speculating. Okay, what if it becomes so intelligent? The problem is not just intelligent per se. Okay, because I can take the today you have, for example, the what we call the let's say the Google data center. You have huge data center. In terms of compute power, it's humongous. It dwarfs human ability to reason. But it does not have, human being and not only have intelligence, they have wants, they have needs, they have desires, they have intentions, they act on their intentions. So far, computers have none of that stuff. Okay. They don't have this, oh, I want to become, what drives human being? They want to become famous. They want to become rich. They would like to have sex, and they translate these desires into actions. Okay. ChatGPT so far has not said, I would like to get more famous. It's very famous, but the thing we know about fame, you can never have enough fame. Okay. So
Yeah, Twitter watcher, I see there's someone watching this live on Twitter. If you're a human, give a thumbs up or write a comment or anything into the chat. I just want to see if that platform is just bots or if there are even some humans.
ChatGPT said it's the same with money, right? People don't say, oh, I have enough. Most people can say, I have a billion, I want 2 billion. I have 2 billion, I want 4 billion. ChatGPT so far has no intentions. Okay. Now people are speculating what happens if we create a little bit in the realm of science fiction. And I'm not saying we should ignore this risk, but my worry is that by focusing so much on so-called, and these people who are promoting this are called doomers. Now we have a name for these people. I call it the doomers.
Yeah. The doomers. Yeah, nice term.
I cannot have a mathematical proof that all these scenarios are impossible. Nobody can say that. But the problem is that, take for example, we know that there is a risk and non-zero risk that Earth will be hit by an asteroid. And we know it killed the dinosaur. It could be, life as we know it can be finished. People talk about, can we maybe with nuclear bombs blow out? We don't know. This is partly science fiction. But at this point, the risk is incredibly small. On the other hand, there is a much more serious risk that life as we know it is going to become pretty unbearable on this planet because of the heat. So there is so-called clear and present danger, okay, that one should not ignore far out risks, but put them in perspective and weigh them against clear and present risk.
Okay. Do you think AI can help with these issues that some perceive in regards to, I assume now, for example, that you meant with the climate change situation? Do you think AI can help with that? And before you answer, just let me say something.
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting the arch we got now, because as you said, the idea of Pandora's box seems really interesting. As you said, we don't know the consequences of AI. We don't know where it's going to be, what really are the dangers, or what are the consequences of it. As you say, in the 60s and 70s, we couldn't have imagined what the computer would bring. And now it's like,
we could not.
who can nowadays say what 2200 will be thanks to AI? We got no clue. And it's Pandora's box that we don't know. Is it Prometheus present to us, or is it Pandora's box that we're opening? I think that's really interesting.
I think my answer is both. It's both.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
both. So you know, people will find, you know, we have humanity has been just amazingly creative.
Yeah.
Finding, you know, coming up and you know, just look at how much life has changed in the last, especially since the Enlightenment started.
Yeah.
The Enlightenment was the belief in human reason. Okay.
Yeah.
And just, you know, just imagine in particular, you know, I mean, just, you don't have to go that far. Just I look at, you know, my life, okay? And I look between this young man at 16 and the world today. And suppose that somebody had just described today's reality. Imagine that I get just the New York Times for today. Somehow I get to read it in 1970. It sounds like science fiction, right? It sounds like science fiction, all these things that you read in the paper.
Would be. I mean,
would have been, right? Unimaginable. 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 You'll tell them, everybody will have a computer in their pocket.
Just as an easy example, if you think about, for example, Star Trek in that time had like flat screens, touchpads, a communicator that you could take with you.
Yeah, this is it. This is all science. There was all science fiction, right? In fact, the funny thing is, they got lots of stuff right.
Yeah.
Of course, the beam me up Scotty has not happened yet. In fact, the main thing they got wrong, which is funny because this is a show about space travel.
Yeah.
And the thing they got wrong was space travel.
The one thing that, yeah.
The thing they got wrong was space travel. Space travel seemed to be much more difficult than people have imagined. I still think that all this talk about moving million people to Mars is just total science fiction, okay? But the technology part around it, except for beam me up Scotty, well, you look at it and you say, yeah, everybody now has a communicator, and yeah, much of the stuff much of the stuff has happened, okay? So I think people will find amazing applications for AI. Now, what worries me about AI?
Yeah.
I'm worried about people, not about computers. AI is just a computer. I'm not worried about computers. The day that computers, on their own volition, would start doing things, you know, maybe I'm not saying you can never say it's impossible, but I don't see it yet.
Yeah.
But what I do see is what happened when people use computers. So let me give you kind of an example. So Nick Bostrom is a British philosopher. And he wrote a book that got lots of exposure about 10 years ago.
Okay.
Super intelligence.
Okay.
About the danger of super intelligence. And he came up with a parable, and he called it the paperclip maximizer.
Exactly. Yeah, the paperclip machine. Yeah.
So you tell your AI, make paperclips. So I would say, okay, I should make as many paperclips as possible because I was told to make paperclips, and I should make to fulfill my mission, I should make as many as possible. So it will end up figuring out how to turn the whole solar system into a paperclip factory. Okay. Now my answer is, we already have such machines around us. What are they called? They're called the modern corporation. Because the modern corporation is in some sense super intelligent, because it figured out a way to harness. Think of a company like Alphabet, hires very large number of very smart people, and they work towards a specific goal. Okay, this is something super intelligent. No one person there can do what this whole collection, the hive mind of Alphabet is super intelligent. Okay, now they are trying to maximize, not paper clips. What are they trying to maximize? Profits. So the parable is very accurate, except it's not worried about some AI in the future. It's about the modern corporation. The modern corporation are claiming, in some sense, you can say it's super intelligent. It tries to maximize profits. And for them, everything else is an externality. You know what economists say by externality? Something is not accounted, there's no accounted for. So then the sustainability is not accounted for, environment is not accounted for. So we are turning the hairs. We are now in August. We have now more than 3 months of temperatures that are above 40 degrees centigrade. Okay, this is, I mean, summer here in US, and we have humidity of 90%. You know, we are now celebrating. You know, we measure things in Fahrenheit, and today we said, "Ooh, today we are going to be just in the high 90s." Yoo-hoo! What a wonderful celebration! Today we're going to be in the high 90s rather than in the 100s. We've seen 110 here. So, what happened? Well, we have optimized for profits, and we did not take sustainability into account. That's what worries me. This power of AI. All these companies that are now investing billions in AI, OpenAI, Microsoft, Google, they're going to try to make money off AI. This is what worries me. What worries me is, what are they going to do to society in the quest of profit using AI? This is, to me, is the big risk. It's not AI by itself. You have to put AI in the socio-economic, political ecosystem. We talk about regulating AI. We don't know yet how to do that. So right now you have, first of all, these corporations are immensely powerful. These are the richest corporations the world has ever seen. And they're investing billions and billions in AI. And guess what? They're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart. They're doing it, and it's not for the betterment of their kind. It's for the betterment of the bottom line. Why? That's the way they work. That's the way our society works.
It's crazy. I mean, thank you very much. I read about the paperclip. I've been studying these AI issues for a while. They're very interesting topics. I'll link some of the issues and the videos and such down below for the views. But you made a connection that I have to admit I have not made yet. It's like the paperclip machine is so dangerous because it's an AI that focuses only on its goal. And it's willing to do everything to achieve that goal. Like, and stop anything that could stop it from maximizing the amount of paper clips it produces. But as you said, companies are exactly the same with their profits. They want to make profit, and they will do whatever possible to stop whatever stops them from making profit. And now we've got the connection with these companies, these corporates will have that AI to achieve that goal. It's
achieve that goal.
Yeah.
So my worry is not
proxy.
My worry is not the AI by itself will decide to make paper, to turn the whole solar system into paperclip factory. It's a company deciding how to use AI to maximize their profits. And they do everything legal. It's up to society to say no. This is okay. This is not okay.
This is not okay. Yeah.
We in fact, take, for example, people talk about the free market. The free market is an amazing marketing term. Why? What is, people say the free market? Keep the state out of the free market. That's what they say. Keep governments to stay out of free markets. Now, what are the two fundamental bases, the two important foundations for the free market? Number one is property rights. Okay, this is mine. I'm willing to sell it to you. You have to give me your money. Okay, this is mine. Okay. Now, who enforces property rights? Who define property rights? And who enforces it? If I have a mortgage on my house and I don't make payments, the bank will foreclose. They will actually kick me out of the house. Who will do the kicking? The state will come and kick me out of the house. Number two, the second foundation, the second pillar, two pillars, property rights. The other one is contracts. If you sign a contract, it is binding. Okay.
Legally binding contract, yeah.
Legally binding contract, you enter it willingly, it's legally binding. Who enforces contracts?
Again, the state.
The state. So this idea that somehow the state should stay away and the market operate by itself is a complete mythology. You know, in the United States, we have this famous commercial for insurance company called Allstate. And they hold their hands like this. I'm holding it in my good hands. You have to imagine these are the hands of the state. And here inside sits the free market. It operates to stay out of the free market. Really? In fact, if you want to know what happens when there is a weak state, you can see, for example, why did the mafia develop in southern Italy? Okay.
When? Which time? Now,
well,
nowadays?
No. It goes back. It's like there is a history there.
So
and the answer was
city-state time, like Medici.
Yeah. So it goes back. It goes back. If you have weak government, for example, if you make a loan, how do you collect on your loan? The person doesn't want to pay. So the answer was the mafia want to make sure. The mafia wants to either you pay or we break your knee. Okay, you better pay. Enterprise for crime. Okay. But it started because if you don't have government, people say, oh, we want small government. Really? Go to Somalia. See what happens when you have weak government, okay? People who talk about they want small government, they have no idea what they're talking about, okay? It's all about the balance. Of course, we don't want to have a coercive government. It's all about the balance. So this idea that we should leave the free market alone is just, they told us a mythology. The free market is a creature of the state, and the state have a right, as we mean state is society, has a right to dictate terms.
It's like make it as free as possible would be a better take.
As free as possible, as long, in fact, you go to Adam Smith, who I will talk about the invisible hand.
Yeah.
And what the person of the free market was, he said, the survival of the species. He talked the benefit to society.
Yeah.
So the free market is a marvelous human invention. You know, I go to the store and I buy a loaf of bread, and I get a loaf of bread when I want it, and there's no central planning. It's just there for me at a reasonable price. It is marvelous, but its purpose is to serve society.
And on the other side, you have the idea for a new product. You can just try it out. You can market it. You can sell it. And if people like it, you can make money. You can live with it. It's also a great idea. I mean, we gotta.
So yeah. I'll finish with another. I like parable. There is a science fiction book called "To Serve," or science fiction story, "To Serve Humanity," and they have this book that finally people figure out that on the cover of the book it says "To Serve Humanity."
Yeah.
And eventually somebody is able to open the book and read what's inside, and it's a bunch of recipes from human flesh.
Wow.
So the phrase "to serve humanity" has two meanings, right?
Yeah.
One is to be in service to humanity.
Yeah.
And the other one is to serve humanity for dinner.
Yeah. Wow.
So we have to make sure that technology serves humanity in technology in the service of humanity. People first. It should be technology for people, human-centered technology.
Yeah.
And not that the goal is
cooked.
Not the goal is we are the feeding material for humanity, which I don't want to go into more details, and now we need to finish, but for some of these companies, we are the feeding material to make money.
Yeah, it's really nasty. Wow. Well, Dr. Vardi, I gotta thank you very, very much. I know we already interesting discussion. I made a few notes that I'm going to look into because it was quite interesting. Really nice take of yours. I'm really thankful that you took the time at all.
It's my pleasure. My pleasure.
And a pleasure. And I wish you and your family just the very best. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Next article, the importance of setting the last mod tag in your sitemap. All right. By Microsoft Bing blog. Did it live with you guys. How keyboard traps impact web accessibility. In Europe, we just had the web accessibility law come in place and enacted. And so I've been auditing like 200 or 300 pages in the last month. And man, many of them are screwed up and not done well in a web accessibility perspective. Way too many designers use the H1, H2, H3 structure and so on as design elements instead of structuring it for readers. So I'm very curious about the accessibility aspects. I've had interviews in German for my German speaking channel because I think we owe it to the people who are blind, who have any issues like can't see or different things, to make the web as accessible for them as possible. So I'm always eager to learn about blind spots that I might have had. So I hope you guys are as curious as I am, and let's go through it. How keyboard traps impact web accessibility. Discover how keyboard traps affect accessibility and learn practical solutions to create barrier-free web navigation. Written by Team A11Y Collective. I hope I pronounced the name correctly. Link to them will be in the description below. Imagine trying to navigate a website where you can enter information but can't move to the next field. Or perhaps you've opened a drop-down menu but can't escape it. Frustrating, right? These situations, known as keyboard traps, create significant barriers for many web users. For people who rely solely on keyboard navigation, whether due to motor impairment, temporary injuries, or personal preference, these roadblocks can render websites completely unusable. According to the 2024 WebAIM Screen Reader User Survey, lack of keyboard accessibility remains one of the most problematic issues on the web. Surprisingly, this problem has persisted largely unchanged for the past 14 years. Oh man, yeah, it's so many web devs, so many web designers don't care, don't even know about these web accessibility things. Like, it's not, if you know about it and if you understand what you have to do, it's really not that much more work. When you set it up, you can take the ARIA labels, you can get all of these little things like the keyboard, the structure with the H1, the font sizes, the colors, so that the contrast is high enough. All of these little things, like you can in the CSS set it up for motion sickness, that not all animations are shown. There are so many things that you can just build into it as you go without additional work, really, if you know what you're doing. So please, guys, learn about it. And if you don't want to learn about it, but just want to hire someone, ask them about it. Get someone who's good at it. And if you want to have your page checked, feel free to reach out and make audits for such things. So, in this article, we'll explore what keyboard traps are, why they matter for web accessibility, common issues you might encounter, and most importantly, how to identify and prevent them in your web development projects. What are keyboard traps and why do they matter for accessibility? A keyboard trap occurs when a keyboard user can navigate to an interactive element on a web page but cannot move away from it using standard keyboard controls. Essentially, the focus gets trapped within that element, preventing further navigation. These traps commonly appear in input boxes where the tab key does not allow you to exit, drop-down menus that capture all keyboard events, modal dialogues without proper keyboard exit methods, hyperlinks with scripts that override the default keyboard behavior. For keyboard-only users, this creates a frustrating dead end. You can enter the component but can't leave it without using a mouse, which many people simply cannot do. Who's affected? More people than you might think. People with motor impairments, including conditions like rheumatism or Parkinson's disease. People who temporarily cannot use a mouse due to injuries. Developers testing through keyboard navigation. It's actually much faster. power users who prefer keyboard shortcuts for efficiency. The Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, WCAG, directly address this issue in Success Criterion 2.2, no keyboard trap. If keyboard focus can be moved to a component of the page using a keyboard interface, then focus can be moved away from that component using only a keyboard interface. And if it requires more than unmodified arrow or tab keys or other standard exit methods, user is advised of the method for moving focus away. This criterion is categorized as level A, meaning it represents basic accessibility compliance. It must be implemented, not an optional enhancement. Common keyboard traps and their impact on users. Most often, keyboard traps show up when developers make decisions about keyboard focus behavior. This is why, if focus needs to stay within a component like a modal dialog, always provide users with a clear exit path using keyboard controls only. Now, let's examine some common keyboard traps and understand the specific impact on people who rely on keyboard navigation. Custom UI controls. Native HTML elements like button are fully equipped with built-in keyboard interactions by default. For example, a button element supports keyboard actions such as pressing enter or space to activate it, and users can navigate it using the tab key. So why don't developers always use buttons which have these features baked in? The reason is often that developers want to create a highly customized or visually unique interface. Standard HTML elements like button have a default look and behavior that might not match the specific design or interaction flow the developers envision. Well, I mean, you can customize it through the CSS. So, like, but all right, cute. Let's go on. I personally have seen more issues with people using frameworks and finished element and not knowing about accessibility and just copy pasting stuff and using like page builders and stuff where these things are just not implemented. So that's my take on it. However, this customization comes at a cost. When developers create custom UI components, such as drop-down menus, modals, or navigation elements, they sometimes bypass standard HTML elements in favor of custom JavaScript-based solutions. Sure, this can provide more flexibility in designs and behavior, but it inevitably introduces significant accessibility challenges, including keyboard traps. Without proper focus management and keyboard control, users can become stuck in a custom component, unable to navigate to other parts of the page. Imagine a modal dialog that opens when a user clicks a button. If the modal disables all interaction outside of itself and doesn't handle keyboard focus properly, this can lead to a keyboard trap. This user might find that pressing the tab key keeps cycling them through elements within the modal, unable to close the dialog or move focus away from it, resulting in a frustrating experience. Just as a simple example, you would usually implement something like the escape makes the modal go away, just as an easy example. So to avoid creating keyboard traps in custom controls, use semantic HTML elements. Whenever possible, rely on native HTML elements like button, A, and input, because they come with built-in keyboard controls that work automatically. And if you're building custom components, ensure to mimic the expected behavior of those elements. Ensure proper focus management. Properly manage focus within your custom controls. When a dialog or dropdown is triggered, move focus to the first interactive element inside the component. After closing the component, return focus to the element that triggered it. For modals, trap the keyboard focus inside the modal while it's open to prevent users from tapping to other parts of the page. For dropdowns, ensure that when the dropdown opens, focus is placed on the first item. When the dropdown is closed, focus should return to the trigger button. Provide expected keyboard navigation, arrow keys. For elements like custom dropdowns, arrow keys are expected to navigate through items up and down to select. Escape key. This should close dialogues or dropdowns, providing an intuitive way to exit without using a mouse. But don't forget also adding a visible close button. Again, important. imagine someone who's blind, they don't have a mouse to work with. They don't have it. They just use a screen reader. Okay? Things that are very easy for you with eyes to see or with a working hand to just, okay, they are tough when you're challenged, when you don't have these tools or abilities. Tab key. This key should move focus between focusable elements, ensuring users can move from one component to another smoothly. Employ ARIA roles and states. For custom components, use ARIA roles to ensure assistive technologies understand the purpose and behavior of the elements. For example, add ARIA expanded is true when a dropdown is open, so screen reader users are aware of the current state. Okay, next, media players. Media players can be particularly problematic when they capture and don't release keyboard focus. Many video players implement custom controls that intercept all keyboard interactions, leaving keyboard-only users stuck within the player control. When this happens, users are often forced to take drastic measures like refreshing the entire page just to continue navigating, losing the place and having to start over. Some embedded players, for example YouTube, have single key commands for play, pause, full screen, and more. These can interfere with screen reader software. Solution: always preserve the fundamental tab and shift tab functionality in media players, even when implementing custom keyboard controls for playback. Users should be able to enter the player control, interact with them as needed, and then smoothly tab away. Continue exploring the rest of the page. You can disable YouTube embed keyboard shortcuts by adding a query string segment to the embed URL. That's interesting. Form elements. Date pickers and other complex form components frequently create keyboard traps. These elements often capture all keyboard events rather than just the specific keys needed for the functionality. When a keyboard user opens a date picker, they may find themselves unable to exit using the standard tab or escape key. Solution: limit event capturing to only the specific keys needed for the component's functionality. For example, arrow keys for navigating within the calendar, enter for selecting a date, escape for closing without selection. 2. Implement proper ARIA attributes. Again, set ARIA expanded true on the date picker trigger button when the calendar is open. Update to ARIA expanded false when closed. Hyperlinks. Hyperlinks might seem straightforward, but they can create keyboard traps when improperly implemented. Developers sometimes attach event handlers to links that override standard keyboard behavior, creating accessibility barriers. Let's examine a real-world example from this GitHub test page. On this page, there are two simple hyperlinks, trap and honey. Good. There are two links on this page. If you're using a keyboard, you won't be able to get to the second link. The key down event has been used to open a new window. When a person using a keyboard attempts to move focus away from the first link, the key down event will be triggered and the resulting function will be executed. So I click tab. Yeah, and now, yeah. True. And now whenever I get, okay, cool. When I get on trap, it immediately brings me to this page. I can't get to the honey. Again, I click on tab. I try clicking tab now again to get to honey. And I'm on this page again. Okay. That's what I mean. And now imagine, what if you're blind? How do you want to solve that problem now? When a keyboard user focuses on the first link trap and attempts to navigate away using the tab key, something unexpected happens. A keydown event triggers the opening of a new window and prevents focus from moving to the next element. This behavior effectively traps the user, making it cumbersome to reach the second link, honey, using keyboard navigation alone. The user might try shift plus tab to reach the honey link from the other direction, but at this point they're basically just hoping for the best. The problem occurs because the developers attach a JavaScript event that hijacks the tab key standard behavior. Solution: respect default keyboard behaviors. Avoid using event.preventDefault on key events like tab. Let browser standard keyboard interactions work as users expect. Maintain logical focus order. Place interactive elements in a sensible sequence in the HTML. Avoid excessive use of tab index attributes that can disrupt natural focus flow. Let HTML's built-in focus ordering do its job. Okay? Provide clear instructions for custom interactions. If a component requires unique keyboard controls, explain them clearly. For example, press escape to close this dialog, or use arrow keys to navigate the calendar. How to identify keyboard traps on your website. While automated accessibility testing tools can match many issues, keyboard traps remain particularly challenging to detect automatically. That's why manual testing is essential for ensuring keyboard accessibility. Here's a methodical approach to test your website for keyboard traps. Basic testing approach. Start from the address bar of your browser. Press the tab key repeatedly to move through all interactive elements. Watch for the focus indicator, usually a highlight or outline, as it moves through the page. Use Shift plus Tab to move backwards if needed. Test activation of elements. Enter key for links and buttons, spacebar for checkboxes, radio buttons and sometimes buttons, arrow keys for select menus, sliders, and custom widgets. Document any problems you encounter, especially points where focus becomes trapped. Return to the address bar by continuing to tab through all elements or by using Shift plus Tab from the first focusable elements. Next, pay special attention to these common trap locations. Component tab, modal dialogues. What to watch for? Can you close them with escape or reach the close button with tab? Custom drop-downs. Can you exit the drop-down after opening it? Media players. Do video controls release focus after interaction? Date pickers. Can you tap away after selecting a date? Keyboard trap versus poor keyboard navigation. It's important to distinguish between these two problems. Keyboard trap, you cannot move focus away from an element at all using keyboard navigation. Poor navigation, you can eventually escape, but interaction is difficult or confusing. Or I would even say unpleasant or cumbersome in an unnecessary way. Both issues need fixing, but true keyboard traps are more severe as they completely block user progress rather than merely hindering it. Really, I remember I had interns many years ago in an organization where I worked who had sight impairment. That's what made me realize the importance of this whole issue, because seeing someone who can't see, one was blind, the other just had very, very bad eyes, using like a screen reader that would zoom in, I think 500 or 800 percentage. And watching them work on the computer, I realized how if it's not designed well, many things that they could be doing become really cumbersome. So that's just my personal take on it. So, best practices for preventing keyboard traps. Preventing keyboard traps starts with awareness and proactive planning. Here are some best practices to ensure your websites remain keyboard accessible. Design with keyboard users in mind. Always approach your page with this fundamental question: how can I navigate this page if I can't use a mouse? This simple mindset shift can help you spot potential keyboard traps before they make it into production. Again, if you start with this mindset already during setup phase, during designing and development, everything becomes smoother and easier. Follow these key principles. Use native HTML elements like button, select, and input, which come with built-in keyboard accessibility. No extra work required. Test custom components thoroughly, especially when building custom UI components. Implement proper focus management for components like modals and ensure there's always a keyboard escape mechanism, also in some way that the user knows about. Document keyboard shortcuts clearly for users. Test regularly throughout development and don't wait until the end to check for keyboard accessibility. Absolutely. Use proper resources to help you. Learning proper accessibility techniques is essential. Our accessibility code of course, okay, now they're gonna plug their own thing, but that's good. If you don't have a clue about it, look at the official pages, take a course, it's worth it. Can teach you how to identify and prevent common accessibility issues during development. For existing websites, consider professional website accessibility audit to identify all accessibility barriers, including keyboard traps. Remember, building accessibility from the start is always more efficient than retrofitting it later. take your accessibility skills to the next level with our accessible code course. Okay? Yeah, they teach you, Link to the page below, so if you're interested, you can take the course, so look about it. Team Next A11Y Collective, I think good topic that you guys covered there. I like it, appreciate it. Overall, good topic, really important. Not the only thing that I think is important in web accessibility, but it is a good start, important topic. I hope to find more on this. If you've got any questions, ask me directly. I think it's important. You can make the world a better place with this for people who really need it. I think it's a very easy thing to make the world a better place, as you know, weird as it sounds. So, as usual, I go through news and insights in the marketing industry. If you like what I do, if you want to support this channel, leave a like, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks and it helps this channel a lot. Best way to support it. You find the newsletter link to sign up for the newsletter below in the description. New videos should be popping up already. And with that, I wish you all a very great day. Bye-bye. Okay, this is an article that's really interesting to hear. It's a bit older, but I still think it's interesting. More about the general shitification of the internet, in all honesty. The man who killed Google search. We all experience it. And with that, we jump right into the article. Google's new Movera algorithm improves search. All right. Written by Roger Monti. Google's new multi-vector retrieval algorithm, Movera, improves search speed and performs better on complex queries. Well, going to be curious about that. For SEO purposes, and I think it's always very interesting and very well to know what kind of technical algorithms are even being used. Yep, we're recording everything. Google announced a new multi-vector retrieval algorithm called Movera that speeds up retrieval and ranking and improves accuracy. The algorithm can be used for search, recommender systems like YouTube, and for natural language processing, NLP. Although the announcement did not explicitly say that it is being used in search, the research paper makes it clear that Movera enables efficient multi-vector retrieval that appears suitable for large-scale applications by reducing the problem to single vector MIPS, MIPS, allowing the use of off-the-shelf retrieval systems, existing infrastructure, and achieving lower latency and memory usage. Vector embedding in search. Vector embedding is a multidimensional representation of the relationships. Wait, I hear a knocking. Let me just check it out. So, I hope that will work better. Where were we? Vector embedding is a multidimensional representation of the relationships between words, topical and phrases. Words, topics, and phrases. It enables machines to understand similarity through patterns such as words that appear within the same context of phrases that mean the same things. Words and phrases that are related occupy spaces that are closer to each other. The words King Lear will be close to the phrase Shakespeare tragedy. The words A Midsummer Night's Dream will occupy a space close to Shakespeare's comedy. Both King Lear and A Midsummer Night's Dream will be located in a space close to Shakespeare. Okay, I assume this will be a bit complex for people. Let me make a little graph. We have 3 dimensions. So now, for example, we have the, how should I say it? Here, let's make it, we have this point, okay? And we have this point. Now, how do we sign them in? Let's say this is in this point here, on this coordinate, and on this coordinate. Just as an example, okay? So you see that the three-dimensional room, usually it's more than three. I just want to make it easy for you to understand it. I think LLMs and the other AIs, they work with like 100,000 dimensions or something like that. Now we have this one. This is like here, very close to here, and here. Just as an example. Yeah, no, it's not quite correctly. And now, this is, for example, we have, this are the distances that it has in the different dimensions. Okay? These are the differences. Like those. This, and this. Okay? And now, when one thing, like here, is, for example, this point. Again. Yeah, this panel is new. So, let's go through it. AI won't fix your zombie marketing processes, but you can revive them. I like it when people are a bit feisty in their headers. I like that. Let's go through it. Written by Robert Rose. We'll see how it goes, Robert. Marketing processes often linger after everyone's forgotten their purpose, and AI is no substitute for institutional memory. Try this human-driven approach to unearth new ways of working. Okay. And unspoken. Do we watch the video or do we want to read the article? You know what? Since I watched the video, should I watch the video? What do you guys say? Yeah, we're gonna. An unspoken law of inertia often governs marketing teams in older organizations. We've always done it this way. But ask someone why, and the room suddenly gets very quiet. That workflow, no one remembers who created it. That monthly report, no one has read it since the last Twilight movie hit theaters. But someone keeps sending it. Somewhere along the line, the rationale and the people behind these decisions vanished. But the rituals stuck around. Legacy, baby. Now layers in a few strategic reorgs, tack on some martech, and you've got a marketing machine that runs efficiently even, but nobody can explain how it works or why it exists. True. On point. Absolutely true. I like what I see so far from this article already. I like it quite a lot. Sounds great. Really appreciate it. Yeah, there's a lot of legacy information that is being lost. I remember I worked with, or I led, depends on the context, however you want to see it, but it was a charity organization, and I was like higher up, and I implemented a new rule, which was for a while pretty interesting and helped us a lot because we had so many volunteers. There was a huge turnaround of people who maybe had time in the summer, but then they start studying or like in between times, and I made a budget to buy notebooks, little, not laptops, but like little old-fashioned paper notebooks, paper, pen and paper stuff. And I told them, listen, you have it always with you, all the comments you have, all the ideas you have, I want you to write them down. And at the end, either when the notebook is full or when you leave, you give that notebook to us. And what's a pretty interesting thing, because you could see many ideas that people had, many considerations. What is good, what is bad, what did they think, what random ideas did they have? And we periodically went through those notebooks. Just saying, okay? It's really, because people were then asking, well, why is it done this way? Why is it done this way? And it helped go through it. Well, okay, people don't understand why it's done. And if they understand why it's done, they can come up with better solutions because they understand, hey, wait, I'm just not just following it. I understand what the goal is, and I had an idea that makes the goal even more achievable or achieve it more efficiently. Or 10x the goal, whatever. Also, always drink water, stay hydrated. So let's go on. The problem with the lack of understanding is that when people try to change processes, no one is sure which ones are holding everything up. And everyone's afraid of sawing through a support beam. Maybe that 6-step review process exists for a reason. Maybe that fusty old channel is still doing something worthwhile. Every change feels risky because the current stack may be inefficient, but it hasn't collapsed yet. Typically, disinherited confusion is the stuff of hallway grumbles. They are harmless inefficiencies that might lead to a slightly more complex technology implementation process, kind of thing you patch as you go. But the pressure to view AI as a potential replacement for marketing team members introduces a new twist. Now, teams aren't just losing institutional memory over time, they're actively replacing it. When AI tools stand in for humans, they quietly erase the institutional memory of why things were built the way they were. Here's the kicker: AI doesn't inherit wisdom, and it doesn't arrive with any pre installed. It has to be taught. Yet, when no one is left to explain the why behind the what, there's no teacher in the room. So, sure, the early adopter senior exec gets what they want. The machine keeps running faster than ever, but it's learning from a system no one understands. The forgetting isn't just continuing, it's accelerating. Real interesting aspect. Yeah, true. If you outsource too much of that to the AI and no one understands the why, wow, yeah, true. Erasing institutional memories. If there's any foundational principle that surpasses speed in modern business culture, it's efficiency. And AI is emerging as the shiny new rationale for reorganizing marketing and shedding headcount for efficiency's sake. We don't need the team, we've got tools, goes the logic. Yes, tools do remember things, but they only remember things that were formally documented. They remember the final slide deck, not the institutional wisdom gained in the sometimes heated whiteboard sessions behind it. They store the final messaging framework from the agency, but not the emotional customer interviews the team conducted to shape it. Also, in my opinion, this is exactly the reason why a good employee who stays with you for a while becomes more and more and more worthy, because they learn, they understand what you want, how you want it done, they know the customers, they know the product, they know all these little things that are not official and not formalized anywhere, and yet can apply it. They get an intuition. The strategic, also just another side tangent, completely different, but they help you through hard times. If your whole team is new and you go through hard times, the moral drops differently than if you have a few guys or girls in your team that are longer there and say, oh, don't worry, I remember back 3 or 5 years ago when we went through X and we had this and this and we had to crunch and da da da. You see, we made that too and we managed, and afterwards we had a great event and the management thanked us and we got some time off or another bonus and something worked well and we were all blah 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 blah. It helps keep the moral of the new people high up, because they say, oh, okay, this is not something extraordinary and there is something waiting at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. The strategic memory that lives between the lines, the judgment, the context, the why, the wisdom gets lost. That's a memory that fades when humans leave and no machine can summon it back. When you replace people with technology, any technology, you're not just automating tasks, you're also quietly erasing institutional memory. There's value in the swap: efficiency, scale, maybe even effectiveness. But there's always a cost too, that's usually hidden and almost always delayed. AI might crank out tomorrow's blog post, but it doesn't know why the blog exists. It doesn't remember that a heated debate in an offset strategy meeting sparked the post. It doesn't care that the brand team once banned the word innovative from headlines out of sheer fatigue. Spoiler, overuse stole all its meaning. Marketing operations in the dark. Forgetting isn't just an AI problem, it happens even without the robots. Strategies outlive their creators, rituals survive without reason, and no one can quite explain how the machines still run. 3 CMOs ago, some teams set a content or brand direction that made perfect sense at the time. Then they left. Their deputies left. Even the intern who vaguely remembers why the blog went from daily to weekly to whenever someone remembers is long gone. I see zombie ops processes that aren't quite alive but won't die either, even in small organizations. Things just lurch forward, quietly devouring resources and making it harder to do anything outside the "this is how we've always done it" box. Maybe you've seen it in your company, a 70-step approval workflow no one understands, standards such as a taxonomy that haven't changed since 3 acquisitions ago, a social media governance plan that was last updated when TikTok was still called Musical.ly, a weekly newsletter that exists because it always has. Even core marketing elements start to become rote. What began as strategic difference. Rote? What is rote? Sorry, I'm not a native English speaker. Rote. Mechanical or habitual repetition of something to be learned. Okay, a poem learned by rote in childhood. Okay, just repetition. Okay, what began as strategic differentiation starts to drift until the offering no longer matches the market, but no one wants to touch it. The product reflects yesterday's assumptions, not today's needs. Marketing Legend says this feature was a game changer in 2019, becomes the explanation rather than a reason to evolve. New teams follow the roadmap but misunderstand the intent, the results. A business that looks aligned on paper but feels out of step in practice. Whatever the reason, turnover, tech, or time itself, a feeling of urgency about marketing's institutional memory is growing. But what can you do about it? Generally, I think that applies to everything, not just marketing, just so you know. How to reset institutional memories. Until recently, inherited confusion was mostly background annoyance, something you could fix in the margins. You patched what needed patching and carried on. So it's tempting to think the answer is just as simple. Update the strategy, swap out the broken parts, rebuild the messaging, refresh the content plan. Easy, right? But that approach only works when the problem is isolated to one channel, one team, or one tactic that needs a reset. Today, the entire marketing engine is being optimized at once. Tech stacks, org charts, workflows, and brand narratives are all in flux, and in that kind of environment, surface level updates don't cut it. It's marketing gentrification. Slap some shiny new processes on the facade and call it a transformation, when what you need now is a structural reset. Here are my suggestions on how to approach one. Audit like an archaeologist. Take on the important and yes, boring initiative to treat your current ops and brand materials like ancient ruins. What's here? Why might it have existed? What layers were added later? Document everything, even if it's nonsense. Figure out what still works. Don't assume everything's bad. Some rituals may have real value. That old webinar series still pulling leads. That brand voice surprisingly resonant. Keep what works. Question everything else. Again, don't change. How is the saying? Don't change a running team or don't touch a running system. Like if it works well, don't change it just for the sake of changing it. Only change what needs to be changed because you think it will work better that way. If it works, great. Don't touch it. Leave it. Talk to the ancestors if you can. Reach out to former employees or consultants. Ask what constraints or ideas shaped the original strategy. Try to reassemble the initial wisdom of the day. It's like assembling original versions of ancient texts. You can conceive better new ideas if you understand why the old ideas made sense. If that's not an option, look to industry benchmarks to rebuild missing context. Design and evangelize a new strategy that the existing team understands. Craft something new that your current team understands and believes in. Write it down, explain it, make sure every piece has a clear why behind it. Then tell the story of the strategy. This is the important part. Don't just unveil a PowerPoint and call it a day. Roll out the new approach with context and conviction. Treat it like a rebrand. People need to feel the purpose behind the shift. All right. Phase it in and let it breathe. You don't need to launch the new system all at once. Pilot it, tweak it, make space for feedback. The goal is to co-create something sustainable, not dictated from above. This process doesn't have to be anchored in speed. It's institutional change. It's meant to stick. Institutionalize the wisdom. Man, screwing the word up. Create living documents, not stone tablets. Make knowledge sharing a habit, not a one-time event. Use mentorships, rituals, postmortems, and culture to make the strategy stick. This here is the absolutely most important part of it. Don't make it. That I love. What's your name again? Robert, you're point on. I like what you say. On point. I like it. It's important to have a system that runs that makes this standard. We have new choices. We have new experiments. Why do we do it? How do we do it? For example, for me, my agency, we screenshot all the landing pages and then summarize them. Like, okay, here was version 1, here's version 1.1, version 1.2, version 1.3, here's version 2, here's version 2.1. So that if you're a new employee, a new hire, and someone says, oh, that doesn't work, we need to do it differently, you don't waste the time of the new employee who, hey, I just know it doesn't work, let's get the results done. You have your time and your ability to say, hey, go through the archive. You can see our old measures. This is how it looked. These are the values. As you can see, and if you go through 100,000 of these screenshots, you will get a feel for, okay, it seems this and that works better. This and that works better. All of the best working pages have this and similar, and this not. This yes, this not, and so on. So just saying, that's worth a lot. Systemize it. Have people give after project what worked, what didn't work, why did it work, why do they think it did not work, and what should be done and implemented to make it work better next time. Keep those reports. Have an archive so that new workers or any employees that you have can go through them and sift through them. Like, get all of that knowledge and all of that experience, or at least as much as possible of it, in the archive, so that someone who's very motivated and you can go through that for the first few weeks and get on page with all the knowledge and all the experience that your company has had. AI can't remember what it never knew. Here's where I think if you have all of those informations, sooner or later it will even be possible to systemize it for the AI, to have that big database where you say, hey, here's all we know, here's all the feedback we ever got from our clients, here are all the projects, there you go. Help us be better. As you begin your AI journey, whether it's a forced march, an eagerly awaited adventure, or something in between, take time to ask what's more important. Optimizing for output or preserving what makes us coherent. Slow down, ask hard questions, invite your team to dig through the rubble with you, because the only thing worse than repeating the past is repeating it faster. It's your story, tell it wise. About the author, Robert Rose is the chief troublemaker at Seventh Bear, where he helps business break free from stale marketing, rediscover the creativity, and actually make an impact. Robert Rose, it is. Only LinkedIn, no Twitter, no X. Nope. Shame. Okay. I like this article. Really, really interesting. So, as usual, before we go to the next article, yep, we've got one more for today. I like that article a lot. Really great. Really on point. I think it's a great article. I liked it. I really, really liked it. I've seen it so often in companies that they don't preserve the knowledge and the wisdom that is hard and expensively paid for. You pay the employee, you have issues with the customer, you lost customers, you tried out stuff, you invested into projects, ideas, tools, and everything, and then you just don't save that knowledge and experience. It's like a scientist doing experiments and not recording the results of the experiments. Really. So, for all of you, I go through articles, news trends, research papers, white papers in the broad field of marketing, be it as right now just the business side of it, if it's SEO, web development, PPC, social media content, content creation, influencer marketing, email marketing, and all the different fields that exist. If you like what I do, if you want to support the channel, feel free, like the video, like the channel, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks for you, but it tremendously helps this channel. And with that, I'm going to jump right over to the next thing. If you're watching live, like the live stream and give a comment. The more you interact with the live stream, the more the platforms like me. Okay? So, up to the...
So, let me ask, because a lot of what we talked about. Hello, people. Today I've got Arthur Aaron, the world-renowned researcher, as a guest on this podcast. It's unbelievable. I'm so nervous. I can't even get the words out correctly. Arthur has been researching for many, many years about topics that I think are relevant to each and every single person out there. It's about how humans develop relationships, how love works, how we can maintain relationships, which is also very important, and how we can make sure that they are long-term positive experiences, and how we keep that fresh feeling over a long time in that relationship, especially for romantic couples, marriages, which is very important for us. But we can also use these informations for all of our relationships, if it's friendships, if it's corporate culture, everything. So please, Art, it's an honor to have you with me. Please use a bit about yourself. It's so thrilled to have you here. Thank you very much.
It's very kind of you, Faye. What a nice introduction.
Well, so let's dive right into it. Let's make it pretty simple. I was really excited when I read your papers. It's about how you've coined a few terms that I would like to go through. One of the first things is to say it properly, the self-expansion model. I would like, could you elaborate a bit on what that means?
Yeah, it's a research. It's a name we use in research for a theoretical thing that has two key elements. One is that a fundamental human motive is to expand the self, to increase our abilities, our knowledge, our resources. One motivation is to survive, but another motivation is to expand, to explore, to grow. And so that's one part of the theory. The other part is, as it relates to relationships, is one of the ways we expand is by forming close relationships. Because in a close relationship, to some extent, the other becomes part of the self. And thus, I am not just me, but I'm me plus this larger thing that includes the other.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I become more than I have been before when I was in solitude, because now something else outside of me has become a part of my identity, so to speak.
Yes. In fact, we've done lots of research showing that we actually mix up ourselves with the other person in all kinds of contexts. And when we think about it, they're sort of part of we call our cognitive structure of the self.
Could you, for the people who might not have the slightest clue, could you elaborate on that a bit?
Yeah. So, for example, one of the studies we did, we took people who are in close relationships and we gave them a series of adjectives to describe themselves, to describe the close other. And then later, in another context, we showed them these things and said, how true is each of these things of you? And for each one that came up, they would press a true or a not true button. Now, what we found is that the ones they'd said they were true of before, they still said they were true of. But if it was different from the partner, they were slower, consistently, across many, many items. In other words, they had a harder time distinguishing who am I when it's different from who the partner is. And of course, if I'm not something and my partner is something, I also have a harder time saying it's not me. And we've done a lot of one of the things we found is with a close other, when you look at pictures that are morphed with the close other to different degrees, you have a harder time distinguishing which one is yourself or which is your partner versus yourself and some stranger or some celebrity that you know quite as well. We've done a lot of studies showing this inclusion of other in the self. Another thing is when we ask you to think about yourself and to think about your partner, and we look at the brain responses. You're doing this in a fMRI machine or an MRI machine. We're measuring the neural responses. The areas of the self overlap more with the areas of the close other, where they come up when you think close other. So in many ways, and we've done lots of other studies on this with memory and so forth. And in fact, one of our main measures of closeness, just that sort of capture this, that's been used now in thousands of research studies, is we show people pairs of overlapping circles that overlap to different extent. And we say, which one is true of you and your partner or your friend? And what we find is that goes along with all these other, cognitive and neural measures, is the more you say we overlap, the more it looks like you do. And, in lots of ways, when we include the other and the self, when we experience something, they experience something exciting, we feel it, as long as we're aware of it. Yeah.
I think I've read a few of your papers. It's very interesting. One of the takes that I was also very surprised about was that you said it's even under the physiognomy even changes to get a bit more like each other with how the people look. And their looks change when they're long term together slightly. I don't know. I wanted to ask because I just found it like a little sentence about it.
Yeah, that's not my research, but someone else did that study. Can't think of his name at the moment. I'm not a very good researcher. And what he showed is that if you look at people's pictures when they first got married, and then you look at their pictures, the two of them years later, people have a harder time distinguishing, who goes with who. They see them as more similar, even if they don't know. You're showing a bunch of pictures, who goes with which. You have a very hard time if they're just getting married. But after they've been together a long time, you have a very easy time saying, oh, these two people go together. These two people go together.
That's really interesting because I read it in one of your interviews and one of your papers about it. It was one of the ways how I got into all of your work. It was really interesting because I thought the idea of experiencing myself through the others, it sounds to me like a very, very interesting concept. Like in physics too, we need another object to observe an object. If there's just one, we won't be able to observe anything. We need the other to be able to discern what we are, who we are, how we are. I thought it was a very, very interesting take. And you also researched a bit on how we choose who that other person is going to be that we allow to get close, or that's worded a bit wrong because it makes it a complete conscious decision, but you also studied how it happens because it's not that conscious that we choose, okay, this is the person that I want to let close to me, or that's the person that I develop a closeness to. You even research how that develops, and that's a very interesting concept. How do people decide, or how does it happen that someone gets close to us?
Well, it varies in different contexts, but friendship and romantic are a little different in that context. But in general, we want to get close to someone we think is similar. Actually, being similar doesn't matter that much for most things, but thinking you're similar matters a lot. And in fact, when a relationship is going well, we tend to think the person's more similar than they actually are. If it's going badly, we think they're less similar than they actually are. But the similarity matters for a few things. Values and politics matter a little bit, but personality and background don't matter as much. But what matters is, well, of course, with romantic, the physical appearance matters to some extent, especially at the low end. Being unattractive makes it hard. Being very attractive is not a big advantage over just being moderately attractive, but it's the low end that matters. But probably the biggest one is thinking the other person likes you. That turns out to be really important. And when we gathered cases of, 1,000 cases of people reporting what happened when they fell in love with someone, very often it was the person did something that made me think they liked me. And at that moment, bang, there was that response. My friend told me, oh, that person likes you, don't you? Oh, wow, at that moment. Or I ran into this person again at the store and I liked her. She seemed nice. And when I walked up to her, she smiled at me and oh no, at that moment, bang. So that's often, but thinking the other person likes you is really important for initial attraction and also for, desiring to be with the person. As I say, having things in common, believing it. Also, in some cases, having differences is an advantage. So if I really like music and you really like science, if I think we can otherwise make it work, that's an advantage because it's more exciting. Because I'm going to learn from you and you're going to learn from me, and we're going to have, even more in our life.
There's lots of interesting question where it's when is it an advantage to be similar and when is it an advantage to have different takes? It's like not that easy to discern for me when I read these papers. Some say, oh, it's great to be very similar because then you're going to get along well. For other papers, it's like, no, it's better to have some kind of tension, but not in, like, for example, psychology, not in the big five where say agreeableness or narcissism, because then you can't stand the other one. But like in hobbies and interests, it might be interesting to have different takes. What's your take on that?
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, when it comes to personality traits, if I am a person who gets angry easily, it's not better for us to have two people like that. or even depression. If we're both really depressed, yes, we'll understand each other better, but it's really hard to have a good relationship. Or if we're both really anxious. I mean, in general, the traits matter a little bit. Probably extroversion, introversion matter a little bit to be similar, but again, differences can be an advantage because you can learn from each other. Different hobbies certainly can be, presuming you think you could get along in other ways. The person has to be reasonably desirable. And by that, I don't just mean physical appearance, but they have to have a background and, things like that. If the person is a homeless person, it can be harder, or if the person, if you're very well educated and they're not, it can be harder, that sort of thing.
It's like the core values should somewhere align well, and it should be an alliance or a relationship where at least where the goal would go, both can accept that, like where it's going to develop.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how sometimes it's like there are people from opposite political parties that are husband and wife, that are, like elected officials of two different parties. But so sometimes they make it work, but it can be difficult, especially if you're very, strong on something and the other person's very strong on the opposite. Those value things can matter.
Well, for the viewers who don't know that, Art has researched to someone for like 10, 20, 30 years, and you're still in how it's happening, what effects it has, and how it was achieved. And I think now that we talked a bit about, well, how it's going to work and what does pair well, I think that's...
As you said, I mean, we did one U.S. national survey that found that 40% of people who'd been married 10 years or longer claimed to be very still together, but still, that's more than we expected. And just to be sure that it's not just people saying it, we did a study where we put people who claim to be very intensely in love in the scanner. We've done a lot of brain scan studies of people who are in love. Most of them are people who've just fallen in love. But when we look at people who've been married 20 years or so, who claim to be very intensely in love, you put them in the scanner, they look like people who've just fallen, see in animals that you have with people who've just fallen in love, and they have a little less anxiety. When you first fallen in love with someone, are they still the rest of it, that fundamental dopamine reward area, just like the effect of taking a drug, is how can you make it happen? And we don't know, we know a lot of what people can do to keep relationships lively. We haven't actually studied whether, we're actually setting up a study right now. I do know that there are things people can do to make their long-term relationships very lively. One of them, it comes from my research on very exciting, very wonderful. It's novel, it's challenging. And that's something we seek as part of our self-expansion desire. So if you're been together for a while, that livens, you associate it with the partner in the relationship. We've done a lot of studies showing this, as have others now. So doing things on a regular basis, one study we did, we had people for every week, we gave them a list at the beginning, name things, here's a bunch of things, how much, gave them a list of things. We randomly assigned the couples. Half of them were given a list of things that both had rated as exciting, but only moderately enjoyable. And all of them for 10 weeks. And the group that did the exciting one showed a big increase in the quality of their relationship. And others have done studies where they've done, a date a week, with your partner that's new and interesting really can matter. And, everything, we read about our research and other people's research that suggests that we immediately apply to our relationship. So we try to do this regularly. And, we try to regularly do things that are, we were able to, we're so busy with our research, both of us, we were able to take off half a day yesterday and or the day before yesterday. And we went out and, what can we do we haven't done around here? There's a zoo that has a place that goes up in the air, that takes you on a gondola way up to look at the people. Well, that might be interesting. And we did it. And it was just, part of it was so new, but it was also beautiful, but we're always constantly, looking for, we like to go to theater, which, theater and plays, they're often kind of new, but, one of the times I like to think about is we're walking back. We were in New York at the time. We're walking back from a play and we go by a bar and we say, our age, we say, we haven't been in a bar in a long time. So we went in the bar and hung out for a while. Just doing things that are new and interesting are really valuable. Now, there's other things too. The new and interesting is mainly from my research. Another thing is having close couple friendships, is supporting your celebrating your partner's successes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, it's good to also support them when things go badly.
Yeah.
But celebrating their successes has even a bigger positive effect.
Okay. Really?
When I first saw that research, we had just submitted a paper that was mainly her paper, a review of her research on highly sensitive people. That's what she studies, to a very top journal. And we thought, in science, it's always a little tough. We thought, well, we'll see. I don't know if this journal will take it. Let's give it a try. I'm home when the email comes in saying the editor loved it, the reviewers loved it. So I made a poster of that and put it on the front door. Because I just read to do this. Of course, we had a great night. But, it's like, so these are some things you can do to really, there's things you can do to keep it from going bad that are also important. Of course, one of the biggest things people don't like to hear about, and that is your own depression or anxiety, is very hard on the relationship. It's hard on the partner, and it's hard on yourself. When you first enter a relationship, if you're sort of depressed, you're sort of excited, and then you get used to the relationship and you're down and you blame the partner. It's easy to do that. But, so the biggest thing you can do if you're anxious or depressed is to get therapy or learn to meditate, or, if it's serious, to have medications to do it. Another is stressors.
Like outside factors, like
what?
work, to money and so on, or do you?
Yeah, or, something serious like you lose a child or, something like that. But whatever happens, but even small ones or even moderate ones, your partner gets fired from the job or you do, or, or something happens. But they're really hard because we tend to not think deeply at those times. And so if our partner does something slightly bad, we say, you've always done this and it's terrible. And it's hard to sort of stand back and we tend to not be very good under those times. It's a very hard thing. And another one, of course, is, people always say, what's more wonderful than falling in love? And I always say, well, what's the, iconic Western example in literature of falling in love?
Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah, how'd that work out?
But it's burned through in 3 days.
Yeah, right. But the thing is that in some cultures where families and clans really matter, it can be really hard on the relationship if your parents or even in Western modern cultures, if your friends don't approve of the partner, it can be really hard. So friendship. And so it's really important to try to connect your partner to your family and friends so that it's, they feel better about it. So those are some of the big things. And another thing that matters, of course, is for the positive side is the quality of your sex life. Okay. Marriage, it's that matters a lot too, to work at that.
You gotta try to keep it alive and interesting and positive for everyone. Okay.
What?
And positive for everyone. It's
yeah.
I think what you said before, the idea of little adventures together, to like experience new exciting stuff, to try out new stuff, to have, like, if you say once a week might be a bit too much for many people, but once a month, if you do something a bit extraordinary, once a month only. Each year you have 12 little adventures together with your spouse. And I
Yeah,
think
they don't even have to be big adventures. Like if
Yeah.
you go out to eat, you're
Yeah.
going out to eat periodically,
Yeah.
try a different kind of food.
Yeah.
Go to a restaurant with, it doesn't have to be dramatic, but even that can matter.
Yeah.
I've never been to a, this kind of food
Yeah.
restaurant,
Yeah.
try it.
Or as
Or,
you said,
even little things. Or what?
Yeah. Or like, as you said, we haven't been in a bar for 5 years. Let's
Yes.
go into that strange looking local where we have never been in something like that. Or just another example, going to the city without a plan. Don't have a date. Just decide at 12 we'll be there and we'll look what we're gonna do from there on. Just
Sure,
without
yeah.
a plan, just as example, there are myriad, infinite many things one could do. And I think that's such a powerful move. When
Yeah,
I read
it's
that,
like we like to go on hikes.
Yeah.
And we do that, for our exercise 3 times a week or so. We go on a moderate hike. We try to always find a different trail. Now, there are only so many trails around here, but if we can't find a new one that's within driving distance, then we go to one we haven't been to in a long time.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. And you said like what I also want to point out, I think it was, to me personally, it was a very optimistic number. As you said, like 40% of marriages over 10 years are strongly in love with each other. Now, one could say, that's just, as you said, with the divorce rates, you could say, that's just 20%, but it's like, to me, that's still wow, it's still a wow number. Because if I think like in modern media, it's more portrayed like 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000. That's like the lottery ticket. It's so rare that a man and the wife love each other after 10 years still. And then I read your paper and it's like, wow, 40% of people who are still together. That's awesome. That's really,
it surprised us too.
Yeah.
It surprised us too.
Yeah. Oh, wow. And I liked it when I read it then, that like, okay, maybe they just say so. Maybe they're just saying it. You never know what it's like. They're just used to each other and everything. And then I read further, and you put them into that MRI machine and said the dopamine reward systems show not exactly the similar, but very, very, very close images of the same happening. And that's like, could you, for the viewers who are not that well versed and not too much into the technicalities, like what does it mean that you see the dopamine reward system? What can they imagine what happens in the brain in those moments?
Well, it's the same thing as when people take drugs.
Yeah.
To enliven them. The reason our brain responds to things like opium and stuff like that is not because our brain was designed for that. Our brain was designed to have a response that's associated with opportunity for great growth, what we call self-expansion. And that area is used for things like falling in love.
Okay.
But it happens to be picked up by certain drugs.
Yeah.
So, this thing of so many people, more than we expect, are still in love. Not everybody likes to hear that. Because if you're getting married, you like to hear it. If you're in a relationship, it's like there's research showing we like to think we're better than them. But, if there's people like that, it's a little scary. On the other hand, it's a nudge to do something.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
but yeah, some people it's a little, oh no, I thought we were doing fine. We're okay, but no, but it's good to know because the quality of your relationship is really important.
Yeah.
There's research that shows that's not our research, but there's a lot of research that shows that how long you'll live is more strongly predicted by the quality of your relationships than it is by smoking or obesity. It's like a huge health factor.
No, because it's like the hormonal reaction, the neuro reactions, and so on. When you're going to sleep next to someone that you love and that you trust, completely different. It's a completely different game for your body and all of the healing processes, rather than being in solitude or being with someone you can't stand, the distrust and so on. May I ask something that I did not really find out from the papers that I read? Maybe you haven't asked the people, but I'm curious. just your personal opinion, of those marriages that were still strongly in love after all of that time, how many of them found the solution on accident, like, oh, accidentally just worked out on its own? And how many of them were consciously working on the relationship to make it work? What do you have any numbers or
We
any
did not, in the
opinions?
survey, we did not ask that question.
Okay.
So we don't know.
Okay.
You know? I would think that that would matter.
Yeah.
And it would be something worth including. It's a good question. Something worth including in another survey that we do. But
Okay.
To my knowledge, we haven't looked at, someone may have looked at that issue more generally of how much it matters that people try to make the relationship better. I'm trying to think. There was a new study that came out on how much people want to do self-expansion, whether it was to improve their, I think a study did come out showing that it's a positive effect. It's a new study, and I haven't looked at it closely, but there's a lot of research going on in this area.
Yeah, I think, well, we're social animals. It's like if humans
Yes.
want to be with other humans, I think everybody knows a heartbreak is devastating. It's like
Oh yeah,
really
it's a major cause of suicide.
Yeah. And
But
it's like,
on the other hand, I mean, relationships are really, but not just marital relationships.
Yeah.
I mean, I talked about relationships predicting how long you'll live. If someone's single, but they have really good, deep friendships or deep, extended family relationships, that also works very well for how long they'll live. I mean, having close relationships in general is just really valuable, and being, isolated or lonely is really hard on your health and your life and your mood. The quality of your relationships is also a huge predictor. It's the biggest predictor of how happy you are in life.
Wow. I mean, absolutely logical. I can absolutely understand it, but it's still so powerful to hear that. It's like, wow, really, really. And I thought, to me, the point that you said before is like, making the other person feel that you like them is one of the it's like a huge thing to go through the world, to your friends, to your family, to your spouse, to your, even just to the person that you want to acquire, that you want to flirt with, that you want to get. It's like to be so honest or be so straight and confident, or even to risk your own emotional well-being. Let's be honest, being getting I'm not interested is always hard. So many people try to play the cool game, like, I don't mind really, it's cool if yes, if not, then no problem. And then you say, no, let them know you are interested, you like them, you love them, you want them to know that you like them, even if it's friendship or anything. It is a strong impulse for others to say, hey man, maybe that's not such a bad guy or such a bad girl. Hey, I never thought about it, but now that I think about it, not that bad. Could work out, could be interesting.
There's some old research that shows people used to think, well, I should play hard to get. There's some old research that shows it does not help, but it helps for people to think you're hard for others to get.
Wow, really?
If you're, you can see why. But but the other thing that came to mind when you're talking about this is in an ongoing relationship, once it's formulated, a huge factor is responsiveness. Is when someone tells you something, either, that's going on with them or anything, what really matters, we used to think self-disclosure mattered a huge amount. Turns out self-disclosure matters only because it provides an opportunity for responsiveness. And if you're responsive to deep things, that hugely helps and supports all kinds of relationships, friendships, marriages, everything, for, partnerships, that you understand, you can see why they're feeling that, and you care. And if you can show that, that's a huge factor, responsiveness.
I gotta admit, I learned that through business, that it was, or let's say not, I learned it through business. I understood it through business, because to me it was always natural. It was a natural thing to just remember people, to listen to them, to like, if I get to know you and we talk and you tell me you've got a little sister or this or that, or she's going to have a little test next week and we meet 1 month later, for me, it was always natural to like ask, hey, how was your sister? You told me last time she's going to have a test, or how is your child? How is that? How did the company go? Da, 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 da. And once I got older, like 20, 25, I realized, man, the people have really such a good feedback to me, because it seems that that's a rare thing. It's really a rare thing for people to listen actively, to care about someone else, and to remember the other things. I started this then, like, it's just my anecdotal evidence, nothing empirical. It was like, if you have a group of people sit around the table, it's much more common for each of them to just try to tell their story, to just wait for the other person to finish so they can tell theirs, instead of interacting, as you say, respond to the story and to the dilemma, emotions, achievements, or trouble that the other person has. So it's
Yeah,
like,
and of course you can also, even in a context like that, you can show it to some extent non-verbally.
yeah,
You can when they're listening, you can show that you're listening. You're not saying, hey, you know, working at your computer or on your phone. You know,
wow, I can just imagine it's surely not a nice thing if you have a really close relationship, like a marriage, with a spouse for years, and they're unresponsive to what you do, and they don't care,
yeah.
and they don't have emotional responses or intellectual, cognitive, conscious responses to what you said. They don't care, they don't remember. Wow, that's gotta hurt. I think
Oh,
I
yeah.
can imagine, wow, that gotta hurt.
Yeah.
Man.
You know, but if you can show when someone says things, you understand it, you validate it. You don't mean necessarily you agree, but you can understand why they're feeling it, and you know, and you care. You know, if you can show that, you know, we call it, you know, understanding, validation, caring. If you can show that, even if it's not that important, but especially if they're saying something important, you know, and even if it's an argument, even if it's something they disagree with you about, you can say, you can try to, don't just claim it, but try to think, well, why are they feeling that? And you say, okay, I understand why you're feeling it. I have some different feelings, but I understand and I care. And so we can talk about this. But handling conflicts is really an important thing
Or
for all
also being
kinds of
honest and saying, listen, I don't understand why you react like that right now. I don't understand, but let's get through it. I don't understand what the issue is. I'm going to be honest. We have to communicate. We have to find out what is the issue. I don't know it. I don't understand it, and so on. It's like, even if you don't necessarily, because you said understand, and let's be honest, we all know sometimes humans are crazy and weird, and we just don't get the other person. But validating them in the sense that, listen, I care about you, even if I don't understand it right now, and I'm willing to put effort into understanding you.
Yeah.
I think that's also like really powerful for relationships. At least that's
absolutely.
witnessed it. Like, man, please help me understand what you mean. Please help me understand. And I just experienced it as like, the people really, really took a positive thing from that away, when after discussing it for an hour or 2 hours, you get to the point where you say, man, or hey, now I understand what you mean. And from that moment on, you're a bit closer, because the other person realized, wow, he really took effort into it. And we all experience it with someone else too, who really tried to understand what our problem is. And it's like, that's so cool. That I think it's great that you've got empirical data on that really puts it into perspective. And that's, wow. So just for a recap for our viewers, it's like, if you want to have a good relationship, a healthy relationship, and that long term, if I took it correctly, is do some new, novel, exciting things with your partner, friends, family. Try to be understanding and responsive. Show them that you care. Show them that you're interested in them as a person. And if I may ask, for me, it sounded a bit like that, but I'm not too sure. Since I have the self-expansion through that other person, I experience myself, my life, and the reality additionally in more than just through me, through my partner. There, I think, comes the value in it. I can't have a healthy relationship if I don't like myself. It's like, how does that come into the equation? Have you got any data or any information or read any studies on that? Because if I'm doing it to expand myself, but I don't like or I don't trust myself, or another issue that people have, I don't think I'm worthy of having a good life. It's also an issue that sadly a lot of people have. How does that change the depiction of the partner or the relationship? Do you have
Oh,
any?
it's as I was saying before, your anxiety, depression, but also your sort of view of yourself, your self-esteem, like all of those negative things are very hard on the relationship. Now, people do manage to have relationships over and above that if so much else is in place, but it really is hard on the relationship. And the best thing you can do is try to get some help. What you're describing, some of this is called attachment insecurity. There's many aspects of this, but and sometimes if you have that insecurity and you've got a partner who just keeps putting up with you and supporting you, it can help you overcome it. But on the whole, the best thing is to get some help yourself. Get some therapy, or if it's not that serious, learn to meditate, do something that'll ease it. But if it's serious, if it's moderately, even, it's worth getting therapy, individual therapy to deal with it. And I mean, if you have a couple problems, couple therapy is another whole story. It can be helpful too. But I'm talking about for yourself. And if it's very serious, see a psychiatrist and get medications and that sort of thing. But it's really important. And it's as I was saying, on the downside of making it difficult to have relationships, it's probably the biggest factor.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that is going to be.
It's just so hard to have people manage, but it's so a few manage. But it is so hard to have a good relationship when you're down on yourself, or you're anxious or depressed, or any of those things.
Well, I would say there are always those outliers. Like, yeah, they manage to do it, and it's like, but let's be honest, you want to put yourself into the best possible position. So if you've got issues with yourself, with the way you choose your partner, with the way you receive, if you receive that honest affection, that honest responsiveness, and something in you has a problem with that, no matter what, go and talk to people, try to get your help. No matter which way, don't have a taboo about it. It's an important thing for yourself, for the rest of your life, and it's going to benefit your partner too. Because some people don't want to put in the work for themselves, but then convince yourself by saying, listen, my partner will have a better life if I get better and I get these things sorted out in some way. I think that's
absolutely
really important. Yeah. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. I'm a bit curious now. We talked a lot about the romantic feelings, but as someone who's a bit business-minded like myself, of course, I would like to ask a bit, how could I get, or do you have any advice, any information, or any inkling about the question? How could I use these informations in a corporate culture to form a good team? We know it's also 1/3 of our life will be at work. It would be nice if our work environment is also a pleasant one, I think, at least. It's like from an interpersonal dynamic. So how could I, either as a colleague just for my team, or as a team leader for my team, or as the CEO up to for the whole company, what could I do to make it as pleasant, positive, and productive as possible? Do you have a few tips and tricks for me?
Well, I think, I haven't researched that directly, but certain things we know in general would seem to apply. Again, this thing of your own state, your own mental health is going to be very hard in the work context as well, and it's worth working on. But many of these things, I would think that, many organizations periodically have some sort of adventure that people do together. We also have this procedure for creating closeness in the lab. It's called the Fast Friends, or it's been called 36 questions in much of the research in literature. That can be done, you can take people talk about the 36 questions to fall in love. They weren't designed for that. They were designed to create closeness between strangers. And you can do it with people who know each other too. You could take a group of employees or workers and put them into pairs and have them do this, and they'll create some nice friendships. That's another thing. But and you can train people to listen. and provide and if you're a leader, you can provide a model of that. I would think all of these things matter.
Leading by example, not by a poster on the wall that says friendship or communication, but really living it. But now you mentioned it. I mean, you're famous for it. It's like if someone Googles your name, you're famous for the 36 questions. It's like huge in pop culture. It was spread far and every. May I ask, how do they work and why do they work? It's like for the viewers, the link will be in the description below, just so you know, so that you can take a look at it. But how exactly? Why do they work? What in our caveman brain makes it work? To like, okay, cool, that's someone I like now. After these few questions, what is it? It's like,
well,
what?
We developed this procedure so that in the lab we could randomly assign people to get close or not, so we could study closeness experimentally. And if you just bring people in who are already close, they have different histories, they've chosen each other, so we're able to randomly assign people to get closer to do an alternate task that they don't get, doesn't change much. So that's what it was designed for. So we looked at the literature on how people describe what happened when they got to know someone. And generally what happens is you reveal things about yourself both ways and more intimately over time. Not too much too fast, or it sort of puts the person off, but not keeping it at small talk. You move gradually from small. So the 36 questions gradually get more and more personal. And that's basically, and the idea is that you each answer each question. And now what we found since is that one of the main reasons it works is because it provides an opportunity for each of you to be responsive to the other about something that matters. Now, the other thing I should say is that within the 36 questions, we've thrown in 2 or 3 that also help build closeness, that just we threw in because we know there's research on that. And one is we have some items, an item a little later after they've done some back and forth. Name some things you've noticed you have in common. So that they're, and then another one a little later is name some things you've noticed you like about the other. Now, we never say name some things you don't like. So that's basically how the procedure works. And we did a lot of pilot testing on it. And we found that in 45 minutes in the lab, we can get people as close to, or almost as close to this person, they're a stranger, as to someone that they're really close to. Now, it doesn't necessarily last, but it definitely creates that feeling of it right on the spot.
And it's insane. It's again the same mix of responsiveness and conscious effort to listen to the other person.
Yes.
Wow. And
we provide an opportunity for that.
Liked. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Humans really like to have other humans listen to us and to like us, it seems. So we are very hardwired to react positively to other people being positive to us. Wow. Yeah. I think that's interesting. Really? Wow. I mean, wow. Arthur, wow, it was such a great interview. I thank you very much for all of these informations. I hope that it will be spread to many people who will have a better relationship thanks to your research and your information. Thank you very, very much that you took the time to come here. And I wish you and your family just the very, very best. And I thank you. Can't tell you how much I thank you for that. Really, it was a pleasure. It was an honor, and I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity the great questions, and the opportunity to share all this knowledge, my research and others, to really be helpful to people. Thank you.
Ask an SEO, how can we recover a 30% drop in organic traffic from a site migration? Interesting topic. Many site migrations cause issues. Some are done pretty bad. Article is written by Kevin Gibbons. And with that, I'm going to go through with it. I haven't read it. As usual, I'm going through it live with you guys. Post-migration traffic crashes are common. Learn what to check first and how to recover SEO performance. Question comes from an e-commerce business that followed best practices but still lost traffic after migrating to a new platform. Well, gonna see what are the best practices they mention. We recently migrated our e-commerce store to a new platform, and despite following all the recommended SEO practices, our organic traffic dropped by 30%. What recovery strategies should we prioritize, and how long should we expect before seeing improvements? Does it happen? And more importantly, how can you recover lost traffic? Let's dive into the likely causes of this issue and explore the most effective strategies to get your organic traffic back on track. All right. As usual, drink water, stay hydrated. Why organic traffic can drop post-migration. So, why does this happen? And more importantly, what can you do to fix it? Understanding why this happens is key to finding a solution. Without pinpointing the root cause, any recovery efforts can feel like a shot in the dark, and that's the last thing you want. Tracking issues. After migration, it's surprisingly common for something small to go wrong with your analytics setup. Maybe the Google for Analytics tag wasn't added correctly. Maybe your Google Search Console properly wasn't verified. A property wasn't verified. Even a tiny mistake, like a misconfigured setting or a missing bit of code, can make it look like traffic has fallen off a cliff when really it's just not being tracked properly. The upside, these problems are usually quick to spot and easy to fix. It's always a good first step before diving into deeper SEO troubleshooting, because the issue might not be your traffic at all, just your data. Well, that's something nice. It's equivalent of, have you checked if the cables are in it, if it's plugged in? Technical issues. If your tracking is working as it should and the traffic drop is real, the next step is to check for technical SEO problems on your new site. And this almost always starts with redirects. During a migration, especially if URLs have changed, redirects are crucial. One missing or incorrect 301 redirect can break the connection between your old and new pages, making Google think important content has disappeared. Also important, don't mistake 301 and 302. Those are very different redirects and they have very different purposes. I assume the article will mention it. If not, I will explain it. But we'll see. I hope it should be mentioned. So that can quickly tank rankings and traffics. Make sure all old URLs point to the right new ones and using proper 301, not 302 redirects, and there are no long redirect chains slowing things down. Okay, no, it doesn't seem to go through it. What is the difference? Just short explanation. It is important to know the one type of redirect is, hey Google, our page has moved forever. It is never going to be back at the old page, at the old URL. We want you to always forever forward it to this new address. That is 301. Then there are other things like our server is just having a little trouble right now. We want you to just use this redirect for a while. Or this is just a redirect while we are working on this content itself. Both of those are different cases and Google treats them differently. That's why it's important to use the right redirect. If you guys want more information about this, leave a comment. I can go through it in more detail and really do an in-depth dive of the different redirects and codes and so on, if you guys want that at some point. So, for you, just important, if you migrate your page, Google again which redirect to use. Or demand your agency to use the right ones and ask them if they know the differences and so on, so that you can check if they know what they're talking about. Other common technical pitfalls: broken or removed internal links. Staging broken or removed internal links, that means page A has a link on it, doesn't work anymore. Staging URLs accidentally left in canonical tags or no index rules carried over from development. And then Google doesn't index those pages, those new pages. So I would say that's still in the setup above, but okay. Any of these can stop Google from crawling or indexing your site properly. And if that just got important big chunk of my work done and finished. It's almost 2 a.m. here in Austria. Oh man. Maybe I should add a timer so that people can see what time it is right now where I live. Oh man. And I'm gotta keep working. Got to keep working. Oh man. I bet it does not. So No, show up in search at all. It's also worth checking your XML sitemap and robots.txt file. Make sure your sitemap is up to date and submitted in Google Search Console, and that robots.txt isn't blocking important sections of your site. Really important. If it's set up wrong, that can cause a lot of troubles. Also, Google recently said they don't look and they don't use the llms.txt. You can completely ignore that. At least for Google, or so they say. Not like Google has always been honest. I'm just saying it, okay? Just saying it. On-page content. In some cases, ranking drops can be caused by changes to page content itself. Even small changes like missing H1s, altered metadata, or content now rendered in JavaScript can have a big impact. So you will need to double check the content on your pages to identify if anything has changed. But don't forget that Google will need time to re-index and trust your new setup, especially if you didn't submit an updated sitemap or if backlinks still point to old URLs. Although you may see some big changes in your SEO performance initially, monitor it for a little while to see if things settle back down on their own. Steps to recover organic traffic, because that's what we want. Crawl your site. Look for redirect problems and broken links. The first thing you should do is crawl your site. Like Screaming Frog or Sitebulb are perfect for this. There are many different bots and tools that you can use. Check out if the H structure is correct, if the metadata is existing. Check if all of the links work. Just a little broken link crawler works perfect for that. All of these huge SEO setbacks. If you have old URLs pointing to pages that no longer exist or haven't been properly redirected, Google might struggle to index your site correctly, impacting traffic and rankings. Another key issue to spot during crawling is orphaned pages. These are pages that exist on your site but have no internal links pointing to them. Pages, which can hurt your rankings. Okay. Fix redirect problems immediately. Exactly. Once you've identified if you have any issues with redirecting, immediately get onto that. Redirects are crucial for preserving SEO value during a migration. Check that all old URLs are properly redirected to the new counterparts using 301 redirects if your URLs have changed. Ensure that there are no redirect chains, as these can slow down page load times and confuse search engines. What is a redirect chain? Page A redirects to page B, redirects to page C, redirects to page D. All of that, the whole time, is calculated for the first link. Or incorrect redirects are one of the top causes of traffic loss after migration. Remember, each redirect is a connection that ensures the SEO equity of your old pages gets passed on to your new ones. Tackle potential on-page issues. If you've ruled out any major technical errors, focus on the content itself. Okay, that gets a bit more complicated, or like more work. This is way, you can't automate this. This is work. Compare your post-migration content. Did anything change that might have negatively affected your rankings? Ensure that all your pages are optimized for the target keywords, including title tags, meta descriptions, header tag, product images. Improving product images or enhancing user-generated content such as reviews. Update your XML sitemap and Google Search Console. Once your on-page content is reviewed and technical issues addressed, the next step is to update your XML sitemap so Google can easily find and crawl your pages. This also helps Google understand that you've made changes to your site structure and allows it to index to request indexing for important pages that may not have been crawled yet. So again, if you migrate with your page, you need to have extra looks and be way more alert about the data in the first time, in the close time after the migration. How long does SEO recovery take? Recovery isn't an instant process, unfortunately. Typically, sites begin to see improvements within 4 to 12 weeks, but several factors can influence the recovery timeline. If your migration involved significant changes, like a new domain or a complete overhaul of your site structure, Google may treat your site as if it were brand new. In this case, it can take longer for Google to rebuild trust and restore organic visibility. Sites with many pages may also experience slower recovery time, as Google has to crawl and re-index more content. And as some of you know, you get like a load of tokens where they say, well, we can use up infinite amount of processing power just for your page. So they say you've got a certain chunk of processing power, and if you have way more pages than they can process, they do some part of your website, then skip it, go through a list of other, and then they come back to go on and go on, so it can take way more time. The content on your site can also affect recovery time. If important pages were altered or lost valuable content during the migration, it might take longer for Google to recognize the changes and rank your pages again. Long-term lessons and preventive measures. A smooth migration doesn't start on launch day. It starts way before. SEO needs to slot into your QA and development process from the beginning. That means making sure things like redirects, content structure, and crawlability are all working before you go live, ideally in a proper staging environment. Issues can still happen when you go live though, so remember to crawl your old site before launch. That way you can run side-by-side audits of your old and new sites and catch issues early. It's also a smart idea to have a rollback plan just in case. That means having backups and knowing what to do if something goes wrong. Final thoughts. Recovering from an SEO drop after migration can be frustrating, but unfortunately it's often part of the process. By focusing on the right technical checks, reviewing your on-page content, and giving search engines time to recrawl and reindex your site, you can get things back on track. Keep a close eye on your data, be patient, and use this as an opportunity to strengthen your overall SEO health. There are a few more resources. Kevin Gibbons, interesting, was a good article. I like it. That was good. Do you have only articles? Kevin Gibbons? Well, sign up with you. For all of you follow, I like what he wrote. I want to know more about it. So, for all of you who know about this, I go through articles, trends, fashions, research papers in the field of marketing, be it SEO, web development, email marketing, ads, social media, and so on. If you like what I do and if you want to support the channel, like the video, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. The best ways you can support this channel. And with that, I wish you all the very, very best, and the clip is over. So, next article. Google Ads locations of interest targeting to AI Max for search. Interesting. Written by Anu Adegbola. Google Ads. I like her articles. I gotta say, I like her articles. I've got her on Twitter X already. I like her. I know I could just go to the original source, I know, but I like her. I like the way she presents the stuff and sometimes gets extra data, okay? Google Ads AI Max for search lets advertisers target users based on location interest. Not just where they are, but where they want to be. That's a cool new feature if they roll it out. Google Ads added a new targeting feature to AI Max for search campaigns, locations of interest. The rollout appears to be early stage and not yet widely documented in Google Ads help resources. How it works. Locations of interest is an optional ad group level setting in AI Max for search. It allows advertisers to target users who are searching for or have expressed interest in specific geographic areas. You can select multiple locations of interest per ad group. These work in addition to campaign level location targeting and don't need to match. Okay, interesting. So, what does that mean? If I search for example, I'm from Vienna in Austria in Europe. My sister lives in America in California, close to Los Angeles. So I search around for Los Angeles and other areas there. I might go to travel there. So it could be that if I go there, it would be good that ads that are local there, like restaurants, theaters, or whatever, shops, whatever I might like, might be well delivered if I saw them. Even though my location is somewhere else, it's still a location of interest. And now we can set that for our ads. To say, hey, I want you not just to show it to people who are there, but to people who are interested in that area. Why we care? Advertisers can now go beyond the user's physical location.
Hello, people. Today, I've got an awesome guest for you guys. He's a world-renowned researcher. He's very well known, has written a lot of interesting research. He's an expert on marketing and a few other points that we're going to talk today. You guys know that I'm from marketing myself, so of course it's a very egoistical topic that we're going to cover today and to try to get as much information out of him as possible. Dr. Kale, welcome. Thank you very, very much for your time, for taking the time to be a guest on this show. Thank you very much. If possible, would you please tell the audience with a few words so they know what your research is and who you are?
So I'm a professor emeritus at the University of Oregon. I got my PhD from the University of Nebraska, and I did a postdoc at University of Michigan. And I've spent most of my career at University of Oregon as a faculty member in the College of Business.
Awesome, awesome. As we said, I've got prepared a research so much. I've got multiple pages full of questions. I know we won't get to all of them. I know. But I want to dive right into it to get as much value out of you as possible. That's why I'm saying thank you very much once more that you're here. I would like to discuss with you the consumer values evolution. It's like a very interesting topic that you talk about. Let's dive into the basics of the basics first. Customer values, why are they important? What are they? And in marketing, how do we find out what they are and how do we work with them?
So Milton Rokeach was a famous psychologist who said the most important construct in all of psychology is social values, that we make a lot of our decisions based on our social values. Imagine that you're trying to decide about a new job and you just graduated from college and you have 3 job offers, and which is really wonderful. You're happy. You have to make this decision. And one of the choices for a job is paying you really good money, money more than you thought you would make. And you're really happy about the salary. Another one doesn't have such a good salary, but it's in a place you've always wanted to live. So, maybe all your life you've dreamed of having a job on a tropical island, and this is a job in Hawaii or Canary Islands. And then also the third thing might be you're offered a job that's where your friends and family live, in the town you grew up in, and you know a lot of people there, and all of your relatives live there. So you have this dilemma. Do you take the job with good pay? Do you take the job with good lifestyle, or do you take the job with friends and family? And how you decide that is going to tell a lot about your values. You're going to think about what is really important to me. How important is money versus how important is friends versus how important is lifestyle?
Interesting.
So in decision making, oftentimes you revert to values when you're trying to decide between choices, and that's true with products also. Or services, if you're trying to buy something, you think, what do I really care about? And if you have to decide between 2 things, maybe you might have to decide which is more important, getting the tennis racket for my kid or getting the sneakers for me.
Interesting. And with those values, because especially if I can buy both of it, then it doesn't matter. If I can take both offers, it doesn't matter. But the question is, when we get it shows a lot of our values, which choice we make. Well, that's a given. I think that all the viewers can understand that. It's quite easy to understand. But what are these values? Are there like millions of these values? Could we say, no, there's a small subset? What kind of abstract categories of values do exist? Is there anything you could say about that?
Sure. Milton Rokeach again said that there were about 18 values, and he had a list of 18 core values that he thought were important. We reduced it down to a list of 9 values that we thought were important. Some of the values that he had, we thought were societal values that really don't necessarily impact you on a day-to-day basis. So one of his values, for example, was world of peace. And most of us think world peace is a good thing, but it probably doesn't influence when we're trying to decide what brand of toothpaste to buy. Maybe once in a while, but and also some of the values that he had were sort of overlapping or contradictory. So we reduced it down to a list of 9 values. We call it the list of values. or LOV for short. So you could say that the work we do is a labor of love. But we use the list of values to ask people what values are important to them. Sometimes when you're dealing with a specific product or a specific situation, there may be more complex values than those 9 that come into play.
Okay.
But those 9s are things like sense of accomplishment, self-fulfillment, being well respected, security, those kinds of things.
Okay, very interesting, very interesting. So if I want to market my product, my company, or my service, I should reflect upon these values and decide, okay, which of them could I satisfy? Is that the right path that I should take?
Right. And if you can link your product or service to a particular value, it's going to be more effective.
Okay.
So if you have, imagine an advertisement for cold remedy. And if you say this cold remedy remedies colds, that's good. People will like that. They'll think, oh, that's doing what I want it to do. But if you can tie it to a more fundamental value, it's going to be, your marketing is going to be more effective. So if you can say you value motherhood and this cold remedy will make you a better mother, then this is the motherhood cold remedy. That will be probably a more effective ad than just saying this cold remedy remedies colds.
Yeah. That's a very interesting take, because I talked to someone from the ad agency because you said mother, I remember. It was like these instant soups, where you just put the powder into the cooking water and you have the soup finished and everything. And they made sure to have a happy family in that video, in the ad, because they said, we don't go for convenience. Convenience is something for other people. We want to have the mother decide she's a good mother if she uses this product. She has no time. We know she has no time, but we want her to associate our product with being a good mother and taking care of her family. And that's why she's taking this soup. And it's really interesting that you say that. I think many people in the marketing field try to come up with such ideas. What would you say? Is it better to focus on one value, or is it better to say, oh, great, maybe my product covers 5 of these 9 values? Would it be better to communicate more of them, or is it better to focus on just 1 or 2 of these values? What do you say?
I think it's better to focus on 1 or 2 values, but the issue in marketing also is segmentation. The different people have different values. So if you value sense of accomplishment and I value fun and enjoyment in life, we're going, you're going to take the same product, but you're going to promote it differently based on the values. So for you who values sense of accomplishment, I'm going to talk about how the computer that I'm trying to sell does a terrific job of word processing and a terrific job of accounting, and it has great access to software that'll make your business more productive. And for me, who values fun and enjoyment in life, I'm going to talk about how the same computer is great for video games, and you can do all sorts of fun things and access cool websites based on this computer. So, it's the same product, but for you and for me, where we're different segments, you'll emphasize different values.
There, we're already knee deep in it because it's so interesting to talk with you about it. I've got an interesting question there, because as I take it, with the digitalization, the social media, and how ads have changed and how the whole marketing field has changed, it's become easier to target the different segments with the different ads and the different messages. For example, if you compare 20 years ago, you put a TV ad out and it's at 8 p.m. during a movie, and whoever sees it, sees it. Nowadays, we can segment it better with, okay, this ad is going out only for females. This ad is going out only for males between 20 and 30 years, and so on. So do you see changes in the marketing field because of this digitalization? Is the segmentation easier or harder? Or what do you think about what it's become like, the changes in the last 20 years or something like that?
Yeah, well, certainly segmentation can be more complex now than it was 25 years ago. that, you're absolutely right. When you had a few TV networks, you basically were marketing to everybody. And now markets can be extremely segmented. Literally will figure out what your most important issue is and what your stand on it is, and then send you an ad saying this politician agrees with. The targeting can be so much more precise in our digital world than it was in a broadcast world.
Yeah, it's also well, and there comes then the creative question, because instead of doing one ad, as you say, in these political campaigns, for example, you create 200 ads for these 200 different segments, and each of the videos or texts or pictures presents another point that is made for each of these segments. It's really interesting, really interesting with the values, as you say. I would like to ask a bit about the value, attitude, behavior hierarchy. It's like people have certain values and they act upon these values. Of course, status and how to present themselves in a social context is also important. It's like, how would you say, if let me rewind the question a bit differently. How much does marketing change the behavior, and how much is the behavior deciding what is marketed to the people? Do you know how much is the influence of one area to the other in that field?
I think mostly you have your behaviors and marketing just latches onto those. I don't think for the most part that marketing makes big differences. This has always been a tangle because advertisers like to say, oh, we don't change the world, we just capture the world. But then at the same time, they're saying our advertisements work, which would suggest that they do change the world a little bit. So there's a little of each, but I think in general, you can't really change a person's fundamental characteristics. On the other hand, I think that in different situations, people have different values. We did one interesting study in Singapore, and in Singapore, pretty much everybody is multilingual. Pretty much everybody speaks English and pretty much everybody speaks Chinese. You could probably do that in Austria too with German versus English. But in Singapore, we gave a survey, the value survey, twice, and we gave it once in English and once in Chinese, and we gave it to each group twice. So each group got the survey once in Chinese and once in English, and it turned out that the results were quite a bit different for the values that people said. And at first we thought, well, this must be a bad translation. We probably just didn't capture the Chinese very well when we translated from the English. But when we did a focus group and asked the people, what's wrong with the translation here? Well, they said, oh, no, the translation is great. The translation is perfect. The thing is, we're different people when we're talking Chinese than when we're talking English. When we're talking English, that's the modern world. That's the world at school and education and knowledge. And when we're talking Chinese, that's with our grandmother, and that's with 5,000 years of history. And so we have different core values when we're talking Chinese than when we're talking English. And I think for a lot of us, some of us may not talk multiple languages, but we recognize that in different situations, there are different demands for what you might say.
Absolutely, that's interesting. May I ask, because I made the experience marketing, for example, it's like a person using Facebook, it's the same person with the same values. Using Facebook reacts completely different to an ad than if they are on Instagram, for example, or if they are on LinkedIn, for example, because each of these platforms creates, I don't know if it's the right term, like a different persona, a different mindset they are in, so they react to different values, to different stimuli from outside. Could one say that?
Absolutely. Like that LinkedIn has a different purpose than Facebook. And when you're talking on Facebook, you're probably talking to friends and family. And when you're talking on LinkedIn, you're probably talking to professional colleagues. What you do as a professional may be different from what you do as a family friend.
Interesting, because and you also go into these platforms with a different mindset. For example, when I start LinkedIn, I'm not looking for, okay, what are my friends doing, what is my family doing? It's like, okay, I'm doing research on my topic or in my industry, what's going on, So I react to, for example, a vacation picture very different, because I'm not in the mindset to filter these things out. I'm looking for something else. So that's a really interesting of framing. How do I frame how do we catch the person in the right frame of mind to make them accessible for the ad or the message, the marketing that I want them to take? And how do these values that they react to change depending on the situation they are in? That's a really interesting question. Is there any way to find it out, test that, anything like that? Any
going on? You know, one of the things that we've looked at is celebrity marketing. And when you, again, have the celebrity match the values that you're trying to promote, that can make the ad a little bit more effective.
Yeah, where it's, again, it has to fit together. What happens if I don't find a good match?
Well, I think you're wasting the communication if you don't have a good match.
Okay.
That, you know, sometimes people like using, for example, very attractive women in ads.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt from the research that using an attractive woman draws attention to the ad.
Mhm.
But if the thing that you're using to get attention detracts from the value, you know, if you're selling a product that's a beauty product, it makes sense to use an attractive model. If you're selling a product that has nothing to do with beauty, then it might be that focusing on one thing to get attention is actually distracting from the message that you're trying to get across.
Okay. That's a good lesson. That's a good lesson to not just care about attention, but to make sure that the attention you get emotional level with the right value that you want them to perceive your product or your service to be fulfilling. That's interesting. Because usually, as you know, I don't know if you know, I'm sure you know it. Usually it's like, oh, you just need attention. You just need attention. That's the important thing. Just make sure you get the attention, and everything else comes from alone. That's why your research was so interesting to me, where it was like, nah, it's not just attention. You need to make it align with the proper value. And that was a really interesting paper. Really, again, for the viewers that don't know, for the viewers that don't know,
there's a concept.
Please.
There's a concept called the hierarchy of effects. And the idea of the hierarchy of effects is that you have several hurdles you have to get over. It's like running a race. And you know, you've got to get people's attention. Absolutely. If you don't have their attention, nothing else matters. But then you also have to have them understand what you're saying and agree with what you're saying. And then they have to be committed to act on what you're saying and have a way to act on what you're saying. So any given ad has a lot of different things that it has to accomplish.
I remember where volunteered for a charity organization for a while. They're like a food bank. They get donations for food and give it to poor people. And they had the issue for years that the message was accepted. The people liked the project, the organization. They thought it was cool. It was super. Everybody was on the side, but they could not make the people remember the name of the organization. They could not, no matter what, they viewed the ad. It was like, oh, they're cool. They're great. Everything. Yeah, awesome. And when you ask, what's the name of the organization? Oh, I don't know. Oh, I forgot. Like really, they had struggling hard because even the companies that donated food to them didn't remember the name of the organization. So it was a bit because there are huge organizations in Austria that are like, everybody knows them. And then as like with Google, it's like, I Google something and then it becomes a word where even if you use something else, you still use Google. And that same was with the charity organizations here that you just use. Here it's the Caritas, and no matter what you do, if you're a charity, you're called Caritas, and that's just it. And they really struggled with that. So getting your own brand and your own name out there is important, really, really important. And I wanted to ask you, you made the difference between the vals and the LOV. Would you elaborate a bit on that for the people that have not read your paper research or not that well versed in the theory of marketing? What are these different things?
Vals is another way of measuring values that is popular in some circles in advertising. I think it's a good approach, and I like it, but I think that the way that they measure vals is not as tied to values as I would like it to be. So they ask a lot of questions that are sort of lifestyle questions that don't get at the core values. So lifestyles are important, but I think you need to distinguish between what is a core value and what is kind of a fading attitude.
Okay. Could you give some examples, a bit of elaboration on that topic? Like what questions, for example, would be asked where you say, I don't think that's the right way to ask, or not really that well tied to values?
Well, one question that they asked in Vals at one point was about the legalization of marijuana. And, legalization of marijuana, I don't know as much about Europe politics as American politics, but it's a controversial issue. And in some jurisdictions, you can get life imprisonment for violating the laws about marijuana. And in other jurisdictions, illegally parking your car is a worse offense than smoking marijuana, or maybe it's totally legal. And so if you ask somebody, what do you think about smoking marijuana? It depends a lot on what jurisdiction they live in. If you're going to get 20 years in jail for it, you maybe have a different opinion about it than if it's a recreational thing that you do at your party every weekend.
Okay, of course. Well, that's again, yeah, absolutely, because there we go again into the cultural differences. Like if you would say, as you now use the marijuana thing, it's the same with, for example, advertisement on alcohol, where again there are countries where it's kind of no, you can't advertise alcohol because alcohol is like in the Arabian states or such is a very different thing than for us in the West. It's like you very differently treated and very differently seen. How would you go about, or what do you say? How could I find out what the values are? For example, I'm a company, I made my product. How can I find out? So, okay, what values should the CEO just imagine himself, make a brainstorming session like, oh, I think we captured this value, or is there a more scientific approach to find out which values does my product or my service cover? What would be the approach to find that out, in your opinion?
Well, certainly the CEO or the top executive should be thinking about what values they think they're serving, but then they ought to do marketing research where they have a survey of their target market and find out whether their views of what's important really conform to the views of the target market.
Okay.
I was involved in one project where somebody thought if you put little chunks of fruit in tea, it would be more authentic. It'd be healthier. And so the idea was to have fruit floating in tea. And everybody thought, oh, that sounds really great. That sounds healthy. That sounds like something people will like. And consumers said, no, we don't want chunks of anything in our tea. We want our tea to be pure. And that I've seen water pollution, and I don't want water pollution in my tea.
Okay.
So it was important to do the research to find out intuitively whether what the executives thought was important, was indeed important to the consumers.
So data-driven is important. Get the feedback from the people, get the loop, find out. You have, as it is in science, you have a theory, you go out, or you hypothesis, you go out and then you see, does it work or doesn't it work? Do I get the data? Is the data saying, yeah, the idea was good, the people like that idea, or is the data saying, no, that idea was like absolutely awful? I think as I said, with the modern variants, it seems to be easier than ever before. It's just my opinion. Like, it seems easier to make a little ad campaign and see how do people react to this new product, to this new idea, to this new service that we are representing or that we are preparing for the people to see. As I don't know if you know, with the MVP, minimal valuable product, where I say, okay, here, just a test, throw it out, alpha version, do the people like it or not? And then get the feedback. What do they like? What don't they like about it? It's a very, very interesting time, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's easy to do research these days if you want to. And I think you usually should.
Yeah, it's. Do you think people or companies do enough of this kind of research in your experience?
I think some companies do, but probably on average, companies don't do as much research as they ought to find out exactly what people think.
Okay. Do you any idea why? Cost intensive, or don't you think about it? Or
it takes time and it costs money to do research. So there are ways today that you can do research very efficiently. You know, there are companies that have online polls where you can just literally in half a day get a sample of people and get their responses to it and analyze the data and know what's going to work. So you don't have to do a 6-month long study like you might have had to do 25 years ago.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be that expensive either.
Yeah, that's what I think. It's really, really interesting. And I think it's a benefit for our companies, or especially for small, agile startups that seem to be more willing to test this stuff if they're data-driven and test this stuff out. But I want to talk to you about something else. You researched a lot in sports marketing, and I'm curious about a few research papers that you put out. Really curious about the people that you use for advertising as testimonials and so on. There are many different variables that decide how effective they are for your marketing. That's really, really has been interesting. You also tested if their attractiveness works and other variables. Can you elaborate a bit on that research that you made? That you did
about what athletes to use as celebrities? Or well, different athletes represent different things, and sometimes the same athlete represents different things. I was thinking Michael Jordan was a spokesperson, has been a spokesperson for Nike for basketball shoes. And if I want to be a good basketball player and Michael Jordan wants to tell me how to play basketball better, I'm all ears. I want to hear that. I recognize that he knows how to play basketball better than I do. And if he has a point that will tell me wearing these shoes will make you a better basketball player, I'm interested in that. Michael Jordan also does advertisements for Hanes underwear. And my opinion is that I know at least as much about wearing underwear as he does. And I'm probably as good at it. So I don't know that him telling me about wearing underwear is going to provide me a lot of new information that's valuable and going to change my mind about things.
I think you're speaking interesting topic. I read, don't remember from who put out the paper. Recently, it's not that recently, a few years ago, research about how dangerous it is for the brands of famous people, celebrities and such, to endorse specific products. And they tested it like for the European market, for the Japanese market, and for the American market. And they realized if a huge Hollywood celebrity endorses a certain product, it's like cereals works in America, absolutely no problem as such. But if like Brad Pitt endorses a toothbrush, he loses his brand and his worth in the American market because people start to look at him as something lower. While in the Japanese market, it was absolutely no problem. The Japanese accepted no matter what kind of celebrity you were and no matter what kind of cheap product you promoted, it was all right. You did not lose your marketing value for like your movie when it comes out. So they really researched it on originalities and how the the clients, how the audience reacts to different celebrities endorsing the different stuff. So that was a really interesting paper for me, where I started to think about that. Okay, it seems interesting that you can also lose value if you endorse the wrong products. So I don't know if you made any research in that value, but how can I'm really focused on these values, because I think they're very interesting. It's really important. How but it feels a bit foggy. How can I find out these values? Is the research, should I take 1,000 people and just ask them, for example, hey, this is a Coca-Cola, what do you feel about that? What do you connect with that? How can I do that if I've got a new product? Like, what celebrity should I take? What values should I use? Should I just test it? Should I just adapt it? How can I get the right values for the right marketing to put the right message out there? That's like how?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes with a new product, people don't really know what it is or know how to define it. If you have a totally original product, you might not even be able to ask people about it. You know, think about microwave ovens before anybody knew what a microwave oven was. You know, if you said it'll cook your food in 1/4 the time, and, oh, that's great. I love getting my food cooked more quickly, and it'll make things kind of brown. Your meat won't look the right color, and your vegetables will be really squishy. Then all of a sudden you're thinking, no, I don't really like this. So you almost have to have experienced a microwave to know what it can do and what it can't do. And once you know what it can and can't do, then you can talk about core values more quickly.
But can I choose my core values arbitrary? Can I say, oh, we're just gonna decide for our company, for our product, our core value is X, and we're gonna do the marketing for X no matter what the product is? Or is it like, no, there are specific things where it just does not work?
Well, there definitely are times when a particular value doesn't work for a particular product. You know, there are times when you just are not going to succeed by trying to say something happens when it doesn't.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, a lot of marketers, at least that I deal with, think they can convince the market with just shouting enough. You just need to invest enough money. You just need to shout enough to make the people believe whatever you want to say. Repeat the lie often enough and it becomes the truth. And that's why now that I'm able to talk with you, I would like to find out, what is your opinion on this approach in marketing?
Yeah, well, to some extent, repetition does drive home a point, and to some extent, you can influence what people think about things, but there is a limit to how far that can go.
Okay. Interesting. And do you have any advice for the people in that field for clear communication of those values? Do you have any way to say, well, we found out this way, or this little trick works well to communicate values, to connect a certain thing to a certain value? Or is it just trial and error?
Yeah,
or is there
I
like
think
a formula?
Creating your ad, have your value proposition very clear. What is the value that you're hoping your product will serve on an abstract level? What is the core thing that somebody thinks is really important that you believe your product is trying to serve for this particular target market? And articulate that carefully. And then when you develop your ad, make sure that your ad follows that thinking.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. I gotta ask, how did you get into the field of marketing research? Personally, I'm curious. How was your journey into that field? I'm curious.
Yeah, well, I started out studying psychology, and actually my degree is in psychology, and then I became interested in consumer psychology, partly because I thought it was really interesting to look at how advertisers try to influence psychology, how advertisers try to reach people. And I thought a lot of the most practical attempts at changing the world are done by advertisers, sometimes for important topics, sometimes for seemingly trivial topics. Although, what is a trivial topic? If you're an executive at a company that sells something that people think is silly, but it has a huge market value, the economic consequences of it can be great.
Interesting takes. True. It's true. Absolutely true. Yeah. And so from psychology, how to marketing, like just to jump over, was there a specific moment or was it like gradual?
There was sort of a specific moment. I started out, my first two jobs were in psychology departments, teaching in psychology. And then I made a leap to marketing. And I think I discovered that marketing was doing really interesting things, and that maybe the type of psychology I did was more related to business than to psychology in general. I'm still interested in general psychology, but applying the general psychology to a business context, I think gives a chance to test it more rigorously.
I personally think it's absolutely, as you said, a right field. Many people don't know that basically the I should say it like the invention of marketing was by psychologists. It was, after all, I think from Freud. I don't remember anymore if it was a nephew or a student or something, but it was someone who was closely connected to Freud and used the ideas of psychology and subconsciousness and such for purposes of selling products and making brands work. So that's how marketing started back then in the USA. That's how this word became even used. It's really, really interesting how intertwined psychology and marketing are. Whenever I talk to people seriously in like a consulting session or something about marketing, it's always, oh, but all of that is this psychology. You're talking about psychology all the time. It's like, yeah, good marketing is psychology plus data mostly. And then there's the sprinkle of creative stuff around it. But it's very, very grounded in data and psychology. So it's really interesting to talk about that.
There is also the economic aspect. So, marketing is more than just psychology, but psychology is a really important part of it, I believe.
Absolutely. And I'm curious, you also have works about communicating sustainability for the green economy. I'm curious about a lot of companies, a lot of marketing right now is going into these green fields, SDG, and so on, the sustainability, What do you think about it in your research? What did you find about these topics, about the sustainability marketing?
Well, just from a point of view as a human being, I think we need to be talking about sustainability more, that it's going to be an important topic as time goes on. And so I'm eager to promote that. And some lack of sustainability is caused by marketing. Probably marketers create demand for things that are not sustainable, but marketers can also create demand for things that are sustainable. I think as marketers, we have a responsibility to try to produce good products that are good for the earth and good for people. And we don't always do that. There certainly are a lot of examples